I mean, one of the most fun teams to watch throughout the split as well, with that aggression we talk about. Anyone's Legend's one of those teams where you never really know what you're going to get. Like, Xiaohao is a bit of a maniac, let's be real, filling in for Haro, you know, Rogue Warrior's jungler in the past, who was also...
Or Ice Coke.
Yeah, okay, Ice Coke, a bit of a maniac too, we say with all respect. And like, Forge is someone who, I think if we're talking development, get out of the bottom lane for a second. Mid lane was a bottom 3 mid laner. Forge, especially after his IG fill-in days, was looked at with like, oh, this player is really not going to progress.
I gotta say, like, in my mind, when we came into 2020, Forge was the worst mid laner in the LPL, like no question. But Forge now, I feel like, has become, you know, this serviceable mid laner with great strengths, very solid in team fights when he's on his champions, the Swains, the Akalis, the Silases, can find great angles, and can really just help the team thrive. So it's kind of sad that we saw Forge maybe get thrown into the deep end a little bit too early, but it's nice that didn't burn him enough to where, you know, the LPL team just gave up on him and didn't give him a chance. And we have seen him get his time on stage, has been thriving with the team that he's on. And that's kind of the whole story for AL across the board. I feel like we've seen all of these players, maybe barring Xiaohao, kind of struggle in the LPL at various times. Usually when they come in, right? Betty struggled when he came in. ZDZ wasn't the most impressive top laner. Oh, yeah. Chocho, when he swapped over to support, we're like, okay, this isn't really working out. And just with more time, with coaching, with cohesion, it really has come out to where, heck, EDG are definitely favorites today, but it wouldn't surprise me if AL do end up taking the series.
Yeah, because AL, again, you know, not outside of the aggression, but before that win streak was denied, that 4-loss streak that they're now on began, Anyone's Legend were pitted as a playoff team. It was like, yeah, this team is going to make it. They struggled against FPX, against OMG. That's what really changed it, is it seems we are going to be going into pick ban as we speak. So let's run into this one, Lyric. We already talked a little bit about some of these comfort picks, and already those first two, hey, those first three are very obvious bets.
Yeah, and these are picks we've been seeing banned against AL for quite some time now. Now I'm curious to see where EDG do go with that last one. We kind of hit on Camille maybe being something you want to respect ZDZ for, but if not, feels like you really just have your pick of the litter with what you want to take away. They do decide to take away the Kalista, which we highlighted, Betty's most played champion this split. So maybe AL now can look towards something like the Wukong if they don't want to end up dealing with that. As we've seen Wukong kind of rise back into prevalence with people realizing that, you know, traversing through terrain with the clone or the AoE CC you bring with the ult just does so much.
The value in neutrals as well. The early team fighting we're seeing, it's not going to be banned away. The Talia instead that gives movement to scouts. So we do have quite a couple of mid lane bans. While for EDG, Lyric, first pick, like, what are we looking at in 12-14?
I still feel like it's the Wukong. Okay. I mean, theoretically, we also have seen some teams gravitate towards things like a Yuumi, if you want to try and go towards that and then pick up the Sivir later on. I feel like without Zeri also on the table, could make it a little bit more awkward, but EDG, my God, first picking the Azir, have been tuning into LCK a little bit and seeing this as a first pick. Kind of crazy to see it come here in the LPL.
And we know for Forge, like, he's got his favorites, but all three of those are taken off. Swain, Talia, and the Silas. All three of those banned off, and I'm glad you brought out the jungle pick. Xiaohao going to be going this direction, it seems, and you also brought out another one, Lyric, which is quite interesting. For Betty and Chojo, maybe that Sivir lane returns.
I think Sivir is just so incredibly strong. The thing for EDG is, at least, if AL did opt into something like that, they do have the ability to outrange it with the Azir. You can just set up for this like long-range style composition and then opt into things like the Aphelios. For AL, looks like they're going to opt into answering mid lane instead. Kind of surprised that they lean towards the Ahri. You have things like the LeBlanc, the Ryze, which, sure, might get pushed in early on, but two champions I think Forge looks a lot more comfortable on that AL can maybe think about picking up, you know, either in third or fourth rotation.
But we don't even get the Sivir bot lane at the end. I mean, the Aphelios coming through from Betty, his most played, so, excuse me, actually looking at Viper there. He's only played one game. I was like, oh yeah, 9 games, but I'm looking at Viper's page, so maybe more of a takeaway here, Lyric.
Yeah, wanting to go for that, and maybe even spotting EDG kind of going into that outrange, poke, zone control route, and not wanting to play into it, but by going for a shorter range AD carry, taking this. And now for EDG, they're still doubling down. I feel like if they wanted to keep with the theme, you would expect something like a Jinx to come out, but I love it. Instead, no, going with the early aggression, Viper back on the Draven.
Dude, this is exactly what you want to see from Viper. Highlights of this 80 carry through this split, still playing a great game. His 4th game on Draven as well. He's played it more than he's gotten the Zeri. The Jinx you mentioned as well. Hell, it's even tied with the Kalista. So I love the aggression coming through, Lyric. While for anyone's legend, how do you stem this?
So not wanting to get pinch out in that support role, knowing they need to look for these like heavy fighting bot lanes. And now probably going to end up banning away some of these other tank or engaged supports that the side of EDG would want to look towards. I mean, we know Mako, Nautilus has been his most played champion pretty much every split going all the way back to 2020.
Yeah. I mean, one of his best alongside the Alistar historically. Second ban phase, though. Give me a quick run-through as we see the Renata, because still no support here for Mako. Still no top lane here for Flandre. And Lyric, I wanted to bring up a fun fact that for Flandre and ZDZ, second most played by a large majority is that Gangplank. So I kind of wonder if we flex towards that angle.
I'm curious if EDG will ban out top laners when they can try to ban out more annoyances in mid. Azir can pretty much lane against anything, but I hit on earlier, now already showing one of the bans. LeBlanc and then Ryze kind of being the other one is 2 picks that, like, sure, you're going to get pushed in, but LeBlanc post 6, you have these angles where you can look for kill pressure, especially if you combo up with a jungler, and we can already see Xiao having a ton of CC. And then Ryze, you could try and opt into more of a, ignore laning phase. Once you get a few levels under your belt, you can just kind of throw your Q&E on the wave and look for Realm Warps on side. So I wouldn't be surprised if EDG maybe look towards that as their other ban.
Kind of wondering if, we get something maybe more diverse than from Forge if it gets banned away. Of course, for AL, taking away another support in that set, which is rarely been seen, but Mako has been one of the supports to bring it out a couple of times so far. Lyric, that Ari that Forge hovered before is going to be taken, so finally run me through. You just think it's going to be a Rise here or something else?
I feel like if not, Forge needs to show something new. I mean, you also could, like, if you're kind of fine stacking lane, you could just go towards the Akali, which is what it looks like AL are going to do regardless. But point is, Forge really doesn't have anything in his repertoire that can really play for the lane. So AL already setting up to play for some of these smaller scale skirmishes around Dragon and Herald early on.
So 2 out of 3, right? It feels like EDG have strength bot, strength through mid. And I want to see what happens on the top side, because Flandre's obviously been put on a neutral to weak angle.
And Gragas would be a pick that fits that quite well. We know Flandre's going to do fine just surviving up in that top side, bringing more peel to the lane as well. Now for EDG, your options are Braum, or I feel like if you want to opt into a little bit more engage, you could always go the route of just locking in the Leona as well, because they already do have quite a bit of peel as it is just between Azir, Trundle, and Gragas. If they fall behind, they can lack some options, but we've seen before, whenever Scout's on Azir, he kind of plays the main engage role for EDG.
True, there's a couple of Azirs like that. I feel like Xiao, who's been quoted doing the same thing in some of his rare Azir games, is, okay, AL, this is your lane. Lyric, we talked about the GP before. Camille, you also said, but against Gragas, what's the easiest deal?
So I don't even get a chance to answer. They just lock in the GP. So not opting into any more lockdown would be a bit of a harder lane if they did end up going for that Camille, but gonna go for the GP. At least gonna be very good against some of the immobility coming out from things like the Draven, dropping that cannon barrage down on top of him, and hopefully giving angles for Forge to be able to get in. Because to me, that's the one thing AL's comp has in spades, right? They have a lot of ways to zone you out of fights or control space. Forge dropping into Shroud, ZDZ throwing out the cannon barrage, Xiaohao just popping a Cyclone. And if they can do that, they can attack from multiple angles, find some flanks. That's their key to winning. For EDG, it's a lot more stock and standard, front-to-back team fight. They want to be playing through the spot lane early because they have the Draven, and I mean, it really couldn't get any more straightforward than that.
It's 2 strong lanes as well. You mentioned the Azir versus Akali, which you've seen so many times do well enough. But Viper on the Draven yet again. Can Betty and Chocho survive when earlier in the split, Lyric, you and I were talking about this duo being so aggressive even in the laning phase? They're pulling out a lot of unsuspecting 2v2s.
And I'm curious to see if they can do it here once again. I think it will be rough. Braum does a great job of neutralizing that Nautilus. And then we know Draven, some of his base damages can just be insane. And once you get past the Calibrum, Betty not going to be able to play and just try to outrange him.
Bottom lane going to be insane. Watch the 2v2 as we go into game number 1, where anyone's legend are still fighting for a playoff seat. If they win this, they are guaranteed. It doesn't matter if it's a 2-1, it doesn't matter if it's a 2-0, they just need the series win. At the end of the week, it'll be top esports that they go up against, and from there, it looks a little bit harder. Even a game taken off EDG, even if anyone's legend can't win the series, a game could be the difference as we have this final week of runs to see if AL can finally lock in their spot. They're on a 4-loss streak because their schedule has been insane. If you're tuning in for the first time, they have come through FPX, OMG, RNG, JDG, now at EDG with Top B Sports waiting. This is going to be the most significant game of their split. As for EDG, they're like, we could get 5th, we could get 6th, but we could just get 11 wins for a nice ribbon.
I feel like for EDG, right, it's just all about momentum, all about just finding more game wins, maybe even trying out new things as you go into the playoffs. Is Forge wanting to get a ward down, isn't going to be able to do so with Mako waiting in the brush. And we can even see Scout going towards that first strike, knowing, right, Ranger versus Melee, going to be able to get a lot of value out of that, try to build up a bit of a nice gold lead for himself on top of the burst that it just will bring throughout the game. Even Flandre doing the same, kind of signaling, going back to that ability haste Gragas that we saw a slight burst of halfway through the split where some of the buffs came through. But yeah, I think it's going to be a fun one coming out for EDG. Hopefully they don't just take it slow, rely on the scaling, and actually they could do that because Scout has given us some incredibly hype, like late game Azir outplays. And
we know it's not going to be a standard game, right? I even like the Xiaohao here as he crosses the vertical. Jungle is going to be starting on the enemy blue, so Xiaohao has top side, and for now, Junja has bottom lane here for Viper and Mako Lyric. I know which one I prefer, but it's just going to be the biggest question is to which vertical jungle can get things happening.
I think it would be quite hard for either side. I mean, right, if they realize the vertical jungle is coming through, both lanes kind of just have to accept that they should be pushing. Don't put yourselves in a position where Junja can look for a gank bot. So you can see Flandre kind of already accepting his position up in top side. As long as no heavy trading comes through, I feel like looking for any sort of like early dives would be pretty much impossible. So you can see now, especially Junja already just making his way back to his own jungle.
Yeah, there was an immediate clear, like pretty quick as Xiaohao a little bit behind, actually backing off on this top side. So as he hits level 3, wasting a bit of time, Junja's crossing now instead of going to that red. And it looks like he's going to be spotting out this ward, but anyone's legend will have the same idea, Lyric. So Junja just going to waste a bit of time while Xiaohao now knows he can just go to his own red side and possibly contest the lane.
Right, it's funny, you were kind of saying how it looks like Xiaohao's the one wasting time, but since Junja walking up to his top side with no camps, Xiaohao actually going to be a little bit faster than him getting into his own jungle to try to make things happen. But looks like we shouldn't have any shenanigans happen on first clear with how the side lanes have gone. Not too many opportunities to look for these ganks to come through. Maybe Xiaohao can look for something mid, but can be a little bit rough, especially you can see the HP value that Forge is already on, which is the way that this matchup goes.
Yeah, we already talked about the hard lane as getting a bit of that piece down on the bottom lane as well. Chocho and Betty moving to half HP, especially this AD carry, as Junja now returns to the bottom lane. His pings were going into enemy jungle as he gets Scuttle Crab here, but not sure what Junja could do, Lyric. We said the potential for dive was low, but at least he's thinking about it.
We said it was low if heavy trades couldn't come through. They have gotten a decent bit of damage on Betty and Chocho. We're going to see if they can pull it off.
It's a good pillar to start off. Heal comes out immediately, though, is tanking up under the turret. Viper in a bad position, just taking the aggro. Betty laughs as Chocho gets another hook in, grabbing him as well. And Mako now under threat as this Aphelios gets the root down. The exhaust comes through, but the range, Betty, no summoners. As Mako lucky to be alive, but EDG, that was just not it.
That was a little bit dicey, right? I mean, going into that dive, Betty was on about like 70% HP, so maybe they could see a window how to make it happen, but that was close. And yeah, AL's bot lane gonna walk away with an advantage, and we highlighted that is one of the win cons coming up against EDG, but we're gonna go straight into the replay. Yeah, Betty sitting at about 70% HP, throws the heal right away. So you're pretty much diving a full HP bot lane. Aggro doesn't come through, and I love that Chocho lands the immediate hook onto Viper, gets the passive off onto him as well for them to be able to target and focus him down.
Junja moving out of rage after the first turret shot. I mean, that hurts. And Viper just standing there like, wait, why am I getting hit? He's got a 10 CS lead, but even though the kill goes to Chocho, there's a bit of pressure alleviated in that bottom lane. I like you touched up on the win condition, especially for EDG, with that bottom lane being subdued quite a bit. It feels like right now, anyone's legend sitting in a gold lead in this early game is how they cruise.
And we already see Betty picking up the Noon Quiver, so gonna have a decent little bit of power under his belt.
Yeah.
But the one silver lining for EDG's bot lane is at least they still have their flashes, to where Betty now, no flash, no heal.
True.
EDG can potentially try and set up a repeat play around this bot lane. We are getting to the timer, though, where we're hitting level 6 marks, though, so it's not just going to be, like, junglers coming down to bot, right? Mid laner's going to start influencing the map as well.
I was just waiting because Xiaohao's now on the bottom side. Viper dodging the dredge line, quite significant as Cho angles for another, but Xiaohao still not being spotted out as the Winter's Bite through the lane. EDG have the push here, Lyric, but Xiaohao is being patient.
And Xiaohao not able to find anything. Gonna try and come over, but is gonna be spotted by the ward, so just gonna end up clearing this out at the end of the day.
Dredge line though, and Graviton. Look at the chain CC as Gangplank with the ulti down. ZDZ setting out with the Cannon Barrage, finally getting that flash. Well, meanwhile on the top side, a good explosive cast from Flandre also gets the summoner out of ZDZ, punishing without that ulti, and EDG getting somewhat of a trade.
Beautiful coming out from Flandre to be able to take advantage of ZDZ. Dipping his attention down towards that bottom lane to try to enable Betty and Chocho to build on. I don't even really know if it's much of an advantage, right? Because they are still a wave down in CS, but the fact that they got that earlier kill. And now that we're coming to the level 6 point, I feel like especially for AL, this is where a lot of them are coming online. Like Xiao obviously getting the cycle, and Forge now with his ultimate is going to be able to do a lot more in terms of putting threat on backline. But now no Cannon Barrage, so EDG should be feeling a little bit more confident about either 3v3s in bot lane or 4v4s in general around this bottom half of the map.
Well, I'm just curious in neutrals in that regard, right? Because ward placed by EDG, but no one touching the dragon. Herald is about a minute off spawning as well. With that topside flash being down with the Cannon Barrage you mentioned, maybe for EDG, a solid topside play looks a little bit easier at this point.
They can enable their bot to get a good push in and start moving Mako over, in about 30-40 seconds time. I definitely think it's a play that they can look for.
Yeah.
I'm very curious because I feel like a lot of teams don't opt into looking for some of these early setups when they have the Azir, but EDG always do. EDG will hover Junja around mid, walk up towards that Rift Herald, and then try and use the famous stag, the swoop and boop, to try and find a pick in there. But you can see Junja already looking towards his top side, but ZDZ having vision completely surrounding him.
I mean, can't get through the tri-rush either. Junja going to be spotted out in 15 seconds towards Herald, but you can already see that Xiaohao is making the move up top side. Forge is getting pushed up against lane, but the Wukong's still by his side. So we are just getting a deep push from Junja for the meanwhile, and I'm curious as to whether anyone's Legend really want to contest this. Now with Cyclone up and available, Lyric, and that Cannon Barrage has been given time to replenish. I feel like we're on about 40 seconds to go.
And EDG, it's going to be really hard for AL to try to contest, right? Because you can see the lane pressure's coming through with Cyclone.
A solo one at that. Junja flashes over, doesn't want to take the 1v1. A smite to heal up from Xiaohao is there, but an extended trade with lethal tempo. Scout comes in and saves the day. Forge nowhere to be seen as Junja, it was all a ruse.
Yeah, I feel like we see why Junja was so confident, right? You look at the vision coming out across the top side, you see the states of the soul lanes. Junja willing to go in confidently to look for that invade and try to duel him out. Xiaohao kind of calling his bluff and saying, I will 1v1 you, but with the prio coming out from mid, Scout able to get involved, it just turns into a Rift Herald for the side of EDG.
And how big is that going to be for Scout as well, right? We were just talking about this Azir having great lane against the Akali, which many people in chat would understand as well. And for Forge now, life looks a little bit more difficult as Scout will get second blood, but first item should be coming through after the back of that one as well.
Especially if it just stays in this isolated laning phase. Scout is completely happy with this, trying to pull him out. Really doesn't even ever have to really overcommit too far to get the wave in with the range, able to come out from his Sand Soldiers with the Q, and can just keep Forge in place. And as a Akali, right, you don't just want to be kept in mid lane. You want to be trying influencing sides, trying influencing skirmishes in the enemy jungle. But I feel like EDG have done a pretty solid job at just keeping up this mid pressure and allowing Junja to constantly keep vision up in river and spot out where Xiaohao wants to make plays and prevent Forge from joining in.
All lanes are going well, I was going to say as well, right? Like, not just the mid lane that we're seeing now being exemplified by Scout, but Viper and Mako, despite getting pushed into turret, still keeping on track with CS. Top side is doing well here for Flandre as well. And Junja is about even in CS with Xiaohao too. So this early game for EDG going about the way we kind of wanted, Lyric, and I'm more curious as to how this develops into the first dragon that is constantly being stared at, and with EDG having a Herald, feels like it should also be their advantage too.
I think definitely at a strong point right now. Even Scout now picking up the Luden's Tempest, so a ton of power if they do opt into fights right now. The Herald up, like you said, I'm wondering where EDG are going to look to drop that down. We can already see Junja heading up towards the top side. If they could get more gold on Draven, I think it would be a little bit more valuable as
Unlucky.
that didn't hit.
No.
But seeing Rift Herald used for the Draven, or even to try to give it, use it to get pressure for them to look for a bit of an early Drake and start scaling up with those objectives.
Xiaohao making a play on the mid lane as we speak, though. Junja's coming up top, and ZDZ's flash only just came up and available. Cannon Barrage flies down first as he tries to pace his way out of there with a barrel chain, but Flandre with the flash body slam, denying the barrel, and Junja just beats him with a club. Top side secured here, Lyric, while anyone's legend response for now is mitigated.
AL are going to be able to pick up this Dragon, though, but you can see Junja trying to come to mid lane, so that's why Scout is opting into these trades with Forge.
Forge doing an okay job for someone that has double amp tome. I mean, the damage greatest. Chocho now going to be spotted out. Flash still available. Scout doesn't burn it. Instead, the ulti is Forge just gets the free kill. Subjugate helps out for the 1v1. And Scout holding on to the summoner, thinking the ult will be enough, Lyric. Ends up being a mid laner death party.
I don't think Scout even expected that to hit. That was like as max range hook as a max range hook could be coming out from Chocho. So great job by him to find the opportunity present. But we know why Scout was willing to look for those trades in the first place. As I pause.
Okay, this is going to be a three-man bot, and Mako with his ulti gets both. Viper stand beside his greatest. Chocho wants to do it again. This time healed away as TP from EDG. That's going to be Scout joining in as Mako jumps in yet again. Winter's Bite going to be dodged out by Betty. And EDG bring another 3 members here to even up the score.
Nice sidestepping overall coming up from EDG's bot lane, and the ult from Mako as well.
Stretch line. Okay. EDG simmered down. Still, the Dragon's already gone, so I guess with that TP down, Lyric, Scout is just going to move towards mid.
And it looks like they might be trying to set up a play on Forge. Pings are coming out from EDG's side, but no, Junja just going to opt into heading probably down towards that bot side because Herald incredibly close to timing out, so they got to find a place to use it right now.
Oh, no perfect execution, no flash in the Shroud. He stands as Viper flashes, but Mako in front of him. This Draven without any mana, he's able to spin one axe, but will it be enough for Xiaohao with the Cyclone? He's going to make it a 1v1. Draven is down, and Betty helping out in the fight so massively, but his heal won't be enough to continue it forward. Mako and Scout rushing forward, and Viper, I believe, was able to get himself a nice cash hit before dying. And Scout, what? What was that angle? That was John Travolta in Saturday Night Fever. Holy hell.
That was clean coming out from Scout. Not able to find it in the end, but still, EDG trading up in terms of kill. Junja able to drop this Herald down mid and start getting some work done on this turret. So, heck, if they can secure that second Herald, or even if EDG just start investing more resources into mid, right? Junja hovering around, Mako paying more attention. You put Scout in a place where it can start just free hitting that turret and trying to get it naturally. But we're going to see here, EDG actually using their bot prio to try to collapse on mid. Viper having to flash, but Mako dodges beautifully, and then even the exhaust gets in on Forge the second he jumps in. Xiao does find a nice return kill with all the focus that EDG were putting on Forge, but then you still have another damage dealer to focus on with Scout, and you know, him with that early Luden's Tempest was just able to get the work done onto Xiaohao.
Replay wasn't going to show it. Yeah, Scout appeared over the wall instantly, but I believe it was the shifting sands into the queue. Conquering Sands, I think is Q's name. I can't remember for the life of me. He likes sand, but gets over the wall from the other wall. So that's why Scout looked a little bit janky, but still he's able to pick up a kill in that fight, and 2-1 and 2 on this Azir. Doing real good, level 11 now as well as he moves towards mid, Lyric. And EDG are going to be able to pick up this first Heart Blood. First Heart Blood in the mid lane as well. Quite a rarity.
This is what we were just hitting on as well, right? For EDG, doesn't even necessarily have to be the second Herald. You just dedicate a few resources towards the mid lane, pick this one up. Looks like EDG were able to get some get pressure bot, or at least answer their last wave before moving up with full reinforcements. So now going to be able to opt into a different lane allocation, put Scout down in the bot side, and keep Viper and Mako mid. For Herald, it's going to come up in 13 seconds.
Oh man, that Herald as well. A lot of towers to take down. The side turrets, a 3k gold bleed to help influence that as well. Because EDG are pretty far up in this early game now with 4 mythics complete. 3 on the other side for anyone's legend, but we are talking about EDG's strength at this point, Lyric, especially with Viper, who has a serrated Dirk after cashing in the previous fight.
I feel like especially with the fact that AL weren't able to really make anything happen around that level 6 mark of, you know, maybe Xiao trying to find influence on mid lane and like opening Forge up to get pretty big on the Skali.
There's flash.
ZZ
Hits dead on this time as Flandre is waiting for the summoner. Mako's there, ZDZ flashing in, but it's late. And you know what? More cash for Viper. Don't mind if I do, he says. And EDG are just going to take everything on the map at this point.
Viper is absolutely massive. Like, they pick up a kill, they get the Herald, you hit the nail on the head, getting everything on the map. They're going to very easily be able to use this to start breaking down some of these side lane turrets. And heck, just start making your way down towards that bottom side, setting up for the next Drake, and you might even have an opportunity to use the Herald on that bot lane turret and kind of pick up 2 or 3 objectives, while AL, it seems like, conscious of the fact that they can't contest EDG where they're dedicating resources, so they're just going to play for this top lane turret.
So what's the next play then, right? If you go to top lane, you still try to push it in. Right now, Flandre has enough wave clear with the Everfrost. I'm wondering what anyone's Legend do from here, because you know, we have an Akali on the Rift who has just picked up Proto Belt, so is it this one item that now creates more proactivity for AL to try and get some of these picks?
It'll definitely help, because AL, 4K gold down at this point, like 4K gold down at 60 minutes. Things are in dire straits for the side of AL, especially when EDG. Also pretty good scaling coming out from Hazir, Trundle, Braum. Like that is a great front line and huge DPS to come out later on. So for AL, you're really going to be depending on finding these picks. I feel like giving up, you know, whatever side EDG are putting pressure on, trying to use things like the Gale Force, the Rocket Belt, and just Xiaohao's ability to get in to pick off members that EDG aren't putting resources into.
Because as you said, scaling great, and I mean, Scout on Azir is still a vote of confidence from a lot of our fans, I'm sure. EDG were able to pick up the Dragon off this early game snowball as well, and right now, going so deep into enemy jungle, you can see the last turret at least on their menu for now, or at least the next one, Lyric. I thought bottom went down, but it did not. As we look towards top side, and EDG trying to group up and catch Forge out. Junja. Oh, he's backing. Okay, never mind.
EDG also kind of playing towards both sides, right? We saw Junja leaning up towards top for Flandre, but you can see EDG's bot lane is actually leaning towards the bot side for Scout. I think playing towards Scout definitely makes a lot more sense, right? Flandre's fine. He's on the Gragas. Yeah. He has his TP available just in case anything happens. So make your way towards that bot side jungle, start getting some of this vision down, and allowing and opening up Scout to be able to take the spot lane turret. Seems like just them hovering in Fog of War is enough to make ZDZ hide near that inner turret, though.
Yeah, look, he's like, now, even though that the 2 members bot, still a little bit sus on Junja. And backs away. That's going to be a free turret here to EDG. Top side as well, still standing quite strong. And Lyric, it's an Akali. Like, what's she going to do much against the turret? Is Viper's just like, no, you're not backing. Maybe it's a play for the inner bottom side.
Yeah, they're going to keep pushing as well. Like you said, TP now coming out for Scout. But I love Flandre using the ult to try to clear the wave, get a bit more damage down. And I mean, huge play for EDG. Get a turret, get a second one. They were able to get the last dragon as well. And yeah, this should be able to get another charge.
I mean, still with Forge, Xiaohao spotted in the top side of the map. Flandre sitting there as happy as Larry, which we now realize is Gragas' first name. And you look at the map state right now, EDG just moved towards mid. Lyric, this is what we talked about with EDG. Even though the split hasn't been as successful as like the top esports, the JDG, EDG still, through lane, through standard League of Legends, look clean as depth charge comes in as I'm talking them up. EDG, what are you going to do? Is Viper flashing behind Mako, his brother helping him out as Forge, now with no angle, running into Junja is great as he goes in the Shroud, and the shutdown great as well. ZDZ getting some gold for Flandre now here, he body slams a little bit early. A Scout! Oh. Yep, just the usual. If you want an engage tool, they'll take it as the cash in comes at his life. But Flandre still at full HP. To sit in front of Viper as the fight's not done. And even though EDG have numbers disadvantage, I would be worried. And Betty with the flash shows he is too.
Yeah. Oh, wow. They're still going. Flandre. I don't think he's going to fight it. Oh, he finds it.
Oh, dear Lord. Do not give this man a beverage. He'll drink it and then throw the barrel right back at you.
Great cast coming out for Flandre to ensure Viper gets another kill under his belt. I do got to say for AL, though, they picked up some kills themselves. What we saw from Scout is one of the reasons why we don't see Azirs typically try to make these like big engaged plays. We're going to go straight back to the replay. AL find Viper by himself, but he wasn't really by himself. Junja waiting in the wings. They get straight on to Chocho, who does manage to get away. And once Forge able to get in the fight after we see Draven come out from that stasis, was able to get in, get some damage down, pick off the Trundle. But here, Scout, I understand looking to make the play, but you also just end up solo in between all the members of AL. Betty able to dodge out, does pick him off in the end. And I mean, Flandre just running Betty down, lands the cast.
And how good's Larry Gragas, right? Like, look at this. I mean, so clean, and Flandre has been having a steady game. making everyone from EDG cash in as we say that. ZDZ now caught out in the side lane. Flash available, but that pillar again. Jonja is playing with filth quite literally right now as Xiaohao tries to bring in the play, but Forge is now under his turret by himself. Chocho going to change that with his jungler by his side. So for EDG Lyric, they're trying to set this up for their last outer turret of the game remaining.
And I love that the pressure they're putting on, right? Because if AL make any mistakes here...
And there's a mistake, right? The pillar again, so beautiful. The scout utilizing the range, and anyone's legend almost getting cleaved up by Viper. Lyric, I dropped for a second. I'm like, no way are EDG going to keep going forward. But the tools in their arsenal are being used to an absolute great degree.
And I love that EDG are playing up towards that top side right now. Not only the turret being left open, right, but if too many members misstep or make mistakes, that's a very easy pivot into a Baron for the side of EDG. They don't find enough to be able to do that this time around, but they still get a bunch of kills. They're able to push in this wave. You look at the vision around that top side. So now AL not really having information up there. Flandre getting a control ward down in bot side jungle as well, where Dragon's coming up soon. It feels like it's almost impossible for AL to walk in and contest. And they might just have to give it up. Not even in a place to, like, threaten a Baron. Yeah. Like, realistically, they shouldn't be able to do a Baron, I think, with the amount of damage that they do have, right? But you could maybe try and, like, bluff EDG and be like, hey, guys, we're going to do it. What are you going to do about this?
But EDG already here with vision of their own, so that bluff goes out the window. And Lyric, you know, you blink and you miss it with this gold bleed being 8,000, just about. As anyone's legend getting aggressed on by the other three. Viper's damage is humongous with 3 items now collected. And you look at anyone's legend as comparison, it's worth mentioning that Betty's still not at 2 items. Forge still not at 2 items. ZDZ now only has the collector, but are they going to get to a 3rd item with Flandre again with the angle and the pillar? Beautiful. Betty alive though because Aphelios has a lot of healing and he's still going. Anyone's legend kite it back and I just hate Aphelios all over again.
AL using tools like the GP and Aphelios so beautifully. EDG not having all members there to try and get this consistent damage down. So EDG constantly making these small missteps. But sure, like, these kills don't change the state of the game, right? The gold lead is way too much for the side of EDG right now. If they group up, if they get the proper vision and, you know, find a fight on their terms, it should work out. But AL are going to take anything they can get at this point because, I mean, GP, Akali, Aphelios, the later this goes, I mean, their damage numbers are going to be off the charts as well.
Let's have a look at the replay in a second. I'm sure it'll come through, right? We might be setting up for Baron vision, but we're going to see. I don't even see how Viper died there, Lyric. Like, this Draven's huge. And with such beauty from EDG, the small misstep, hard to see until we get this replay here.
Yeah, we're going to go straight back through. And Flandre starting off with the cast, nothing really able to connect. But the Cyclone, beautiful, right into the Nautilus hook. Like, great job from Chocho and Xiaohao, actually. Doing a lot of the heavy lifting to just lock Viper down. Viper, the short-range AD carry, having to try to run in to get damage down onto Betty. And they didn't let him, but
oh, stare off.
Sneaky standoff, sneaky stare off.
It's a Western. Clint Eastwood versus Lee Van Cleef. You pick sides here. As a Betty is going to walk away from for the time being, Lyric. Is he using Viper's skin, by the way? Is that the EDG? Is that the EDG Aphelios skin with a chroma? I truly wonder. Hang on, we got another stare off. Look, Scout's going all in over the wall. Forge, he can dart back over, but the pillar again. I think Junja is earning his dinner tonight with the pillars we've seen.
I mean, they've been phenomenal, right? Constantly separating members on the side of AL. And EDG recognize this window, say, hey, we need to go for the spare. Not only did we find a pick, we committed Flandre's TP here. And we're going to see between Moonlight Vigil and Cyclone, can AL do anything?
Oh, the range, the damage. Scout is cleaving through. Chocho, tanky not so much as Explosive Cask into Pillar again. CC locks him down as now for Betty. His flash is available, but he's trying to save it as Xiaohao's the next target. EDG pull off the Baron, but Lyric, they can just go right back for round 2.
They even got the health bars low enough to where AL really shouldn't be able to look for a contest. Xiaohao at least has to look for a reset, right? Looks like Betty and Chocho might angle around here, but it should be impossible. Forge coming in with the TP.
And Flandre playing zone patrol as Mako is doing the same. It's just gone. EDG with Baron as anyone's legend in this first game at the very least, getting snuffed out from their playoff dreams. It has been 4 series in a row watching AL fall short, and this game 1 is no difference as we look at the replay on Forge.
right there, Forge walking over that control ward, kind of just ignoring it, gives Scout the opportunity he sees to just throw a Kali over the wall, knowing that other members are here, so he doesn't have to be afraid of Forge maybe looking for like a re-engage to just jump back in on him and look potentially for a solo kill. Knows he's fine, gets it done, has the Banshee's Veil as well, so a little bit of safety and security there, just in case Forge did have any, shenanigans under his belt.
And Lyric, I'm one to criticize, but I feel like from, understanding the game, as a mid laner, as someone like the Akali, you're looking at the map, you're not looking at what you walk over. So a bit of a mistake that really hurts Forge. Not seeing the ward in the end and looking at the rest of the players. For that, EDG now have the Baron, they've got a 10k gold lead, and they've got a 25-minute game that shouldn't go much beyond another 5 minutes. While anyone's Legend try and stop this siege, EDG are just so damn strong.
I mean, Scout's about to be on his 4th item. Forge still hasn't even finished off his 2nd. It just feels so insurmountable. Going to be able to look for the siege here, and we need to see Xiao finally engage.
Okay, he's got a Cyclone, but Viper still at full HP as Mako saves him. The shuffle back. The Scout builds arrangement. Betty, an absolute madman as anyone's Legend trying to stay in the game. Forge still alive, but Flandre tries to get a clap in. Under turret, he takes a couple too many shots as anyone's Legend all survive, and Betty is a psychopath on Aphelios.
Yeah, Betty, knowing he has to be the one to carry this team with how far down Forge is set behind, finds the opportunity. Once again, EDG not really having like all 5 members present or the formation they want, right? Of like Junja, Flandre being in front with Mako, protecting the Draven. We're going to see here how it all goes down. Flandre currently in the mid lane. Ale trying to find the opportunities to go in. Xiaohao knows he needs to be the one to start it off with the Cyclone. Does manage to get in there and critically knocks up Viper. Despite Scout's best efforts, that Gale Force into the Moonlight Vigil with the flash was enough to find the initial kill, and then they're all able to get away.
Oh my god, the flashback from Flandre to get out. A Chocho looked like he was off it. I don't know if that was a happy accident, Lyric, or just pure bliss for the Nautilus hook.
You know what? We're gonna give him credit. That was all planned and prepared by Chocho.
True.
Well, I mean, look at Chocho. Chocho actually hasn't died this game, surprisingly, with how far EDG have been down. I don't know if that's a good thing, considering that he is a frontliner. But EDG are now on Soul Point, having 2 of those Ocean Souls in pocket, and can just keep going with the fact that they still have Baron buffs on most of their members.
And it's gonna be double inhib exposed in a second as Flandre's just dealt with the mid lane wave. Betty going to use his range himself, but EDG start poking, and if Scout gets his damage down, it's going to be GG. Anyone's Legend still doing a good job to survive, but how long can this onslaught go? Now with Baron down, anyone's Legend going to say, no, it's not going to continue as Viper's the target, but Scout again saving Private Ryan. Viper lives, Scout lives, the ulti beautiful as Junja almost getting a kill on the escape path. I mean, Scout is just in a league of his own on this Azir.
Scout just preventing these plays from coming through. The problem, though, for them is it's still leaving a lot of damage on EDG's front line, just kind of being given over since a lot of their tools are being used to peel for Viper and peel for Scout, right? So AL have done a surprising job at like keeping this game.
Okay, Pillars there as well. Xiaohao knows Cyclone using the previous fight. His explosive cast exposes ZDZ. Xiaohao's clone will drop dead. It's 1 kill, but EDG, Lyric, they have a wave coming in and they're trying to run it into the base.
Scout is TP as well, so you can imagine the TP back in, and they found Betty.
Draven damage, explosive cast, the dunk on head. Larry Gragas does it all over again as Flandre is running headfirst into this team. If you're buying, I'm in. And Flandre has so much money right now that he's looking to buy this whole damn game 1. It won't be the end, Lyric, but EDG have too much cash. They don't know what to do with it.
EDG even extending their gold lead very slightly from the plays they made, and you can see now go into Xiaohao's jungle, take his camps away, choke out the resources even more for AL. I mean, the silver lining is you'll always have potential to get gold because there are supers pushing in your base, but I don't think that's a great silver lining to have when the game's about to be over. We're going to see here, I mean, at this point, right, EDG just found a pick onto ZDZ and then running forward onto Betty. Tries to Gale Force away, but the damage from the Draven was already too much. He does at least go 1-for-1 with Flandre having to pick up that kill in return. I
just love Flandre getting the dunk down, right? He got a Rapidons as his 4th item. So Flandre has just become a 25 kill streak nuke. And if anyone gets hit by that cast, not only the damage will be so significant, but as we've seen in the last couple of fights, it ends someone's career, at least in the first game. So Lyric, when anyone's legend, they feel like they're out of this game. We know it's such a big gold lead. We talked about the scaling of EDG. It just comes down to that one last fight and what they can do to try and stay in it. And at this point, you know what? I'm not sure, because Junja with the pillar again, forcing Forge to back off. EDG's onslaught, it begins once more. Dredge line from Chocho. What else can you do? His Scout is hitting ZDZ. The Azir damage massive as the depth charge, and everything throws people into the skies. Scout's ultis have been superb as Flandre is blowing people up left, right, and center. Look at the flash, look at the moves, and Flandre, we know exactly what that was. The Scout gets a double. It's EDG running into the base for the fourth and final time, you feel, with AL completely snuffed.
AL do still have ZDZ and Betty up, so we'll see if EDG are able to actually put the damage down, because the only great range they have is coming from Scout, but looks like they are just going to brute force this.
I mean, Betty taking so much poke. Everfrost again and tips him on the side as the explosive cast almost available. Good ult from Betty to hit two members. The Scout runs in once more. This is Azir huge. Flandre doing the same, and ZDZ about to get creamed. Dunk down. Flandre using it as an execute at this point, as EDG don't even sweat for their opponents in game one.
I love you pointing out the dunk down coming from Flandre and even picking up the Rabadons. Giving me throwbacks to season 3 and 4 where I remember Gragas ult and Q had like ridiculous AP ratios. Like maybe his ult had like a 1.5 or 1.6, and then his Q was like a 1.2 or 1.3. It was pretty ridiculous back when like everything was an assassin. Gragas, LeBlanc, Ziggs, mid lane times, Nidalee, Kha'Zix. Flandre's been around for a long time as well, so he's definitely seen those days.
I think the mid Gragas is like the biggest throwback, right? When the ult times didn't really have, you couldn't really see it coming, right?
Deathfire Grasp.
Yeah. Ooh. Dude, those are the times where League of Legends ran at like 30 FPS as well. You know, even though it said 60, you're like, hang on a minute. My computer's stronger than this. Dude, good times. I mean, having like MapleStory got so advanced, and, got like 200 patches deep, and people are like, God, I need a private server. Need that League of Legends private server that runs old Summoner's Rift, like Season 2, Season 3.
You need to go back to like beta when like dodge was a stat and you could stand in Fountain. Well, as much as I like reminiscing about how funny different metas of League of Legends were, EDG coming out clapping anyone's legend, kind of surprising, honestly, because we were hitting on EDG. I mean, EDG have looked good, but they've been rough around the edges. We actually still did see that in the series, right? They were giving over a lot of picks to AL that forced us to be like, oh, hey guys, AL still have a chance, when, let's be real. There was like a 10k gold lead almost this whole game. It would have taken so many blunders from EDG to lose this. And I think the damage graph's great representation, because Scout doing so much in this game.
Oh yeah, I mean, 41k in a 30-minute game where Scout didn't actually have to deal that much in a full 5-on-5. Scout's damage is insane, but I think also we look at how that setup came through and why Scout was such a big deal. People like Junja, Flandre, great initiation, and it's so funny when we see a Draven in game, but we're talking about the rest of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Viper was trying to make aggressive plays, but a lot of those aggressive plays were actually getting punished by AL when he was running forward, trying to get the damage down. And Scout as well, also tied highest skill participation in the team. Like, he was doing so much. He wasn't only dishing out the damage. There's that one fight around bot inhib where he like flashes back to use the Emperor's Divide to push people away from Viper. So, Scout in my mind has been like the most consistent member of this roster all split long. So I think not a huge surprise to see Scout once again being the one to step up. But sad for AL when we said, right, if they could win this series, they're in playoffs. It's still not over, but looking rough.
Even with a game win, if AL can pull a game win off in this series, even if they don't get the series win, it is a much better chance, because game difference is where we're sitting at with so many teams being at 7. It's an important series for them, no doubt, but Game 2 is going to be an even more game as they try and even up the score. Or we find out that EDG are just too good at the moment, and especially for AL, look like they're going to be running over the top. We'll go to a break and find out where we stand right after this.
Specifically as a result, I'm not sure if we'd see nearly as much bot pressure if it's still... Whoa, Strife! Just gets deleted!
One-shot him!
Your heavy reliance on Clean, who is still flashless to get some of these great plays off.
Just look at top. I mean, it keeps happening. Grand Challenge close to getting through. I want to see that fight as he goes in under turret the Shy. 4 members against Breed, who's trying to hit level 6. I'm kind of curious because Breed needs 6 ASAP. Now has the needlework, launches it out as anyone's legend are making the dive, but in his little circle, ZDZ having to flash away. He's dead for first blood. It's a double under the turret. Chocho also almost next.
Oh, the crown is gone from Rookie. Oh, there goes onto the backline bin, onto Photic. They can't get the damage follow-up, though, because of that Keeper's verdict on the Weiwei. The final chapter across, though. Rookie has the lightning crash. As the Ultra Shock laser comes out from Doggo. Doggo stepping up here. Rookie can go over the wall as the lightning crash uses it. Tries to go back in on the Weiwei. Doggo has to get out. He's almost out of mana at this point. You've got to be really careful. That's already Weiwei down 2. Doggo, you got to find a way to carry. Icon, somebody. Doggo's got 1. Can Doggo clean it up? Doggo's got 2. He's trying to find the miracle play. He's got him. No. Crisp goes down, and a triple kill is not enough. And B5 slammed the door on BLG.
They just dive. Ansem is gone. See you later, LGTers. Top Esports happy to tank this tower up. Jaculov just free firing, untouched the entire play as he finishes them all off. A quadra kill on top of a dominant game. And I think Top Esports is just going to end.
2 quadra kills in a row in 2 different Sivir games. And Hai Chao having a tough job ahead of him of stopping this push.
There's no way they don't dive the fountain. Hai Chao gives it on over. The pentakill for Jaculov.
Nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I weigh my love on high. I weigh my love on high.
这个赛季 AL 也算是打得比较好，然后他们其实蛮多黑科技，就很多新鲜的东西在选嘛。然后我觉得想影响他们的话，首先是我感觉他们中野的节奏比较好吧，我感觉前面要防住他们中野的节奏，然后尽量把资源控好吧。我觉得这个赛季整个队伍包括我也是不算发挥的特别好吧，我感觉最多就可能能到个几个分6、7分这样子。我觉得我们还是有很多提高的空间，然后也是马上进入季后赛嘛，希望大家把状态提上来，季后赛继续加油吧。
Well, thinking, a 6 or 7 performance. I mean, tell you what, EDG hard on themselves. And to be fair, EDG not in the top 4 is got to be a disappointment for them. But hey, a win against Anyone's Legend could also give us a bit of hope as we go towards our best of 5s. Anyone's Legend fell a swift defeat in 31 minutes there, Lyric. And game number 1, I think it was Scout who was MVP. And I don't really think that's a surprise.
Yeah, I was going to say, there really isn't any question who's going to be picking up this MVP. Great performance coming out from Scout. We just saw Mako saying, hey, like we need to watch out for their mid-jungle. The mid-jungle didn't really have a chance to do anything because Scout putting up so much pressure after they banned out Forge, constantly pushing in Forge on the Akali. He was never able to impact the map. Junja constantly hovering down towards that bot side, setting them up to have their own success in Prio, and then just beautifully transferring it back and forth, picking up all the neutral objectives. Great to see Scout, one of the most confident people when he gets his hands on the Azir. Let's remember, EDG first picked this on blue side.
Oh yeah, I mean, this was a B1 Azir when we were talking so much about things like this Wukong. The GP being in contested ban on the top side. Aphelios was taken early by Betty. But for EDG, giving Scout priority, but hell, even that bottom side priority seemed a really good first 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, and once they got that 15-minute lead, right? Because we were at 16 minutes, and I believe it was a 5k gold lead for EDG at that point. That it really just felt insurmountable. They still were making some errors, right? They were giving some kills over to the side of AL with like how much damage you're trying to get off, how close Viper was walking up to some of these frontliners, giving Xiao opportunities to be able to play, but Scout still able to constantly bail out his team with those Emperor's Divide. I'm curious to see how it swaps going over to the red side for EDG, because I feel like there is a lot of success being found in the bans that they had on
Yeah.
blue. Like banning out Silas and Swain against AL just works. Like you're limiting Forge and what he's able to play. But on red, right, you have things like the Poppy and the Zeri especially that you need to be concerned about. So
True.
I wonder if EDG will opt into leaving one of those open and maybe like opting into playing against the Zeri or something along those lines and being like, hey, it's more important that we ban out Forge because we are confident that if we can ban out Forge, we can make this a 4v5, and then it doesn't matter if you have a pick like a Zeri, which whether that works or not, who knows? Because Zeri's just been absolutely ridiculous this split, especially with like the amount of pentakills and things she's picked up. So yeah, interested to see what EDG's tactic is on red side.
Mako showing a lot of respect in the interview towards mid jungle as well. So EDG identifying that that's a core strength. So we'll look at Forge's champion pool. We'll also look to see if they take anything away from Xiao Hao because it is Junja versus Xiao Hao yet again. There is no Jie. Game 2, they're keeping him in. And as we said, I mean, Junja's early game has been sublime. And I think in that game number 1, kind of showing more about what we're talking about with great setup throughout that Trundle game.
I think the thing for Junja is, again, he's very like willing to look for these opportunities, which is what it felt like JJ was. Like, JJ obviously is someone who's, like, willing to be aggressive in their game, looking for the opportunities, getting in the enemy's face, but it felt like it really wasn't coming to much fruition as the split went on. And even this game, right, Junja kind of needing to be bailed out by Scout in one of those scenarios, but the fact that he knows that, like, Scout's going to be able to come, we already have all this vision set up, I already have pushed in these lanes, I can look to make this play, is some of the things that get the EDG train rolling for them to be able to find those leads.
I mean, EDG, throughout the lane, throughout the first 15, 20 minutes of the game, you know, that cleanliness in nature, no, not even cleanliness, right? We saw a bit of a scrap fest down towards that bottom dragon, but just their ability to come out of lane with a lead is always impressive enough. So I feel like for anyone's legend to pull a win out here, Lyric, we do need to see some of those niche picks from Forge, as we mentioned. Maybe not something like the Akali that'll lose out in lane, but, you know, ZDZ as well. We talked about his extended champion pool, because when anyone's legend just need a single game win, against EDG, I guess I can see a world where anyone's legends score a game off the back of being the crazy, you know, middle of the pack team that they are.
Yeah, and right, it's a double-edged sword because we actually saw AL try to do it against JDG last time.
True.
When we were showing those clips of things like the Amumu coming in with the Sivir, and they're trying to make these plays work, and they just really didn't have the damage available to look for those all-ins that got shut down in that bot lane 2v2. I'd kind of like to maybe see AL lean on some more of those maybe less niche picks or things that we've been willing to see come out, right? Things like the Ahri, which did get banned out in second phase, but even the Rise was something we were hitting on. They could have picked up their mid laner in first rotation if they wanted to get their hands on the LeBlanc for Forge and try and take that matchup where, again, maybe sure, you're going to get pushed in early, but you have those aggressive trade opportunities to bring Xiao Hao in and try and set up those ganks. So we'll see. For AL, now that they're in blue, they also could take away something like the Azir, which, again, in an isolated 1v1, it can just do so much. It is very safe with the mobility that it has to just be able to get out of there with the soldier into a queue. So AL definitely, I think, going to have more options going into blue side.
You know, Talia first pick, Silas first pick as well. If we see EDG ban less mids against Forge, feels like a pretty promising first pick here for anyone's legend. We are just waiting to get into pick ban. Seems like there is some kind of delay, so we'll work on that for you folks, as, you know, we normally don't take that much time getting back onto the stage, but
yeah, it seems like AL's head coach reported an audio issue.
Oh my god!
And you need to be able to hear your head coach on stage, because you know, your mid laner might be like, "Hey, let's pick a Kali or Yone or something crazy here." The coach can go, "No, you are playing Talia. You're doing this. You're doing that." We'll see what AL do, as you know. If Kenju was on AL, you know, that's definitely what would happen. Kenju definitely famous for those beatdowns.
Oh, true. I mean, look, maybe it's better they don't hear the coach then, because maybe we see something better.
Hey, to be fair, RNG could have lost to IG if Kenju probably wasn't there to, you know, bring out the belt and put them in their place for that game 3 the other day.
True. I mean, the game 3, a complete contrast. Like, oh my god, RNG, why didn't you play this well in the start of the series? I feel like, you know, coaching staff so far have this reputation going around. Like Kenju, I think Stake is one as well, who I'm not sure if people said he's laissez-faire, but he definitely looks like a chill guy.
He's very, from like his time on Flash Jobs and like back when I was in LMS and we were very close to them, he's definitely very like talk to his players, give suggestions, can be like harsh, but definitely not in the same vein of like what you hear about Kenju or like what you'd hear about Warhorse back in the day about how they are just very, very there. And heck, we've actually seen it from Kenju, right? Like EDG put out those documentaries last year, and like you can see what a coach can do, especially if your players believe in you, right? That's typically, I feel like, when those more strict styles work, is when a player knows like, hey, this guy has what's best in mind for me and the team.
Yeah, as we're about to go into ban pick as well, we can talk a little bit more about, you know, some of these clinical picks that we want to see. Again, talked about mid lanes getting banned away. And EDG, red side or blue side, it doesn't matter. We just go straight to Forge.
And yeah, I feel like they're open up to do this with AL banning out the Poppy on blue. Because I feel like Poppy is a way more like dangerous pick to deal with than what we've seen of the Zeri, or at least that's what teams think, right? I feel like we consistently have seen Zeri left open in some matchups. We really don't see Poppy let through anymore, so I'd expect EDG to go with that ban, but no. Instead, gonna take away the Xin Zhao.
Okay, well, you've got Kalista as well, but they're like, nah, we're not going to pick Zeri. EDG just giving over Zeri Lyric, and we've seen a lot of the time taken into the Kalista matchup, no worries. Well.
And now EDG going towards the Draven. Also, just to go to AL really quickly, I'm kind of speculating it just sets up for the Amumu to come out because that's what they love doing.
Yeah.
Wukong now picked up for Junja, and EDG wanting to match that aggression down in the bot lane, but also getting the priority jungler. So for AL, we kind of already hit on Chocho really just loving going towards that Amumu, really being the initiator for the side of AL, being able to find these fight setups and get things going. And then, like, I mean, they could look towards jungle, right? We still have things like the Pantheon left open. Even if things like Lee Sin we have been seeing like fall out a little bit, or the Viego both still there. And yeah, I was gonna say you could blind pick mid, but not too many options left open that Forge has really gravitated towards. But still, they're gonna say, hey, it's better we get our hands on something like the Ahri than leave EDG to pick mid on 3 and then let them ban out even more of Forge's champions.
But Scout just looks at it and go, well, I do play Lysandra, right? Like Xiaohu, like any other mid laner in the league, this is just going to come through as a natural response.
And now, for EDG still not having a support under their belt, actually, yeah, no support under their belt for the side of AL, not having a jungler. So EDG going to take away the Trundle. It's not actually something I forgot to mention, right, that we've been seeing come into prominence. Something that does incredibly well into the Trundle as well, being able to take away those resistances. And we saw what the Pillar was able to do last time around. So for EDG, I mean, you could set up very easily to be able to just get, you know, your kind of generic support matchup on 4 with Renata now taken off the table and save that counter pick for Flandre and topside.
Manko last time around, it was the... no, it was actually Chocho on the Nautilus. But last time around, what did we get, Lyric? What was that bottom lane?
We'd Braum come out from Mako in game 2. I mean, realistically, right, if they wanted to, they could even just look to run that back and have that kind of disengage and safety for Viper there, because you're already set up with more than enough engage coming out from jungle and mid.
Okay, well, engage, counter-engage, the ability to keep Draven alive, run it back for round number 2. And all I can say to you, Lyric, is I'm excited to see what Flandre picks up as a counter up in the top side, because we've seen Flandre recently. Things like the Yone top, the Jax, the Rivens come out this split. Flandre has a plethora of champions, and to take it into ZDZ, let's hope it's a spicy one.
So we get the Viego coming out, and on this patch in LPL, Viego is 1-7. We're really seeing him struggle. I feel like we're seeing a lot of junglers that bring utility, that bring CC Thrive, and we're seeing comps less about having enough burst and having enough damage to really be able to set up for the resets for Viego. But Gwen locked in as well. You were hitting on the Jax for Flandre. Definitely in the wheelhouse. Again, they already have kind of enough engage on lock. Would give them a lot of pressure inside, especially as we go later on for Flandre dealing with ZDZ.
And how many times have we seen Jax taken into Gwen this split, honestly? A lot of players finding it comfortable as well as... Yep, there we go. Flandre on the Jax. So we get 2 bonus picks here in the Drave and the Jax coming through, Lyric. And this is a different vibe, considering that we have a lot more side laning for EDG in this second game.
And only Flandre's second time picking it up this split.
Yep.
Flandre has played literally everything throughout his career. Played the Malzahar top, played the Azir top. You know he can function on any champion that he is able to bring out. And for EDG, having that same aggressive bot lane this time around, but I think having a lot more opportunity to influence with mid-jungle. Scout still will also be able to look for some advantageous trades. And maybe even set up ganks for Junja and then use that to lean down towards bot. Flandre could be able to be very self-sufficient unless, you know, we see the over-aggression come out from ZDZ.
Or maybe even, you know, the map and kicking Flandre before he's down. But there's a lot of action to be seen. There's a lot of, I was going to say, a lot of potential to snowball from both teams here, Lyric. I feel like once a gold lead starts, they're both comps that are hard to keep down from progressing and just running over the game.
I feel like when I look at both of them too, the difference is they can like start from different places. I think Junja having a little bit more out, like can look bot straight away, but I think would have a lot more confidence looking mid with the amount of lockdown that Scout has. So for AL, it also just all leads to the bot lane. When you pick the Kalista Mumu, typically being a lot about these all-ins. So we're gonna see if AL this time around, getting their hands on their most comfortable bot lane duo, can actually find a win. You've been hitting on it all day so far, which all day's been an hour long, that it's all about game difference for AL. So even one win would put them in a better spot when it looks like a lot of teams are going to end up on 7 series wins.
Anyone's Legend in the worst position, but also they're the makers of their own fate. That's what matters, because a lot of other teams like LNG have to sit back and hope. BLG the same as well, excuse me. EDG, you know, they made their own fate. They made their bed. They went out for the day. They went out, had a cup of coffee, came back and made lunch. Like, they've been making their own fate for a while. It's like 4 p.m. for them. And so you look at this team and you're like, yeah, they're going to be in playoffs. They're going to be up in that second round. But just how far are they going to go, Lyric? Just how far are they going to go? That's what most people want to ask, because for EDG, it has been a rougher split than some would expect. Summer has left a lot of questions. People want to know, are EDG actually going to be able to return to their title and defend their title, I should say, at this year's Worlds?
So, EDG, makers of their own fate.
Nice.
So, what does that mean for AL?
Well, they also make their own fate. We don't just have one team who makes fate, you know?
Really?
Yeah. Dude, people make... Well, I mean, AL win. They're in playoffs. I feel like that makes up a pretty nice piece of fate, don't you?
Yeah, that's true. And for AL, I love what they're doing already. They're looking for this aggressive play in bot side jungle, but EDG...
Yeah,
we're not... Oh, wait, maybe.
Viper's just starting up the Gromp himself. Tries to threaten Xiaohao and slow it down, but the bottom wave is there. EDG, Viper, and Mako are going to all in onto Xiaohao. One of the first times I've seen this, as Mako doesn't get the Winter's Bite, so Xiaohao is forced out. But Lyric, they missed 3 minions for this, maybe even more.
And we can already see Chocho and Betty having some experience under their belt, so should be able to look for that level 2 and try and find some semblance of an advantage for themselves. But Junja already going to be on the bottom half of the map, so maybe EDG actually look for a bit of a cheeky gank in bot side.
Oh, yeah.
They don't have any wards in River either, so it would go unspotted. I'm not sure if he was spotted on the ward that he crossed over to get to Wolves. You would assume he is, so AL should have an idea that he's on this half of the map. And by have an idea, I mean they should have seen him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be a quick moment where we'll know it's been confirmed as Flandre hits 2 in the top side first. Lethal tempo actually taken up here, Lyric, which is interesting, but never mind that. What's more interesting is the bottom side, as Winter's Bite was the start with Ignite down. Bandage toss flashed away from Betty and Chocho. You knew they were going to try and take the all-in with the level advantage.
All of this coming from that level 1 where Viper and Mako almost able to turn on Xiaohao, but the fact that they weren't able to, and we start seeing that experience lead stack up for AL. Looks like AL might be looking for a play on bot side themselves. Mako's very low. Maybe you can try and burst him out in time, but they're going to have to be careful because even Betty, being half HP, Viper's still full. Yeah. I think this could be a little bit dicey.
Ignite is down too. We saw on the last players, Mako should have the wall available. He's bandage tossed up and dead at the start. Viper hitting them back as Junja here at the right time, and Flandre TPing in. What a flash! With the Counter-Strike down, they bring Scout as well. Never one for EDG without the others.
EDG going to be able to guarantee this kill to Xiaohao. Not even losing too much elsewhere on the map. We can see now, Scout just lost 1 minion. He's going to get back and be able to clear out the rest. Flandre looks like he'll lose a little bit, but still, you've kept your bot lane alive. They're still tremendously down in CS, which is rough, but Junja getting a brunt of those kills. EDG finding a pretty nice start to this game once again.
It was a shame that Viper didn't get the kill, but hey, gold back in favor of EDG. A 2-kill start on Junja. And the fact that that TP played worked, the commitment from EDG, Lyric, was about what you'd expect with the ward here doing quite a bit of work.
Yeah, we're gonna see so they show the word spotting him out, him heading up towards that top side. But I guess that's why they don't expect him to just wrap right back down around, right?
Yeah.
And then the fact that the other two members able to commit these TPs. Chocho does land the bandage toss, and they did have the burst to take him out right away. Once these other members start coming through, you know, it is in a very rough position for AL.
And we just watched the chase down here as well. It's easy as you'd like. Junja with a huge 5-head on the pathing. This is why we talked a lot about the jungler. You know, the early aggression lyric, his numbers inflated? I don't think so. Proving their point in a game 2 against anyone's legend.
It does look like, since AL got the dive, right, they crashed their wave in, that they were holding their wave in a pretty decent spot for quite a while, as Forge might go down.
Scout's going to be rooted up. There's a good charm, though, onto Junja. The flash away from the burst damage out of this Wukong, though, is going to come through as Chocho gets yet another engage. Mako standing in front of the flash is committed by Betty. He's got the never move, though. The breakable is now what it's called, as Betty gets the kill, and anyone's legend bot lyric. I'm glad you talked about the wave crashing in. Like, Viper's at 14 CS and now down a kill.
I mean, denied the whole, like, first few waves from Viper. They were holding the wave after the play came out, and now they're just able to keep this advantage going. Mako not respecting the amount of damage, able to come out from the AL bot lane. And, I mean, Betty probably going to be sitting on a pretty respectable back.
Yeah.
And start building up a huge item lead, right? And then you can just constantly look for these plays on rinse and repeat. Just constantly keep going in. You know you're going to be able to win out in 2v2s. Then it's going to be a lot down to jungles and mid laners trying to react and salvage the situation.
We talked a lot about, for anyone's legend, you know, this bottom lane needs to go right. There's a Kalista, there's an Amumu. We've seen some pretty atrocious games from Chocho, but also spectacular on the other end. Set up for success here. As you mentioned, the buy from Betty. We do only have a double longsword, but it's a double longsword with Berserker Greaves versus triple longsword here from Viper. So, feels pretty good, especially when, Lyric, you're not the only other lane that's doing that well. You look at top side, even with Flandre catching this wave, there's a sizable CS lead for ZDZ after Flandre committed his TP too.
Exactly, right? It's all down to that play that he made in the bot lane, just giving ZDZ the freedom to get that wave in, and him, you know, not being able to get up towards top side as much as Scout was towards mid. And Scout, I mean, kind of just looking at CS advantages across the board, right? Being the one place where EDG have found a bit of an advantage, not losing too much out on his TP towards spot. But we've been hitting on for EDG that, you know, looking towards mid first could be a bit of a play. Forge does have Unsealed Spellbook, so has the cleanse for any CC that comes out. But you've already gotten his flash down. Scout has ult up, and Juju's very close to 6.
And Scout's actually in a great position. I mean, not like the others. Flandre might be down, but Scout up in CS, gets the crash in mid. And now we look at the top side gank as Flandre's going to get needlework to start off. He leap strikes away. ZDZ wants to target him down, but the last piece of the resistance, my French, absolutely garbage, is not going to connect either. So ZDZ having priority, and you don't even need Xiao Hao in the end as you push in the way.
I gotta say, though, considering you're Australian, I don't think the expectation is for you to have amazing French. If you did, it'd be impressive. Your Mandarin, actually very impressive.
It's getting there. Actually,
mine,
I haven't worked on it.
Mine a little bit subpar.
It's okay, dude. I mean, look, to be fair, you know, you lived in Asia for a while, and I mean, actually, wait, we both did. We did work, you know, in Shanghai. That was a time ago. It's been a hot minute. Hang on a minute. Glacial Path's going to be used in the mid lane. I'm going to pause on the throwback story because Dragon looked like it was going to be start lyric, but Junja's just moving down instead. Overward doesn't care. Flashes the bandage toss. And now with a Cyclone, Betty's sure to die. The cash in. Junja also a madman. The better jungler for EDG. I'm starting to think so.
EDG wanting to go down towards that bot side. They know Herald's up, right? And they know since Xiao isn't around bot, he's going to be looking for that. And they say, hey, we value more trying to get Viper back into this game and preventing the snowball coming out from Betty and Chocho. They're able to do that. They're able to get those stacks cashed in and also going to turn this into a dragon. But hey, for AL, the silver lining, at least they were able to get that Rift Herald, since EDG haven't really been able to turn this into any plates.
But they're walking into a trap, and Scout sitting in the brush. Orbit Deception comes through. Yeah, he was spotted out in the tail end as missing pings with Dragon getting taken. Means EDG are still going to find the neutral objective. So Herald, as you talked about, is there. But I'm more wondering about what EDG do next, because Lyric, the bottom lane is mitigated. But is Chocho going to go for the all-in? Yes, he is. That ultimate not hitting Viper, though. This is deep. as Junja gets out from the damage. Another cash in. Anyone's Legend. You know what? The lead could have brought you back, but now with a double cash in on Viper, Bot is suddenly screwed after the great early game.
And that's the level of aggression we know that comes from AL.
Oh,
Chocho, the double-edged sword, running in. We're actually going to go all the way back to this replay, but I would actually love to just see that play we just witnessed again. You hit on it, flashing in to dodge out from the CC to come from Chocho. Gets the Cyclone. They lock up Betty, and getting a nice amount of gold onto Viper. Picking up the Essence Reaver outright.
Oh, God. And with the cash in as well, like that CS lead means nothing. In fact, I think Viper is now, of course, he's ahead of gold with the items in front of us, but Serrated Dirk on top of that. This Draven now relevant in a game that it shouldn't have been so with the weird jungle start we saw.
It
And I
was
just
what,
can't believe
40
EDG
to
brought us
14
back.
CS?
Yeah.
40 to 14? Like
It was insane. I think it was more, we're getting towards a crest of 50 before Viper was able to get into his 20s. So, Lyric again, you know, even though topside is still going well, I was going to ask you more questions about how EDG set up here with the side lane Jax, with the Draven now having so many kills and being quite ahead with the Dragon stack already beginning.
I feel like for EDG, I'd kind of like to see them just keep up their vision control bot side. They obviously don't really have any top. We've seen ZDZ able to keep pushing in that wave. But if you can maybe push your vision line in bot river a little bit deeper into enemy jungle, get some information on where Xiao is, and start planning on how you're going to like play around that Rift Herald charge, that's where I'd want to see EDG succeed. I've already hit on ganking mid numerous times. It doesn't look like that's in the cards for EDG, but the play is still there. Now Forge, of course, does have his flash up, but Scout still has that ult available, and I really want to see EDG make use of this hard CC.
I mean, it's more like Scout is playing the, I guess, the Doomby Xiaohu method. Moving towards his bottom lane is the go, and Scout keeps on threatening, spotted out by a ward, hovers in Fog of War, and EDG feels so safe because they know that they've got their jungle mid sitting as their guardian angels. Viper can go in and get himself yet another piece of turret plating with the immense damage that Betty and Chocho are now feeling. I just can't believe we're at this point.
No, and now EDG bringing Juja and Scout over to look for this play. Xiaohao is hovering around, so it might be hard to make anything happen, but they might be able to separate them if they're not too close to this turret.
Scout going to be massive. Look at the time here on Forge. At least gives more pressure for Viper to just hit away at the turret as Forge comes on in, but with the Glacial Path, Scout having the Summoner, Forge burns his ulti immediately while EDG's bottom lane gets engaged on. Betty flashing in, but this is an Essence Reaver. Draven! One more hit would have done it, but nice job from Xiaohao. A double kill back into the hands of Betty is a good news story for anyone's Legend.
And I'm so confused how Viper and Mako got caught out by Betty and Chocho. I mean, Betty, of course, using the ultimate. Chocho, you have a ton of engage, but EDG's plan, go down towards bot. Forge, you have to follow. If you can't get the dive on bot, at the very least, you can try and turn and find that pick on mid. Doesn't go to success. Scout gonna try and find Chocho now,
And he's here in the nick of time with the Glacial Path. He gets all three, but he used it to get down here. Scout still delaying the back. There's no vision though, Lyric. As the Whirling Death, it might be in the perfect place. Betty close to dying, and now Scout has an easy angle. All right, Betty coming up. Scout gonna let him back. Are they waiting? The flash ulti, it's a suicide mission to stick around, and Betty had no choice.
Junja even taking the turret to make sure everything goes smooth and according to plan. But hey, at least Betty and Chocho were able to find those kills before and get a bit of gold back when this was looking incredibly dire after what we've seen Viper and Mako get. We're going to see here, I mean, also just kind of sticking around too long, right? I don't know what the comms were here, but look at where Scout and Junja were on the minimap at this point. They knew Xiaohao was around bot side because they spotted him out when those two were hovering down to look for that dive, but not appreciating the fact that the engage can come out.
Well, we've got a turnabout play with Scout, but still, Betty getting some kills now means a Mortal Shield Bow. And it means that anyone's Legend can get themselves back on track with the bottom lane lead that they had starting this game off. Lyric, I want to take a moment because bot has been all we talked about. I'm sure it'll be everything we talk about. Actually, forget top, forget mid, anything else I was going to say. Look at the minimap.
Yeah, you know, AL heading down towards his bottom side, but Mako and Viper say, see you later, and they escape. So, you know, not too much going on, but Dragon coming up 4 seconds, Herald coming up soon. With the lead that EDG have been able to found through some of these skirmishes, I'm feeling like they're going to look for this fight in bot side. They're already trying to wrap around to get in a position where they can try and enter river together, but AL already having control of the area.
We don't have Unleashed teleports available from Scout and Flandre on a cooldown here. as the angle would have been nice, but Forge by himself, good little charm with the Everfrost connection, trying to poke out Junja. EDG confidently walking into River, but it's Flandre now who joins in with a Divine Sunderer, looking for his own type of angle.
Yeah, Flandre going to wait in the bush. They're going to try and draw them in and utilize the fact that he can come off on the flank and look for the counter-strike onto Betty.
Curse the Sad Mummy's there. Look at the counter-strike. Chocho ulties in early. The Fate's Call saves his life, but Junja is right there with him as Viper's untouched. Forge not contributing too much himself. The needlework, very OP, but it is always more satisfying to see the Gwen die, especially as all of you out there watch EDG clump together and bring that gold lead into a 3K fruition.
And it's kind of crazy that the kills are so heavily in favor of EDG, but the gold, 3K, like, respectable lead, but it felt like the reverse last game, right? Kills a little bit closer, but the gold lead was massive. EDG gonna start being able to snowball this one as we see them breaking down the spot turret, and you'd expect they're gonna start making their way towards the top side, right? AL do have tempo coming out from base, considering they died, but actually sending Betty down to catch wave and bot first, so this might even just be in position for EDG to look for this without an answer. A lot of ults are down on both sides, so I'm curious to see if EDG wait these ones out or if they just feel comfortable going for it, considering they just saw close on the wave.
But we'll look at the replay first. Before we start talking about the waves, I think talking about Chocho setting up the engage before TP lands.
Yeah, Chocho goes in, and they just didn't have information of Flandre being in that brush, able to get right on top of Xiaohao, lock him down. Yeah. That buys time for Junja to get the Cyclone back onto Betty, and bam, jungle and AD carry down. Those have been the two members really getting involved in the fights, and especially Betty, right? Getting all of the gold on the side of AL. So once he's down, it's up easily for EDG to win the fight, and we can see AL end up not opting in to contest this Herald. So EDG, the gold lead, 3K, again, respectable big lead. It's going to start ballooning into 5,000, 6,000 once they drop this Herald.
We've got an Eclipse on the Draven as well. Viper back in charge. It's so funny, the balance has swayed in this AD carry position all game long. But one thing that hasn't really changed is Scout leading through mid. You know, Forge has been the only lane that's been down in CS. He might have caught up, but with those frozen thralls in the last fight, with Scout having a level lead lyric and being able to get close to getting the solo turret on the top side, this Lissandra building the pure damage is going to mean business. As I need to cut myself off because I need to cut myself in. Forge comes in with the Spirit Rush. Not sure how that works either, but he makes an attempt with the Everfrost, and Mako just says no.
Yeah, great job by Mako. Overall, EDG using the Sprawn pick very well to make sure that none of AL shenanigans with how much they like to play these like hard engage style comps. The Scout now
look at the damage. Look at Forge mid. Oh my god, Viper sets up for Junja to give him a nasty bonk on the head. Viper again as Mako by his side. Chocho goes in. Fate's Call is anyone's legend when they're fighting for playoffs. This team, it doesn't have the same spice to it, the same vibe to it. The early game kaput, and EDG taking everything on the map with anyone's legend. Disappointing a little bit here, Lyric.
I mean, for AL, right? We saw how they did throughout most of the split against lower and middle tier teams. And again, respectable performance is why they are competing for a playoff slot. But ever since they're going up against these top dogs, just not able to keep up. We'll see the replay here. Damage comes through once the Whirling Death comes out. Just so much damage. And Junja able to get in there to secure that kill. Scout was close to getting picked off at the same time, but had his E, so was able to get away scot-free. And heck, I think we said 1 minute ago that gold lead at 3,000 right now, going to balloon up to 5, 6K. And there we go. 7K gold lead for EDG out of nowhere. Still expanding on that. Baron not even up yet. And I think the craziest thing is looking at the minimap and seeing the vision control. How many wards EDG have down and how little information AL have. Like, my God. Thank you, Observer. Actually kind of panning over AL's vision at the perfect time.
You've got this perfect setup, as you said. And for EDG pushing it to the limit, like Scout is now angling for those little pickoffs as anyone's legend step up into the lane. And Junja doing the same. They can't move to this mid lane wave. Viper and Mako are ready. And Lyric, I think the other piece of bad news is that anyone's legend, it's not like they're playing with dragons at this point in the game either.
No, I mean, they really have nothing going for them, right? And especially, even the damage profile that's going to come out, like, you don't exactly have, like, insane scaling. We know Gwen's going to become a monster, but on the same token, like, Jax is going to keep scaling, be able to win in that 1v1. And EDG now just continuing to choke AL out of any vision. making it so they can't walk into their jungle, they can't farm any of their own camps, so they're being denied more resources, and it makes it so EDG can just keep rotating back and forth between these lanes, and the second anyone from AL steps up to answer, that's when a pick's going to come through for EDG.
It's literally like playing Phasmophobia for the first time. You've seen videos, but you don't really understand what's going to happen once you step into the darkness. For EDG, choking out that last line of vision up towards the Baron side means Scout right now, he's going to be lensed, but that ward soon to be taken as with the inner turret, the flash here from Chocho. It's EDG trying to commit, but Chocho once again doesn't have his team at his back. ZDZ not willing to commit as Flandre just hops on him. The needlework comes out as a defensive tactic, and it's hitting no one as Mako's ulti superb, and EDG putting on a class act against our still would-be playoff team.
Mako, like you said, amazing ulti coming through. Dragon's up if they want to go towards third dragon, but it looks like the only thing on the cards for EDG is going to be Baron. Their bot lane making their way over now. Flandre going for the reset. He has TP. Scout has TP. And now, Sterix, it feels like just a matter of time for EDG snap their fingers. And guess what? Are still just fighting for 5th, 6th with Weibo Gaming.
Yeah,
the
they
win,
are.
gonna be a nice confidence boost, though, heading into playoffs.
For fans as well, right? I think for EDG, we talked about some of their problems, like, you know, for JJ being quite passive, for EDG not really bringing it all together. We used to know this team as this insane team-fighting team. I don't feel like we've really had those vibes much this split, but having said that, we are getting some nice team fights in this second game.
I mean, at this point, too, right, they're just so far ahead. Flandre
Yep.
able to find the angle on to ZDZ and then just keep bringing them down. So much CC, and then bam, huge ultimate from Mako to just make sure everything goes smooth. But going back to your point about this just building confidence for EDG fans, let's remember in their last series against WE, again, their bot lane got 2v2 killed by WE's bot lane. Like, we've been seeing struggles like that. Demon solo killed Flandre in that same series. Just like a lot of these like questionable moments coming through for EDG that's like, hey, you would really never expect these to be your issues. So great for them to bounce back against AL. And I mean, heck, this been one of the most dominant series we've had, you know, like from a top team all split.
It's, even though it didn't start out that way, right? We're going to get AL defending their territory in the top side, but with ZDZ jumping in, good Chocho ulti, this could be the return for anyone's legend, but Viper's still alive. Chocho getting the whirling death of Betty off the back end. Flandre still jumping in, and Viper is a damage source I'm so scared about. As Xiaohao with his Heartbreaker won't get the reset. Viper starts cashing in. More money for him. He is one-shotting people. And it's Viper all the time with his poisonous sting. He'll just take the team fight himself.
I mean, 3 for 3 overall, though, right? AL managing to find something from that skirmish right after we were praising EDG for their dominance in this game. Gwen being left untouched for such a long time felt like the big beneficiary for AL. And for EDG, you hit on it, right? Viper being able to kite out a lot of the engage coming through. We'll go straight into the replay of what happened because EDG wanting to take this turret, but immediately an engage straight onto Mako. He gets taken down before he's even able to use the ult, which has been such a big tool, which is why AL finds so much value. Flandre able to get in to distract a little bit, and Xiaohao tries his best to jump on Viper. Once Flandre notices, he jumps to his AD carry. They're able to make sure he's safe, and then it looks like Forge and the others not really on the same page. Forge wanting to go in. ZDZ starting to back off.
Oh, look at his damage. I mean, I know, like, as you said, even trade for anyone's legend is good when they're so far behind, but in that last replay lyric, I'm just watching Viper's fancy feet, walking around, you know, all I could say is a bit of Floyd Mayweather vibes coming through from this AD carry. And what do you expect? He's got 19 out of 19 kill participation. It's been around in this game with all the chaos, and Viper is now with an Infinity Edge that 4-item Draven, the one-shot capability, as we saw in the last fight, is going to continue.
2 items above Betty, or I guess 1.5, if you know, if you really want to be a stickler for how many, but which is crazy, right? Just leaning it back into the start of the game where Betty had the like 30 CS advantage. Viper able to make do so much with the cash-ins he's found from the engages, from the skirmishes that EDG have been able to set up. And a lot of it coming down to good choices by EDG to give up that first Rift Herald to double down on getting their bot lane a lead. And now they've just been running home with it. They're going to try and set up a play on this bot lane turret, but not too much range coming through for them, so they're kind of threatening a dive. I
mean, but Chocho with the counter engage, good 4-man ulti, but will it be enough with the Fate's Call? There's no damage done. Needlework is defensive yet again, and anyone's legend are the one that set that up, but are also the ones to retreat.
At the same time, it feels like EDG needing a fight to be able to close out this game. If they can get this mid-wave in, which we can see Juju's doing now, you can at least pull one member away from the spot side and then potentially look for a dive with numbers advantage, but looks like they might look for it even without.
Oh, it's a flash on in. Scout buying time in the middle of everyone. The Frozen Tomb is going to seal down Forge as Flandre jumps in for the victory, and to deny anyone's legend from hitting playoffs today, EDG have made it a little bit personal. AL will still have to make their fight to the top as Edward Gaming are giving us great signs of life here, Lyric. A double kill again as Flandre is just playing with the jungle bot. But as he jumps back in, Xiaohao flashes away, and EDG head on to that next as they've been toying with them here in what feels like a 25-minute back and forth, but an EDG setup that will not soon be forgotten. Their final game of the split done, and EDG locking in 11 wins. We'll have to wait till playoffs to see if this kind of fire returns to the Rift.
Both games, there were some missteps, but overall incredibly dominant coming out from EDG. Both games, it felt like they were in control pretty much the whole time. Once we hit things like the 10 and 15-minute mark, they'd already amassed 5,000, 6,000 gold leads heading into the mid-game, and they were using them quite well, constantly pressuring around, especially this game. How they were choking AL out from their own jungle, controlling vision, and really just denying that information to try and find those picks was beautiful to see. And for EDG, a team that has looked a little bit bruised and beaten in this summer split, I mean, this is exactly the kind of series you want to end on before we go into playoffs.
Even though it was AL, right? AL is a middle-of-the-pack team, and you look at standings, AL is only 2 places under EDG. We know there's a big gap between our teams still yet to lock in, but for EDG, this was a defining game to, again, show us that this team could be capable of making worlds. Lyric, I'm glad you pointed out some of the mistakes within this series. That for EDG is Flandre's playing a BO5. You know, he's just coming back in. But for EDG, on a serious note, to bring you back in, this is a squad that we know their capabilities as a full 5-man unit are unbeatable in the world. Like 2021 kind of showed that. People were like, oh my god, like, let's talk about Dumb1 again. And then everyone's like, no, look at EDG now. And maybe should it have not gone to a 5-game series? I don't know. Does that make people mad? Yes. But
well, it's kind of funny, right? Because even hitting on the LPL, like when they won Worlds, a lot of people were banking on FPX being the team to do it. Not a lot of people going in having faith in EDG being the one to hoist the trophy. Even for myself, I was predicting RNG to win that Worlds despite the fact that they didn't win the LPL. So EDG have proved people wrong before. They've stepped up when it mattered most, won an LPL final, won a world championship, and they definitely have the talent on paper to be able to do it again. So I'm curious to see what changes they make. And especially if they keep the jungle situation how it is, right? I think one thing that's very clear with how, like in their last series, they used both Junja and JJ one game, is that it doesn't seem like it is a hard, we are just going to commit to this player if anything goes wrong. We can even think back to last year where JJ had a rough game in the series against WE in summer playoffs, and Junja came in to finish out that one series, but then they went back to JJ, right? So I think it's kind of cool that EDG have these roster changes available that don't really seem to impact the system or the dynamic of their roster too much. And that goes to the fact that, I mean, despite the fact that Junja kind of left briefly in spring and went to RA for a little bit, but didn't actually play in the LPL, I mean, Junja's been with EDG for quite a while. JJ's been with, like this core has been together, and it just seems very comfortable playing with one another.
I remember it was the Clear Love roster where it's like, Clear Love was back. Oh my god. Oh
for
god.
His birthday.
Clear Love no more. Yeah. Kind of like how, like, Wang Sikong on IG, you know, what the president wanted to play, put him in, boys. That still has a 100% win rate, by the way.
And he won, and he won. That's
with
all
Jackie
that
Love's
matters.
support. With Jackie Love's support. That's the 100% win rate I care about. But, Lyric, I will say, my takeaway from this series is that Junja did work so well with EDG in both games. Trundle, then Wukong. Junja had a clinic of a series, and I feel like the reason that Viper did so well on his 100% kill participation in a 22-kill game is because Junja was there to facilitate with Scout.
I just really like the read coming out from EDG, right? Because when we saw we've seen EDG go like in different ways, whether they play around bot or like that small stint heading into Worlds last year where they were actually giving Flandre some attention. But this series, it was going back to basics, going back to bot lane, which not only is the strength of like EDG's playstyle across their whole history, also shuts down what AL like to do. We saw AL trying to enable their bot lane in this series. EDG reading it well, EDG knew as well, kind of stifling that mid jungle, which they were just able to do through picks and bans, ban out Forge, and then have Scout either on a counter matchup like we saw in game 2, or I mean, technically on a counter matchup in game 1 as well. Just pick something like an Azir where you know Forge actually doesn't have any champions that can look to answer. So good game plan coming in from EDG. Overall, great execution to be able to secure the win. And now, I mean, heck, now going into playoffs, right, they're going to end up facing one of the teams under them once again, who they should be favorites over. But I'm just more curious to see how they can strategize and game plan against teams like JDG, TES, V5. I think one of the benefits they have is, again, I feel like teams like JDG or V5, like, or even TES, right, hard index into like who their carries are, or like these certain play styles that maybe EDG can figure out a way to, you know, take down Rookie or manipulate Knight and Jackulov like we saw V5 do the other day, or I guess Punish Wayward was what we saw V5 do. But point is, there's a flexibility to EDG that I think can give them some leeway in terms of going up against other teams in playoffs.
Yep. And they are locked into 5th seed as well now, Lyric. Their game differential's too high. Weibo Gaming, even if they get 11, will not be able to catch up to a plus 12. So EDG is the one team right now that is permanently locked. 5th seed, top of the bracket, round 2, no matter what. Remember, they can't catch that upper echelon. They cannot be caught by the lower. And so EDG in the top side of the bracket, I feel like the top side, Lyric, is always the one that creates upsets, right? Because, actually, what I might be just BSing right now. WE made a run in the bottom side. LPL just creates upsets everywhere. At the very least, first thing, the winner of 8th and 9th seed. Should be spicy, though, to see if they can make it all the way to double elim.
You know what's funny is we came in today thinking, like, we're going to have a ton of playoffs implications.
Yep.
There's actually a world where we actually have none today if IG 2-1 OMG. If IG 2-1 OMG, like our next series, we have nothing. To where it's like AL didn't lock in now, OMG might not lock in, LNG might not lock in. That would be quite crazy as AL, like we said. We've been hitting on EDG a lot, kind of sad for them to still not make it. Going to be relying on being able to either upset TES or just relying on everyone around them to lose more series or lose their series worse than AL do.
It sucks when you have to put your faith in another team. Like LNG, even though they're in a better position, have to put their faith in a team like IG to 2-0 today. I think BLG in that kind of position as well, right? They've finished their split. They dropped a game to WE, which could actually bite them quite severely. And they have to just wait and hope that the middle of the pack thins out a little bit and teams like TT and FBX don't find wins. So that's why when we're on week 10, we still have 6 teams fighting it out for 4 spots. Every other league decided at the start of their final week, and we're just here like, oh, Jesus, is LNG going to make it? Is Doinby going to make playoffs this split with Tarzan? You know, is Cream going to return? Is Betty and Chocho going to be there after this split? I don't know, versing Viper at the very least, you know you're not going to be MVP for this one because Viper picks it up. 100% kill participation, Lyric, in a 22-kill game. Even though Junja had an effortless, great-looking game, you have to give it to this Draven for carrying the 4.
I mean, you're on some fights, right, of the fancy footwork coming out from Viper. I mean, able to dish out the damage, able to find a way back into the game after being set behind. And heck, even being part of, you know, being able to find some of these kills like we see here in these early skirmishes, survives the dive coming through, and then able to really just run down AL's bot lane continuously. But you hit on it, right? Setup did come from the team, but when you have this giant artillery, laser, futuristic death cannon that is Viper, why would you all not block around it and set it up, huh?
True.
Why not?
I mean, Mako gets the idea, doesn't he? Like the Brom 2 games in a row. And I think Mako deserves an honorable. It's like tofu. Mako and tofu together. Mako, yeah.
I thought you were saying that Maple came back to the league.
Hey, there we go.
That was...
I get with Betty on the same team. I don't know. That'd be cool. Where was I? Somewhere about Mako. Good player, good stuff. Bottom lane of EDG, Lyric. That is the kind of spirit that we talk about with them a lot.
Now, the only question left is, who is your guess? Who do we get for interview? It's been ruined. You know now.
It's Scott, also known as Scout. Let's go over to EDG's mid laner, because that 2-0 is a big impact with Wendy standing by.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to interview. And now we have Scott from EDG with us. Congratulations on this very clean 2-0 victory. And my very first question is about game one, because in game one, you guys got the first pick on Azir. He's definitely one of your signature picks, but it's not that common to get him in the first pick. So what's the reason behind that choice? 那首先恭喜多多今天非常漂亮2-0获得本场比赛的胜利。第一个问题要问到的是你们第一局一选沙皇的选择，毫无疑问沙皇是你的招牌之一，而且也是这个版本比较强势的一个英雄，但好像并不是非常经常在一选就选择他，所以说一选沙皇的原因是什么呢？
对我们来说的话，比较有自信的英雄吧，所以会一抢。
So Azir, this champion, is the one that we are really confident on. So that's a reason for us to just get him in the first pick. And definitely, your Azir got the MVP in game one, and your Azir really grabbed the whole game tempo, used all the ultimate and other skill shots perfectly, and deal the highest amount of damage. So while getting this Azir pick, what's your focus or what's your whole game strategy with this champion? 那其实你的沙皇在第一局也是斩获了 MVP 嘛，而且感觉你不仅是把握了全局的节奏，然后无论是大招还是技能的释放都特别精准，也打出了全队最高的一个伤害。所以说，当拿到这个英雄的时候，可能你整体的关注的重点，包括说游戏的一些重心会在哪里呢？
拿到沙皇的话，可能整体的节奏放慢一点，然后慢慢玩吧。
So while getting this pick Azir, maybe I would like to slow down the game tempo a bit to just slow down the tempo to drag it to the late game. And in game two, we have seen you guys made the very perfect teamwork in the 3rd minute. Both you and Flandre used the teleport to ball lane because AL, they would like to make the tower dive around the ball lane. So how did you make the calls around it? 那其实说到第二局的话，你们有一波非常漂亮的团队配合，就是在第二局的3分多钟左右，你和圣枪哥的是双 TP 到下路，当时对面是想要进行一个越下塔的一个举动，但是你们的双 TP 赶到非常的及时，想问一下当时那一波是怎么样互相沟通的呢？
嗯，首先是我们下路组猜到了这边会越塔，所以我们在沟通能不能谁有 T 救一下这种。
Around there, our bot lane, they have already predicted that the opponent's team, they may have a tower dive around the bot. And in terms of the team's communication, we just talked a bit like who got the teleport to just help them a bit. And definitely after that, you guys really snowboards very smoothly to ended up the game. And this is the last matchup in the regular season. How would you comment on the team's performance in this summer? And what aspects do you think you guys can still got some improvements on in preparing for the playoff？ 那在今天的比赛结束以后，EDG 常规赛的一个征程也告一段落了。所以说，多多的话会怎么样来总结整个队伍在这个夏天常规赛的一个表现呢？那接下来要准备季后赛，觉得队伍哪些方面还可以继续提高一下呢？
嗯，就我们队的话，在中期开始一直在慢慢的变好吧，所以最近的话应该会有好的状态，然后到季后赛的话，应该是我们减少一点失误就可以了。
From the mid of this season, I think our performance got better and better. And recently, we were able to have a rather good momentum. And maybe into the playoffs, if we can make less mistakes in the actual game, I hope we can have a good result. And definitely, best of luck for the playoffs. 那再次的恭喜你们，也希望你们季后赛都能加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you to Wendy. Thank you to Scout. That is a perfect way to summarize EDG ramping up towards the later half of the season, Lyric, and going towards playoffs. Hopefully, when it gets to best of 5, we get the old EDG that surprises us out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, and right, it's one of the things I think a lot of people have been saying is that going into playoffs, like you just don't know what's going to happen. Predicting a winner feels incredibly hard. It does feel like our top 4 teams right now are like the safest bet of who you'd expect to go to Worlds. But I mean, both Weibo and EDG, like they are dark horses. It wouldn't surprise me if they beat any of the teams above them. Even teams like OMG, who are coming up next, have like shown exciting games and have shown high highs of them beating some upper echelon teams. Like heck, they beat V5, right? So this playoffs, I think definitely one of the most contentious ones we have. out of any of the splits since I've been here in 2020.
I mean, hopefully we continue to get that across, because for OMG and IG that's coming up next, we're going to have another playoff implication match. If OMG win, hippie hooray, they're into playoffs. They're going to be our 7th team, or 10th, depending on where they finish, but they're going to be another lock team. IG on the other side can get LNG into playoffs with a 2-0 win, so we're going to talk about that when we return from the break.
What a timeline that would be.
That TS versus V5 matchup. Like, V5, kind of like AL in the sense that, I mean, they've just been struggling recently out of nowhere. Since they lost to Weibo, they are 2 wins and 3 losses. They've lost to Weibo, they've lost to JDG, and they've lost to OMG. Like, this is so unexpectedly crazy to me, like, just with how good they looked. I mean, heck, first half of the split, right, we were saying they were just the clear best team right now. Do you guys think this is like a good bump in the road so they can learn now, or are we seeing the spring playoffs collapse early? Is V5 doomed? Like, this should have been a team that we 100% saw at Worlds. And now, I mean, I see a lot of people not even putting them in their top 4.
Yeah, like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not the biggest fan of Xiaolongbao. I think he's been kind of a bit messy when he comes into the team. Look, if you look at his stats look absolutely incredible. But then when you look at the teams he's playing against, they're like all the bottom of the table teams, and then like TT from the start of the split when TT sucked. I don't think that he's particularly good at, reading where he should be, and end up like listening to his players way too much, where it's like, oh, well, maybe you can make a gank here, and he just takes that as like definitive, well, I'm going to be in bot lane. And we saw it in the last series where he spent like 30 to 45 seconds just sitting in bot lane, getting absolutely nothing achieved, and he loses his entire top side. And like, it happened in their series before that as well. I can't think off the top of my head. It was against OMG, where
OMG.
Aki, game 1, just completely destroyed him because he just sat, Xiaolongbao just sat in bot lane, gave across his entire top side, and Aki just took over the game from there. So I actually haven't been the biggest fan of the Xiaolongbao replacement. I feel like we're seeing the exact same problem that we saw in RNG, where he ends up kind of giving way too much leniency to the veterans on the team and not actually playing his game or his style, and just ends up falling behind all the time. So I don't know. I feel like that has been a really big disappointment for me.
I actually agree, like, with the sentiment wholeheartedly. I feel like the problem is Karsa has just looked like so bad.
Yeah.
I feel like V5 as a team, like, still actually look better with Karsa. Like their mid game and how they play the map is still there, even if Karsa is kind of running it down. To where with Xiaolongbao, I feel like V5 look a lot more confused. Which I know PP Gods is the main shot caller, right? Like, they've said that in interviews before. But again, when you have a player with Karsa's tenure, and I've even heard it from like his past teammates, like back when I was in LMS and like we'd be around Flash Rolls a lot, that he does have a big voice and like knows the game. But I don't know, it's such a tricky situation where you have one player who is like very heavily like underperforming. I think this has been Karsa's worst split by far. But then you have Xiaolongbao, who I agree is like those same issues he had on RNG, where he looks like a very solo queue-esque jungler in terms of like some of the things he does. He kind of just goes off on his own. I think it helps that Rookie plays around him pretty well, but it kind of feels like a no-win situation. I still don't know if I feel like that's their biggest problem. I feel like Rich has looked a bit egregious lately, but I mean, their whole top side, right, between top and then their jungle situation, things are weird.
Yeah, I mean, the hope is, like, I feel like if they're going to be a world contender, they need Karsa back, but they also need him to be playing well, right? But I feel like the loss of the team is heavy. But I completely agree with the Rich concern, because I feel like, I mean, that was the issue against Weibo. But I feel like I feel like Rich did an okay job in spring at kind of holding his own in a lot of scenarios, but kind of flopped a bit in playoffs. But I feel like blood is in the water, and like teams will just targeting heavily, especially teams who can play around their top lanes, get them ahead, and look to snowball. If you like take Rich out the game and you have picks like, there's plenty of picks that could just take over the game right now in the top lane, like Gwen, like if you get them far enough ahead, it's just, they will just dismantle the opponent. Jax as well. I've seen a lot of Jax and he can just be a menace.
gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a fact that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language.
我觉得下场打OMG的话，他们下路就找机会能力比较强嘛，然后我们就对线，尽量少犯点失误吧。我觉得下季赛打下来就想对队友跟粉丝的话，就大家辛苦了吧。
Well, making less errors is one thing, but for IG, you know, look, don't lose the spark. That's all I'm saying. Welcome back to the LPL here for your Wednesday night. IG versus OMG, the final series, and we talked a lot about this at the start, Lyric. We talked about a lot of the series coming up that have quite an impact. IG versus OMG is definitely one of them, with OMG still looking in to make their final leap for playoffs.
Yeah, we're going to bring the standings back up because this is the last week. Standings are super important.
True.
And you hit on it right as we threw to break, right? That there's realistically two results we want today. We either want OMG to just outright win, 2-0, 2-1, doesn't matter, or IG to 2-0. You know why we want that? Because that locks in a team for playoffs. If OMG win, OMG are just locked in, guaranteed. They are fine, they are chilling, they're vibing. For IG, if IG 2-0 OMG, LNG actually make it in. Doesn't work if IG drop a game, it would have to be a 2-0. And you know what? Our playoff picture has been ambiguous for too long. We just want a team to get locked in today.
Agreed. I mean, 6 teams still fighting it out, and the fact that we've only got a couple of days to go. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then we're done. So if we walk away with an IG 2-1, not only do LNG not get locked in, OMG are in the same position, and nothing happens. That is the one scenario where absolutely nothing happens because of today's games, apart from EDG confirming they're going to be the 5th seed. But let's be realistic, that was most likely happening anyway, Lyric. So for OMG, we can talk a little bit deeper about what this team's been like, how they got here, and how OMG are the ones looking at a playoff spot today, considering that, you know, we had a lot of hope for this team, and it's been a bit back and forth.
Yeah, I feel like we saw in their series against BLG of like how to play against OMG. Very similar to playing against AL. Banding out mid. I feel like Cream has like a very limited effective pool of champions that he really looks like he can find an impact on.
Yeah.
And Silas, I think, being the key to that, banning out some of Abel's champions as well, because OMG's a team kind of look like they rely on Shanji if he can get pressure top, which consistently he does. You see Aki playing towards top side, moving that down to mid, or if Abel and Cold can consistently find these all-ins, and then once again, you'll kind of see Cold make a lot of aggression towards mid and be able to bring Cream into the fold. Because OMG are a team who typically play these very short-range, all-in style compositions that need to find these skirmishes decently early in the game. Like talking about the 8 to 15 minute mark is when you want to get rolling and you want to start getting ahead before what is typically the scaling on the opposing side can outpace you, like what we saw BLG do in that series.
We know OMG are creative in that sense as well, so that's why we want to see them get creative yet again. Remember that green is not a creative color, just to open up the segment here. But we've got so many cool picks for OMG that need to be highlighted, as you said, that get rolling at the start, especially in that bottom lane.
Yeah, I feel like their reliance on key picks is like a double-edged sword, right? The fact that they have these picks like Shyvana, like Samira, like Tristana, Silas obviously a meta pick, but in the same vein of they need it to find wins is cool because especially when you have a top laner like Shanji who can bring out the Shen, who can bring out the Lilia, it's going to get you a lot of these cheeky wins when the enemies don't know how to play against these champions when they're just coming into the meta. But at the same time, like we saw against BLG on blue side banned out Silas, Samira, Tristana, and then it looked like OMG were really struggling to be able to find that impact, especially for mid, but even down in bot. I feel like Abel and Cold have had a solid season so far, but Abel just looks like a different monster when he gets his hands, especially on the Smear, but any type of champion that can find backline access, that wants to go and that wants to take over a team fight and rely on himself. So we'll see if OMG can keep it up, can either get their hands on these picks, or if they have new picks to bring into the fold to be able to take down IG.
Because 50% of the time, OMG do not get access. They get banned in the first phase of that Samira. Shyvana's also there. The Silence we highlighted too. So people have had their number, taken away some of those creative picks. While on the other side for IG, we can just kind of remember this team, right? Because today, as OMG are trying to get creative and trying to find that final series win that they need, IG are this team that are like, oh, well, now we're back again, and they look good, Lyric, but it's too late for them.
Yeah, they were on a 3-series win streak until they played RNG, and they lost 1-2. It was incredibly close. They actually could have won that first game. That first game was really back and forth before they got stomped in game 3. That actually did not eliminate them. What eliminated them from playoffs was BLG defeating WE the other day and making it so 7 has to be the number to hit the mark. We assumed when they lost to RNG that they would be out, but just kind of, saying goodbye to IG, looking towards next year, and kind of theorizing what pieces they could build on. I think for IG, it's been no secret that their biggest weakness has been their bot lane. On and Wink have looked, I think, a bit better in the recent series, which is why they have been on that 3-series win streak, but a lot of heavy lifting having to go down to that top side. Uakai wasn't performing, which is why they had to swap Molin, who's definitely been like a tick up in performance, and Shun, Insane Monster, Zika, feels like he needs still a bit more time, but still I think one of the more impressive players on IG, especially with how young he is.
Yeah, has a lot of potential, right? Like that flair that you get out of players like the Shy as his predecessor, people as well that have come through the IG Young organization, apart from CDZ, I guess. I don't know. Oh, sorry, he came through for each game potential. We have a lot of players and a lot of tracking, which is hard. But
85 plus players.
Well, yeah, that is also true. I was going to say that, for the potential in this roster, as you said, even Arn and Wink coming through, it's so crazy to me that we've had Wink play both roles in the bottom lane this split. He was an AD starting off.
Yeah, he started out AD. Him and Shinliu were not working together as a bot lane. They made the substitution with On and Wink as their bot lane. Still hasn't really been working, but again, was able to net them some wins, has looked better than the previous iteration. And I mean, they're not really fighting for anything today other than pride and other than, again, making it into next season, making it so teams want to pick you up or IG wants to renew or whatever it is, right? You want to keep that value high and make it so going into next year, you can have a solid year and make runs for playoffs and make runs for internationals.
This is a good opportunity for IG, kind of cement that line in the sand. They've still got 2 series to play. This and then, and I was looking at it a little bit before, and then LGD. So that's going to be what we'd call as a bottom clash barn burner. But here against OMG, they have the chance not only to lock in LNG, but to keep OMG from getting towards that magic 8 number. And that's why we're going to look at mid here today, Lyric. It feels like both mid laners are very indicative of the form of their teams. And Cream is someone who, when pops off, it's like, wow, dude, OMG, multi-facilitated team. Mole's like, dude, how many champions does this guy have that he's willing to pull out?
Yeah, I mean, Mole, someone who in 2020 did play all 5 roles, so, you know, willing to pull out just about anything, especially the Nico. Haven't seen it this split. But I think this is going to be a crucial part of the map if OMG want to find a win here, because we were hitting on that a lot of OMG being tied down could be Cream opting into a Silas or opting into an Akali, and then the enemy mid laner just being able to counter out, find a stronger lane matchup, and really prevent him from getting involved. Mole, he's someone who has those niche picks like the Zoe, but isn't relying on them. If Cream opts into something like a Silas, Mole can pull out a Zoe. Mole feels confident playing a Talia or an Ahri, or these things that Cream doesn't necessarily go towards. And I feel like the only other big distinction between these mid laners is Mole is like permanently working with Shun. Following around Shun, he's the highest jungle, mid-jungle proximity in the league. Not really to Shun playing to him, but it's to him playing to Shun, to where Cream not getting as much attention until one of his side lanes can really kind of like break open with a huge lead and start hovering over with Aki to lead that into like invades in the enemy jungle or fights over Rift Herald.
Yeah, it feels like Cream being reliant in that sense. He's been kept down quite a bit. Those picks we talked about, not having some of the lane dynamics that other great mid laners in the league have, really held him back. And as we get closer towards getting into this series, for OMG, we talked a little bit about champion diversity in the bottom lane. I just want to kind of come through and mention that for Cold, we have 6, 9, 12. We have 13 unique champions.
So many.
And top side as well for Shanji. I mean, the same, right? Like 13 with a Lilia top that's come through, with the Shyvana that is now constantly banned against them. Things like the Aatrox, the Ornn, the Sion. He's had his Rumble
signature
top.
Rumble, yeah.
It doesn't end.
Shanji has just about everything. I mean, OMG's a team, right? Have a plethora of picks that they've been willing to pull out. The problem is when you start going through and like looking at what they've won on that has more than one game. It is a very limited pool. So again, I think for IG, you come in with the strategy of just looking at what BLG did. You're looking to ban out mid and bot. You're like, fine, Shanji, you're gonna get one of your specialty picks. Whatever. We don't really put too much attention up towards top side anyway. It's all about playing through jungle for IG. And we've actually seen IG leaning a little bit more into playing towards bot side, which is kind of surprising when we've talked about that being their weakness. So for OMG, I think a lot of it's going to come down to if Shanji can find the advantage against Zika, get a comfortable matchup. That will open up Aki to look for invades on top side and open up things like first Rift Herald, because OMG really rely on Rift Heralds to snowball the game. They actually have the second highest Rift Herald rate in the league.
Oh, well, against IG, you talked about Zika. He's also a man of a plethora of picks. As they enter the stage, Zika, Shun, Moles in the mid lane. It's Arn and Wink as your new duo as well. IG out of playoffs, but can still finish the split strong with a maximum of 6. Imagine if this team came together like they did at the start of the split. It was against Weibo Gaming. That was an insane series. They beat FPX. They took a game off EDG. They took a game off Anyone's Legend. And then from there, IG just struggled to get across the line against some of these easier teams. And it's sad to talk about, but hey, at least against OMG, as I said, they can finish strong. Well, for OMG, we know this lineup. Shanji in the top side. We've got Aki through jungle. Cream mid. It's Abel and Cold in the bottom lane. And will they get Samira? That's what we care about today, because it is just never given over.
No, and, you know, funnily enough, talking about OMG, knowing what roster to expect, let's remember that they did sub in 0909, their sub mid laner for series. They brought Jerry in actually for a couple of series, and that's what seemed to really reignite this core roster being able to perform better, because Cream was really struggling at the start of the split when we were going onto things like the Victor and to the Corki still. But once he got subbed out, came in, started showing a much better performance. Again, Cream's only problem is that champion pool. Still incredibly exciting, can still completely pop off. And like you said, when Cream takes over a game, you're just in awe of what he's able to do. Just that really being the limiting factor. But luckily for him, a point we made earlier in the split is that the supporting cast have stepped up. To our last, especially thinking about last split, but more so last year, it really was the Cream show. Now it feels like Shanji, Abel, Aki all stepping up, having better performances than they did in previous splits, and able to take some of that burden off of Cream.
Abel's come a long way, especially. The flash of Felios play last split,
Oh,
one of
no.
the most memed plays that would have gone into the Golden Ricks.
It was. It did. It won
did
the
it?
Golden Rick.
Oh, it
Yeah.
did actually. Yeah, that's true. I forgot we did that. I didn't know if it was actually you and I that did that fateful award ceremony, but you're right. We did indeed. And
I mean,
you know,
considering it's called the Golden Ricks because you're Stay Ricks and I'm Lyric, if anyone else did it,
True.
it would be kind of weird.
that is actually true. I mean, I was just thinking of Rick and Morty. I thought that's why we named it that, but I guess I forgot. You know?
You know, they actually do have like Golden Rick statues from Rick and Morty online that you can get.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it would be cool if we could get them and send them to these players. I don't know if they'd appreciate them. I don't know if they'll know what Rick and Morty is, but it would be hilarious.
Well, they'd be watching after this, that's for sure. I always think, like, every time, every split, we give out some of these awards, to be able to physically give it to them, I don't know how insulting that would be, right?
I know,
You know?
you're right, it would.
It
It actually would.
Probably stay away from that. For now, just an honorable mention, as, you know, this split, Abel hasn't really given us much of those moments. So props to him and the bottom lane at OMG. I feel like, on the other hand, you know, we've had some pretty crazy moments from Art and Wink, but both been good and bad. So that's why the bottom lane, going into just a 2v2 Lyric, even if it's picked bad, should be filled with some of these pockets that we keep talking about.
Yeah, and that's I find this matchup interesting when you're hitting on all these lanes because I feel like OMG solidly have an advantage in the bot lane. Like
Yep.
their 2v2 should be able to come out ahead. They've looked better this split. They've been together longer. I mean, their support is actually a support.
Sure.
Top lane as well. I definitely lean Shanji over Zika, even despite what he's shown. To me, the difference is for IG, I feel like mid jungle is where they're able to come out ahead. Mid, the champion pool that we talked about, and Shun has just been, you know, a monster this split. He was, the fact that he had like the highest jungle, high share of his team's damage for a while as a jungler, like that is not supposed to happen.
Yep.
Isn't like that anymore, but it was like that for the first half of the split.
The fact that he's still 19% towards week 10 kind of shows you why he's getting this respect banner than Italy. 84% of the time, IG do not have Nidalee available. Kindred as well, the second highest ban, but this time OMG are respecting Arn's Dravens, so they'll leave it open with IG. Looking at that Wukong first pick we talked about earlier.
And something's going to be left open. The Samira, something that you were highlighting that we usually don't get to see OMG get their hands on, are highlighting the Trundle now. Wouldn't be surprised to see that come in, especially for Aki. It's his third most played right now. You know, going to give you the ability to take away some of those tank stats, have the pillar available, maybe looking elsewhere. And then, to me, right, we kind of hit on bot lane. You could look towards there, look to get Abel on something comfortable. Or, I mean, even if you would want to pick up something like an Ari or a Talia and try and prevent that from going into the hands of Mole, I think it's something that can make sense.
But this is what we talked about. It is open with the Zeri ban on blue side. Instead, Abel has Samira up and available with a Xin Zhao Lyric. Yumi's going to come through, but I don't know. I mean, OMG in the third pick. That's going to be interesting if Abel takes it yet again.
I'm curious to see if IG now feel threatened to take the Sivir away and, you know, go towards some sort of Sivir lane. Because we have seen Abel play it. It was only once, but it was a win. And will give OMG a lot of opportunities to look for these engages that they like. And heck, even the first rotation, right? Xin Zhao plus the Yumi, going to be able to set them up to be able to find fights on their terms. And that's what OMG love doing. We see now the Jax locked in for Zika, so wanting to get his hands on what I'd say looks like his most comfortable pick by a mile. Can be self-sufficient, doesn't need a ton of resources. And then typically I'd want to see something like the Talia here, but Cream has been willing to go towards the Ahri a lot more than he's been willing to go towards the Talia. He's actually only played the Talia once, to where he's played the Ahri 6 times. So I think that's why IG leaning into a bit more of a takeaway from Cream.
And kind of just prompting them to go, well, all right, if you don't pick Talia, if you don't pick the Sivir you talked about, we're going to ban it away. So it is not going to be the Samira bottom lane. Lyric, I forgot. You know, with the Yumi, a lot of the time, Samira needs that all in as well. So
yeah,
safety in the bottom lane instead.
OMG wearing their seatbelts today, which I don't know if it's something I like. I kind of like OMG when they
screw seatbelts.
Like the thing that's nice about OMG is that they're one of the teams that hard indexes into their style. And I feel like whenever we've seen OMG divert from that, especially when they've gone for like more passive or scaling picks, like when we had Cream going towards Corki and we had these like very passive bot lanes, is when OMG look a little bit off kilter. But you know, we have what we have. OMG heading into second phase of ban is going to start taking away some of these AD carries from On. On is really leaned into the Aphelios. The other pick I feel like he's looked most comfortable on is surprisingly the Draven, which was taken away in first rotation. So IG going to have to be going down into the depths for what they're willing to pull out. I think it's going to be a tough ask. Really, the only other thing he's played is the Jinx. We obviously saw V5 bring out the Senna Tom Kench up against or it was the Senna Seraphine up against the Sivir Yumi the other day, but not too sure how confident On would be going in that route.
On is someone who, you know, has played a couple of wacky champs like the Zeri, the Seraphine. I'm going to pause on that because before we talk more about AD, this was something we were highlighting a little bit earlier. IG have completely left it open. And although Cream hasn't been playing it as much as things like the Silas Corki, it's still a strong pick in the meta. But Cream is Cream, isn't he?
Yeah. If he does, I'm surprised, but to me, it's looked like Cream doesn't really have the confidence to play some of these other champions.
Yeah.
We saw this in their last series against BLG, kind of opting into the Akali and then getting wrecked by Icon. So, gonna go with that once again. Should hopefully be able to have a better performance, especially like we said, if his team could enable him. Can be a little bit rougher when you have a Yumi down on the bot lane because it means less movement coming out from support to try and enable your mid lane matchup, but means we'll need to see more coming out from Aki.
If Arndis does this, oh my god, what a Chad. What
He's
an
throwing the
absolute
gauntlet.
Chad. He's literally telling Abel, I can play it better. Look at that
Look at the smirk.
What an absolute beast. All right, Arn, we're all watching. Are you going to play it better than Abel? This is his signature pick, and he's going up against the man that is absolutely demolished on it here in summer.
Yeah, I think IG so far, right? They have the ability to play out through side lanes. They have pick potential coming in from the Ahri, but then especially wanting to set up for those big 5v5s, Shun setting it up with the Wukong to enable On to go in with the Samira and really take over. Looks like for now, OMG just thinking of going towards, you know, more guaranteed opportunities to find these fights. OMG want to find these early skirmishes. They want to brawl. They lock in the Sejuani, but you're going to do fine, right? Sejuani feels like one of these picks that in most matchups, you're just going to chill. You're going to do fine. You're going to bring a lot of utility once you hit that level 6 point. But again, the thing I fear is if IG can start breaking down one of these sides early, what you'd expect to be bot with the fact that they've taken the Samir Nautilus and then use that to like hover around mid, make it so Cream's constantly pushing and can't move, that's where IG can start finding some of these things like first Rift Herald or invading the enemy jungle and preventing OMG from getting the Akali involved in these fights.
So strength of early game through bot for IG, but for OMG, what? Are we turtling here? Are we just trying to hope that Cream gets through the laning phase so that we get towards, you know, mid-game Akali with the Sivir, Xin Zhao, and all the strength in their comp?
I think for the side of OMG, they could look to play, like, they don't need to get too much going, I think, in the first few levels. When I really want to see them come online is especially that level 6 mark, because that's when we hit on, especially for the Sejuani, having that ultimate available opens you up to being able to find a pick in top lane, which you could try to directly transfer into being able to take a Rift Herald or being able to take that Rift Herald fight. And that's when Cream, even if you aren't first to move, even if you're just slightly behind Mole because he did have Prio, I mean, you'll be able to get to the fight in time to where OMG's topside 3v3 can be incredibly potent with the amount of AoE like CC or AoE like damage they're able to bring to the table, the backline access that the Akali's coming down, the knockback from the ult from the Xin Zhao, just like all these tools available should be enough to get them a win.
Or melee as well, so Permafrost is going to have a field day here for the Sejuani. A good point with the 3v3 in the top side for OMG while they're facing up against the Samira in game 1. Abel didn't want to pick it. He went for the Yumi Sivir, but Arn comes in and just says, watch me here to open up Summoner's Rift. IG out of playoffs, but they are fighting for LNG right now. With a 2-0 win in this series, they will lock in LNG into playoffs, and LNG better send them some lucky money after that, because on the other side of the Rift, OMG can also lock in playoffs with a 2-0, a 2-1. They just need to win this series, so it is a very important one for their dreams today as we round out towards the middle of the end of the week. What happened here? Award bot. Okay, Cream. Thank you.
So Cream making sure they aren't going for any bush shenanigans, right? Try and get Winkin on down there, throw out a Nautilus Hook level 1, and just start off the lane in a successful position. Because, I mean, OMG's bot lane, you have, like, potential to try to bully out, right? Having the range from the Yumi poke down a little bit, jump on the Sivir. You have the spell shield to try to dodge out on the dredge line. But I think a lot of it's going to be down to trying to clear waves. But IG should go for a bit of an invade themselves and steal away this blue buff.
Not spotted out, they were missing pings there, but for Invictus Gaming, giving Shun this side of the map, Lyric, we've already seen it a couple of times today. I think we actually got it in both games. This vertical jungle for such a volatile 2v2 is set up again.
Yeah, now for OMG. They should have the information there, considering where IG are walking in from, to know that this steal did come through. But look at Aki. He's actually not looking to cross into IG's topside jungle. He's looking to come find the Wukong.
He's going to be level 2, but Shun, as he starts off Gromp, might have to get over the wall. W isn't available. He's standing still. It might point to no. He's going to EQ as flash over commit. RZ2 IG. What? The Yuumi healing not enough as Arn flashes in, needs last auto, and he gets first blood. Abel now in the jungle trying to keep up, but the dash again from Samira. Is Arn going to do it better is the question, as Abel's able to get a trade kill. Wink helping out massively. It is a 1-for-1, but first blood goes to Abel's old best friend.
I love that. I love that instead of being like, I'm flashing over this wall, the other members of IG flash in, look for the aggression. It ends up being a 1-for-1, like you said, so not too much lost, even for Cream in the mid lane. Like, the wave was in a pretty good place for him to be able to come pick all this up. We'll see here, right? Can flash over, but no. They opt into taking the fight, thinking that they're the stronger level 1 from the CC that the Nautilus is able to bring on. Indexing in onto Aki, he's going to guarantee that one. But with how low Shun is, Abel wants to be able to bring him down. And Kreen said, screw mid-wave, I don't care about that. Tries to get involved first. Abel was able to pick up the kill as well. And yeah, the flash from Cream, not exactly necessary, but just wanting to try a way to be involved, especially with how messy and chaotic that skirmish was.
But you know the problem, Lyric, is Cream came through, involved in both of his summoners. Mole did not. Mole is now with the 10 CS lead in mid, and we kind of expected and talked about how Cream has to get through this laning phase. But it just feels so much harder now, considering that IG's early game has been set up with such an ambitious invade.
There isn't much threat of like a kill coming through in this matchup. The only annoyance is just being constantly pushed in, being under your turret, not being able to link up and join in those fights, especially if Aki would want to try and make those plays down up towards top side, you know, at that level 6 mark when Shanji hits ultimate, or cover for bot lane if IG are going to keep playing like absolute psychos. So it could be rough, especially with the TP still available. Going to give Mole a really nice opportunity to reset and even potentially keep Cream in lane, so he can't match with a good reset of his own.
And while his lane's going well, let's just hover back to bottom side. Arn was able to get the first blood, but Abel, as you said, got the response kill. But we saw a bit of a CS lead. I'm curious as the camera pans down to what the wave state's like, because Shun and Wink now roaming around together, the bottom side of the map, completely under their control.
IG knowing where they want to play to find this win, right? They take the Samir, they take the Nautilus, this type of lane. Finding kills in the 2v2 is going to be quite hard, like we just saw, right? The Sivir Spell Shield doing so much. But if you could just constantly hover, allow them to keep trying to bully out, keep pushing in, maybe even hit turret plates, and draw Aki down in the 3v3 is where IG should be feeling more comfortable for the amount of early CC that they do bring to the table, right? Yuumi gonna be incredibly strong in those skirmishes later on. When you get some levels under your belt, you have that ultimate, you're bringing the sustain, and there's some like health and resistances for the laners to build off of. Just not quite yet.
Already starting to see the effects. As you talked about, gonna have to wait a little bit. The level 6 mark getting close here for Cream, but this guy is got no HP. We'll have to back away. Good timing here from Mole as well, who continues to be successful in the laning phase. We didn't get to talk about Zika, but Zika just walked down, took the scuttle. So it is double scuttle for IG2, while Zika is also up CS. So Lyric with this 1k gold lead. Walk me through again a little bit about what you expect for IG to further balloon this out of control, considering that Arn is still in a great position, that sums on mid are still not up and available, and you have a lot of angles.
For IG, I mean, it looks like Shin now going to path up and try and clear out some of his topside camps. I think make your way down towards spot. Would have been nice if they could have found an angle with the timing that Mole has TP, right? Because he could have gotten to lane, pushed this in, and like found a window either to start up Dragon, aggressively walk into bot side jungle and get some wards down. But since that didn't happen, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a slower one, right? Shun should make it towards the bot side, you know, 6:30, 7-minute mark. If his other camps do start respawning, then you could look to lean over. Maybe you turn that into a Drake, or maybe just use that to get topside pressure. Bring Nautilus up, since unlike Yuumi does have the freedom to walk the river, and then we'll be hitting, you know, Rift Herald timings. Point is, IG should be using the pressure they have in bot and mid and transferring that into vision in the enemy jungle, and then picking up one of the neutral objectives. Herald being a lot more valuable than an early Drake.
Oh yeah, that localized gold of 200 is insane, and in a minute 30, we might get to find out the contest here, as we've had no Dragon set up from Shun, who controls vision on the bottom side. And with Shun moving up towards the enemy jungle too, it could only be moments away with Scuttle Crab there as well. So it's like right now for IG, not really over-forcing. And Dragon should be started up momentarily. So as you say, Lyric, the 6 on OMG is going to be hit, but at the very least, kind of curious as to if they can get this roam on Cream that you talked about, with Cream still only barely not having the flash available.
No, he's going to lean over now, but I like this, right? We just hit on it. Get the enemy jungle, try and get some vision down. They even have the blue buff. You know, no blue buff timer. They took the blue buff at level 1, and now they are going to turn to start the Drake. They have enough time to finish this off before Herald spawns as well, because that has been the kind of hindrance of picking up early Drakes on this patch, is because of how long they take to secure. And Aki finally going to start looking up towards his top side. This is what we projected for OMG to look towards, with the fact that Shanji having the ult available and IG laying down so much pressure towards the bottom half of the map.
Remember, Counter-Strike is also going to be a bane in their existence, as Dragon's about to drop with, as you said, moments to get up to this top side. Zeke is still waiting for the dive to come through, as that wave is massive. Shanji heading in first, and Aki heads for the plating. Ultimate from Zika as he hits into the Counter-Strike under turret. This is delayed. Aki and Shanji are just trying to buy time with this boar, but as Ignite drops down, Shanji with the Arctic Assault, the flash away. Zika gets out, but Shanji and Aki will have full freedom to this turret for now.
I mean, still nice by Zika to survive that play, right?
Yep.
Two people coming in on top of him, but you hit on it. The ultimate, the Counter-Strike especially, being able to do so much to dissuade them and get them to look to back off. And the fact that OMG used the tempo to look to make that play, they use Shanji's ultimate, they aren't able to look for this play on Herald. Mole and Shun have both reset in that time. Mole getting Prio back in mid lane, and now Shun just going to be able to start this one up right away. So IG actually picking up both early objectives, and we'll get a replay from Zika's perspective of how he does outplay this one. Kind of walks in using the W, holds the E for quite a long time, which to me felt like the critical thing after popping the ult decently early on to make sure that doesn't come through, and then great Q and then flash away to prevent the follow-through coming out from Shanji.
Missed a bit of CS, but as he comes to the top side now, Zika still has a lot to work with as we're getting an engage. Mole with the Spirit Rush out, Dredge line. IG, aggressive as always, as Arn close to getting the S-rank on the Daredevil Impulse. He now has the Inferno trigger available for Arn. The ulti starts spinning. And Invictus Gaming are all in all the time. Cream lockdown, a double kill there. Arn building up that Impulse again. And even with Yumi, even with him going down, Mole lives on. Cold is one cat in the middle of two people. Invictus Gaming will take the brawl every damn time.
That was so tense. Like that was on a knife's edge. That was, oh my, that was splitting hairs with who could win that fight. And IG somehow managing to come out ahead. I mean, it was so messy. I didn't even catch how IG were able to take this one. They come through. They all in on Shanji. Zika not even here the whole time, staying up in that top lane. So is a numbers advantage for OMG, but he gets taken down incredibly quickly. And then feels like the most critical thing, right? You said on hitting the ultimate, being able to get in there, dealing a ton of damage onto two members, Aki and Cream, and then Mole following through with the charm. This is where I thought Abel might be able to get it done. There just is no other word for Abel. But there we go, able to get the heal off once Mole finds that kill, has double buff, so able to get the abilities back as well to get the job done. Sterix, you take over as I have to refresh myself on synonyms for Abel.
Yeah, I do too, because Abel, you know, in that last fight, if we saw that Abel was unable to actually find that fight win, I feel like IG wouldn't be able to snowball this early game. Arn is 3-1 and 3.
Worst.
Now he's able to really push this lead further.
You know,
Immortal Shield Bow, yeah.
Some people think on is bad. I don't think on's bad because, you know, I feel like you're not using the word on in too many situations. But Abel, my goodness, he picked the worst name. Is Engage.
Good play well. Stops out for Arn. He's the target by Cream, who jumps full on in. Doesn't have his first item, but Arn doesn't care. Running in, he has the Inferno trigger yet again, but needs the angle as knocked into the skies. IG make it a firm trade. Cream is down, and every time you want to brawl with Invictus Gaming, just remember that they invented it.
IG now have On and Mole, huge. 3-on-3 in the mid lane, 3-1-4 down in bot side. They were able to pick up Herald, so now going to be able to use this, you know, potentially just get this turn out right. Looks like they should be able to do it. Keep up so much pressure on the map. This is going to open up a lot of opportunities towards pivoting towards either side of the jungle to double down on vision. And with Dragon coming up in about a minute's time, they already have vision on lockdown towards bot side. For IG, they can just look to keep that up, pick up another neutral, and look, they're at about a 6K gold lead at 11 minutes. 11
insane.
minutes, IG!
Your man in the mid lane, right? Mole has been also having a great time that last fight. Came
Did
in
you see
clutch.
yesterday?
I did.
Did you see the poll yesterday?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who put that there. I promise it wasn't me. Someone put a poll in LPL chat. Who's the best mid laner ever of all time? Mole won the poll. I'm just saying, the people have spoken.
You know why? Because Mole played every position. You know, how can you argue with something like everyone makes a big deal? Xiaohu won MSI as a top laner and then as a mid laner. Okay. But Mole's played every position on the V5016 roster and has come back with the mental of a god, because that roster was an absolute tragedy and just will never be spoken about again in serious terms.
To be fair, right, they never had their full roster that split. 2020, the year of the outbreak, was hard for a lot of teams, and V5 bearing the brunt of it. But yeah, you're right. Mole, solid series so far. But again, Cream having to fall back to the Akali. We're really seeing kind of the limits of this champion. Another champion that kind of, I think, really felt some of the nerfs to things like the potions. Sure. Because you got to remember that those nerfs mostly, like, the biggest hit was on champions that are already struggling in lane matchups and really like relied on that sustain to be able to tank the damage and make sure they could just stay in lane a little bit longer, get a bit more CS, and get a little bit better reset. So Akali definitely falling into that category. And now IG able to just use this control from breaking down mid with Herald to put a lot of pressure down towards bot side.
And even towards mid, look, Cream's called out. Great charm. Mole sets it up. Shun knocks it down. We get another mid jungle kill, and just as OMG think they get time to scale up Lyric and get this first item on the Akali, Mole and Shun come in red hot and continue pacing this game ahead.
I was talking to, I think it was Mazel the other day, that it's kind of tragic. IG, another one of those teams that after, like towards the end of the split, when they were pretty much doomed, able to step it up, able to find a roster that worked. And I was saying that, honestly, I think they look better than some of the teams that right now would be occupying a playoff spot. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. IG just looking for a 2-0 for their pride, and Doinby out there watching, hoping IG 2-0 so his team gets locked into playoffs.
He's looking at Mole. He's like, dude, whatever you want, I'll take you for hot pot. It doesn't matter. Like, IG with the 2-0, as Lyric said, will lock in LNG. Right now, it's looking good for this game one, as we pointed out the 6.5k gold lead, but the double dragon here against the Samira Lyric that has snowballed into this game. And sure, we have Abel, who's 3-1 on a Sivir. Great stuff. But it is Abel versus Arn, Mole, Shun, and even Zika, as this Jax is also going to be a big threat.
I mean, heck, Zika's been fine just chilling up in topside, even in farm, has a Divine Sunder in hand now. It's going to be able to just outmatch Shanji in sides. You can see going towards that bot lane now will just end up matching Cream, but IG going to look to play for Herald. I was going to say Shun trying to run down Aki, but let's remember Zika doesn't have TP, so does end up start to walk up towards this Herald. I feel like OMG are so behind on like tempo of the play since Cream is still pushing in bot. They just have to end up giving this one over, but they're not even going to be able to trade for anything, right? Because Cream down there by himself, Zika already heading down to match in time. It seems like for OMG, all you could do is cover or play on topside.
IG with the second Herald of the game. Mole moving in cheekily, though. Good Everfrost onto Arky, but it is against a Yuumi. And we need to talk a little bit about how the second Herald affects the game, Lyric, because for IG, only one outer turret's in the top side. We've also got bot, excuse me, as Zika now pushes against it. But I'm kind of wondering if Shun just drops it now and tries to build momentum yet again in the side.
Looks like you don't even have to ask. He's making the move over right now. For IG, I think you would ideally not even want to drop it. It's so low. Looks like that's what they're going to opt in towards. So you could save it for either a position if you need to in bot, or looking for a tier 2. Dragons up in 2 minutes time, so that could be a way to generate even more pressure that OMG would have to answer, and then set yourself up on still point. IG right now just so far ahead, right? They have a plethora of options coming through. And I mean, we've already hit on some of the, like the stakes with playoffs. We've hit on some of the storylines around Mole. But I just want to go back to the fact that on willing to throw down the gauntlet, willing to bring out the Samira. He had the highest gold on the team from IG when we got the last gold grab, was slightly ahead of Mole by, I think, not even 100 gold, but now almost making his way towards the second item, looking towards a Lord Dominic's, is going to be incredibly potent, even at taking down some of the frontliners like Aki and Shanji.
A lot of frontliners at that as well, right? The LDR coming in strong, Lyric. I think healing cut is probably going to be something that IG start considering as well, right? Considering there is a Yuumi Xin Zhao on the team. We also have a Sivir where innately, even with Doran's Blade and the built-in, Sivir's going to have sustain. So I'm wondering what happens as Abel going to be targeted here. It's just insulting, isn't it? It's like, hey, you hovered it as a joke, but Arn picking it up is like Ziz. I don't know if you ever remember Ziz, but Ziz in Australia, you know, come at me, bro. Are you with me? You understand who Ziz is? You remember the gym guy?
Yep, I'm with you. I'm with you. Keep going.
All right, it's literally Ziz. Arn is Ziz right now, you know, and if he wins this game as well, you watch. Maybe OMG for once have to ban Samira against the team as well.
There's no way OMG will be the team banning Samira.
Whoa,
goes in.
Out of the wing as well. Abel's going to be depth charged. The disengage from Cole, but Wink is getting low. Arky's mitigated the damage as Mole's jumped in. This could be okay for OMG with Cream coming off the side, but he's gone in as OMG have disengaged. Mole still having a Spirit Rush. The Charm not connecting. It's in front of this Dragon. And a noble attempt from OMG to kite back, excuse me.
Felt like it could have been one of OMG's only windows because there he is, the man on the Jax. Once again, wasn't there, pushed in top wave. So OMG sacking sides to be able to get on Drake first, but IG now having 5 members here still want to contest.
All right, Charm not connecting. Arn is here and the one to focus on. Even with that last Whisper, a lot of damage to shred through. Aki with no ulti, Shanji the same. Abel does not have on the hunt as OMG start off the Dragon Lyric, but IG are just waiting.
IG are smart, just play time. You have Herald pushing in mid. It's sad they didn't do that a bit sooner because last wave was on turret, and now OMG are forcing them to make a choice.
Shanji taking damage here as the poke comes through. Mole with the angle, the charm, great. They just jump on Shanji. Arn the first as he's close to getting S rank, the Daredevil Impulse, and he spins! Ziz Myron right now as we're all sitting here living in his world. A triple kill against the Samira connoisseur. You better believe I'm Myron.
Beautiful teamwork coming out from IG, on with the triple, but Zika as well, jumping straight onto Abel, so he wasn't able to do anything. Mole finds the charm. We see the Rift Herald pushing in mid. This is IG's world, and OMG have to pay to live in it.
Oh, hell yeah. How many times we've used Medic's World's Call to just refresh up the worlds we're living in, but Lyric, let's be real. IG, when OMG are trying to secure in playoffs, this team on the blue side is being such a nuisance. And as we said, looks so damn good. Like, we'll look at the replay again, but it's just so well paced out.
Yeah, we see here IG having to go in, so Dredgeline connects. They instantly take down Shanji. And we see Zika goes onto the back line, which leaves just IG having the superior numbers. The ultimate comes out from On, and they're able to get on top of him. Cream very quickly was zoned out of the fight, but the initial pick doing so much, and the fact that Jax able to zone out the Sivir, I mean, Sivir is the big damage dealer of this composition. That's even regardless of Cream being set behind, but even more so with the fact that him not really being able to find an impact. The heck, even looking at items now, Abel not on the Phantom Dancer just yet. LDR now picked up for On, even a pickaxe in tow as well.
Oh, dude, look at the gold. It's 11,000 at 20 minutes into the game, and you know what remains true? We talked about IG's early game throughout the split, Lyric. Even when they were losing games, we're like, man, IG's early game, though, the first 15, 20 minutes look good. They have accelerated this more than we've ever seen in a game out of them. And now setting up for more of these picks, just trying to expose the base further if Cream steps too far forward.
Yeah, OMG trying to find a way in, but they might just walk into IG. IG, I think, are
Mole.
playing this... Oh!
Just over. Spirit Rush, and there's the Everfrost. One more. Haki close to dying as Mole won't burn his flash. Instead, looks at the fight ahead of him. Arn with yet another. Uh-oh. S-rank once more for a double kill. Abel stare into the abyss as Arn still has his flash available. We know Samira play as well. Zika takes down Arky off the side of our screen. OMG are getting hands diff, and it's not even close.
This is crazy. If you covered the nameplates, you would think this is a game of like top esports versus, I guess, anyone towards the lower end of the table. But IG coming in with a huge performance, now turning it into a Baron. like, we've seen IG throw leads. We've seen IG throw big leads. This one would be rough to throw for IG. I don't want to finish that sentence because I know I would curse it, but we'll go into how it happens, right? Mole starting off, Spear Rush over the wall into the Charm. Surprisingly not able to finish off Aki once he does pop the ultimate, but they're able to commit to the rest of the fight with Zika TPing in. They keep running them down. This allows Zika to just go up towards the top side. Aki wouldn't have been able to get away even if he kept running towards his inner turret, and the kill goes over to the Jax.
How good does IG look? As I'll say, like I said, you know, LNG's best game of the split, I think I end up casting. BLG the same. It's like, why couldn't we have this earlier on? OMG are getting diffed, as we said. Zika's going to full commit. OMG are all here. Ulti locked down. He's not going anywhere. He's knocked up. And when you're this far behind, that is such a good setup. Finally getting some gold, but do they care? I mean, IG might even 4v5. The all-in. Mole over the wall, and Chrono Trigger part 2. It's a time crisis for IG's AD carry. And he's, with a quadra kill, going to take down the OP Sivir. Samira in the LPL.
On takes away Abel Samira and completely wrecks him with it. IG overall, again, it's so sad they're able to get it together once they're officially out, but my God, did they smack OMG.
It was so easy, it wasn't even close, and on Samira, undoubtedly gonna make Abel think twice about flashing that. 12-1-5. You know who gets my MVP vote.
Just beautiful game overall. I do gotta say, there's a downside out there. This does open up the one bad possibility we potentially don't want. So, you know, hopefully that doesn't happen of IG winning in a 2-1 fashion. But for IG, able to find this first win. I mean, they came in, they knew what they had to ban away in terms of, I guess, really just preventing Cream from getting his hands on that Silas. We said it's really the only meta pick that he's comfortable and, like, proficient to going towards. We even saw him, like, hovering over the Talia and thinking, do I go for this? No. The answer is always to go back to something like the Akali, just not the same comfort there.
Sure.
I don't know, maybe if he'd be willing to pull out, like, a Kiana, like if you think back to last year of his other niche champions he was able to play, but still, wasn't there. IG did a great job of just hammering down on this bottom lane from very early on. Like, let's remember how insane that play was when it looked like Shun should flash over the wall and escape, and IG are like, no, screw that. We're all flashing over the wall to join him and just go balls to the wall of taking people down. And I mean, they did it. They kept the pace going, and OMG were never able to counterpunch.
And the fact that flash over, just looking back at that play, you know, Arn puts himself in a great spot, but the willingness to commit from IG is impressive. The all-in, the fact it's not just about Shun as well, I think that's another big deal, where Shun is the make or break of Invictus Gaming. But there's games like this where all members do well, like Zika by himself doing fine. We saw Mole as well with a great counterpunch in a lot of situations. IG, this gives me hope for 2023 because there's so many good elements at play. And if IG keep it like this, I mean, this is a future playoffs team in the next split.
It's kind of funny because, like, I wholeheartedly agree, right? Shun is the driving force in the heart of this team, always has been. But I feel like one of the things that they've changed slightly was earlier in the split when they were trying to do, like, things like those Nidalee comps, or even when it wasn't on Nidalee, they're actually putting a lot of resources just into Shun himself. Again, all of his, like, stats were so crazy in terms of, like, the amount of gold that he was getting and the damage he was putting up. And I feel like as the split has progressed, it wasn't even necessarily when Mole came in, but, like, maybe a series or two after that they've put more comfortable putting Mole on champions and not just having him constantly lean for Shun and, like, play his own lane and try and find advantages. They've been comfortable putting resources into bot lane, which is something they weren't doing before. And it kind of goes back to the old question of, you know, do you enable maybe your stronger half of the map or stronger player, which I think would probably be Zika or Mole over their bot lane, or do you just kind of enable this bot lane to be able to have a decent performance and then rely on your top laner to be self-sufficient? IG have clearly opted into that second way as the split has gone on, and it's honestly been working out for them.
True. IG, we're just talking them up over and over, right, for a reason, but they deserve it. That game, 23 minutes, and I'm just trying to look for the fastest game of the split. I know it's not that lyric, but it's definitely close. Like, it's 21 minutes 25. It was V5 versus WE, as you'd kind of expect, but you know, IG being that close just shows the dominance. As we're going to go to a break, see what happens in game 2, because honestly, that was smooth from IG. We're going to see if OMG can bounce back.
射，迷雾中找光线。谁甘愿在沉默中妥协？困住翅膀，也要飞得更远。尝过现实中的锤炼，嘲笑声也不过是雨点。勇者的入场券，拒绝最廉价的怨言。剩多少次吹了过，人都心总有一天会被看见。想升高全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念。粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜才耀眼。沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。承受了冷漠与偏见，也接受不完美的缺点。聪明有多危险？不怕，只怕不够轰烈。剩多少次摔倒过，人都心中有一天会被看见。想宣告全世界，拥有生而无畏的信念。粉碎极限，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜太耀眼。沸腾血液，何来胆怯？心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。有多苦有多痛也不怨，流的泪受过的伤都会终结。被否定被拒绝多少遍，挡不住勇气疯狂蔓延。一颗心一双脚都疲惫，这条路不走到尾绝不停歇。每个你每个我很渺小，却有生而无畏的信念。战胜一切，阳光之间穿透这片黑夜才耀眼。展翅闪电，点亮世界，心中永远燃着炽烈的火，不熄灭。
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. 'Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost You and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
选出寒冰辅助这个英雄的话，主要是排位用的人挺多的吧，然后打出来的效果也还可以。然后它的优点就是远距离开团很远嘛，然后缺点可能就是属于软辅嘛，如果前面劣势的话，可能会后面会比较难打。下一场对战 IG， 然后辅助 Wink 选手的话，我看到他最近的表现的话，我觉得他表现还可以吧，然后发挥的也挺好的。下一场我们对阵他们下路的话，可能我们就稳扎稳打，好好发育吧。
That's a lie. There was no stability there. IG, of course, pulling the trigger, but farming stably Lyric, they were not given a chance to do so because of the way that game exploded in IG's favor.
No, not even close. I mean, they said it right. Wink has been performing pretty stably recently, and it feels like IG overall have indexed and leaned more into being able and being willing to play it around their bot side, try and have them generate pressure on their own, and then play around that. We saw that a ton this game. But Hysterics, it is a great day. It is a great day once again because our MVP was none other than, who the fans, not me, voted as the greatest mid laner of all time, and Mole. Mole picked it up. Mole had a great game.
He did.
And since coming in onto this roster as a starter, it really just feels like, not exactly the same as V5 2020 summer, but definitely seeing the inklings of what he was able to do back then and why he was, one of the mid laners with things like the highest solo kills, the highest damage, and just able to do so much for that team, stepping up and enabling this IG roster as well.
And he's someone who, remember, has only been here for like half the split, if even that, right? Mole has been someone who's come in off the back of Uekai playing the majority of games, being this crazy roaming mid laner. Mole, as you said, this huge identity running back into strong laning phases. And I feel like Mole having this many MVPs is showing that IG's direction in the future could be continuing to be him.
Yeah, especially if IG kind of look at the pieces that have worked and are willing to build around it. It's something I definitely hope going into next year, right? Because Shun, Mole, it feels like they've just been working so well together since Mole has come into the lineup. And again, Zeke and topside, self-sufficient, and if you can have a bot lane that you can play towards, things are working out. They're able to do it this game. Great spear rushes, great charms and Everfrost coming out from Mole to sit up for a lot of these picks and find influence in these team fights. I will say going into game 2, OMG will be on blue side, so could potentially open them up for a better draft to be able to come through. I will say though, maybe not, considering that IG on blue side did ban away Poppy and Zeri, two of the picks that you usually have to ban on red side. So OMG had, 2 target bans and then a Kalista ban. That was all that they needed. So we'll see if they're able to bounce back this time around. We've said it. We're going to say it 1,000 more times. If IG win next game, LNG are locked in. OMG need to turn it around and get themselves in playoffs because their game difference can be really rough if they lose this here today.
Yeah, the position they're in, why we said for IG with the 2-0, LNG will have the game score over them, and OMG, being at the position they are, means that they will be -4, which, a team like BLG are laughing at, right? Because BLG have the head-to-head against OMG, Lyric. This is a series that we could look back on and could cost OMG playoffs completely, with it being their last series of the split. But let's talk a little bit about pick and ban, then we can talk about stakes, because we saw some pretty interesting draft measures taken in game 1. Now that we've swapped, it looks like, yet again, we are getting these targeted bans. The Poppy on red side for IG. I truly wonder about that Samira, because Samira from Arn also took over, and Abel has a chance to maybe not even first pick at Lyric, but have a better response this time around.
Oh, yeah. OMG actually being the ones to change up their bans. They're leaving open the Draven this time around, banning the Vi. IG could just fall through with what they did last time. They banned Poppy, they banned Silas, and they banned Zeri on blue. I think the only thing they might consider changing is that the Wukong ban coming in, considering OMG banning a jungler, actually banning 2 junglers, right, in Italy as well, could really pinch that pool. So Abel going to have his chance to get his hands on the Zeri.
Zeri, as you say. We've seen Azir first picks today. Talia, if that's the direction. Arki's priority and the Xin Zhao. No other team really looking at a jungle first pick unless it's a Wukong lyric. But I guess OMG are not your other team.
I mean, right, 4 junglers banned. Now Xin Zhao taken away. Pool extremely pinched. We still have the Pantheon up from things we've been seeing a lot in recent games. Shun still hasn't had a game on it just yet. But Viego, still a champion. We see Rear is heading. We hit on it. Not really working out on 12-14 so far. But I mean, if IG can find the stability in their lanes that they did last game, could still set up for Viego to have a massive performance and play off these resets. For IG, I mean, it just has to be thrown out there that the Zeri's open once again. But they always could just opt to pick mid lane early like they did in game 1.
Or top. Or Zika's top, apparently, because it didn't matter. Shanji played the Sejuani last game. Zika ran away and had the best laning phase, so I guess get this champion before Shanji has something that he can use into it.
And I mean, they didn't really throw any bans towards the top side either.
True.
So Shanji had his pick of the litter and still couldn't find an answer. They tried diving him, and he was able to outplay and manage to escape. Now for OMG, I want to highlight this area. I'll highlight the other thing. I'll highlight the thing you want to see.
Tell me.
As OMG now, do you just go towards that Samira pick
There
yourself
you go.
and be afraid of On getting his hands on that, and knowing as Abel, like, hey, this is one of the champions I'm most proficient on. Let's get my hands on this and make it work. But I'm happy to see Cream going towards a meta mid laner. Again, might not be something in his like repertoire that he's known for, but at least won't come out struggling so hard to be able to get out of the lane and find an influence in the game.
Well, maybe we do get a top lane pick early on. I mean, against Jack's lyric, I've seen this matchup before. Can be a nuisance.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely be annoying early on, just kind of bullying him out with your flame spitter. You do have to be a little bit careful, especially like post 6 if like all in's able to come through. You could always drop your equalizer on him to try to deter that, but you know, your Rumble, you want to be using that, finding high impact in these 5v5 situations. But I still love it coming out from the side of OMG, realizing, hey, some of these picks in mid aren't working. Let's put Cream on something, you know, that can get the job done, and then lean into the niche picks with Shanji to try and find advantages. For IG, though, they're going to put Mole on more of a supportive element once again. Going to go back to the Galio, and seems like try to make sure no shenanigans come out through the top side.
So we are getting some of those comfort picks. It's hilarious because for Mole, you know, the Galio is something I remember him on V5 days as well. But Shanji, if anyone doesn't know, is a Rumble OTP up in the top lane. This is his pick, and we've already seen it a couple of times this split. But through his career, if you look at Shanji, 32 games played, he's 20-12 on it, has a very high win rate, and comes with a lot of expectation. Now, as we start going to the second draft and Lyric, there's no bottom laners, as we talked about. Zeri actually going to be bad from IG's side here, so maybe they're going to go for a different angle for their red side 4th pick.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what IG want to do, because like their composition, especially with the Galio, right, kind of signaling that they'd want to be able to go all in, you know, draft and engage support and pair something with it that does go well. But that could be very annoying into Xin Zhao and a Rumble. So maybe they're just looking to go back to the stock and standard of Felios. Have a Felios they could try and hopefully get their hands on, whether it's something like a Nautilus. Then you have an engaged support. You have something that can play from a range and hopefully not have to deal with things like the Xin Zhao or Ari being able to get on top of you as easily as if you were going in yourself. But we'll find out right now what IG want to pick up.
Yeah, Siva's still available. So I'm kind of wondering here, Lyric, if this is the right answer. Because I just love that IG are willing to ban away the Samira. They're like, you know, Ard played it in game 1. Abel doesn't get to respond. You talked about range. Aphelios is another one as well that can just ulti back and use that Calibrum. So I guess we are going to get Arn here with support counter pick.
I think the only thing about Sivir, right, is we're typically just seeing Sivir paired with Yuumi. And if you go Sivir, Yuumi, and IG's composition, I mean, you're kind of relying on Mole to either run in or Shun come in, Zika come in on a flank and like Mole ult. It just feels very awkward, right? In terms of if you go towards the Aphelios, it opens up more support options. I think ideally they'd want the Nautilus, but OMG might just take that one away right now and not even give them the option.
Okay, 80 carry though, Lyric. What's left? Like Jinx? But what else works with this composition that can kind of speed up the game?
Honestly, I don't really feel like OMG are hurting for options, like whether it was a Jinx or even if they themselves opted into like a Sivir alongside this Nautilus or the Ezreal, like they have a very strong top side, right? You have Rumble, Xin the Ahri, like these champions that can move and work well together. So you can have something in bot lane that's just going to farm up just fine and have a lot of your damage and a lot of your playmaking front-loaded in what you've already drafted.
Okay, so Ezreal comes through. Quite a rarity, but already been played 5 times here by Abel in the split. Hasn't been so good on it, but hopefully for OMG's sake, with their final series, potentially final game of the regular season, that it's able to do work. Lyric on the other side, Renata is something we don't see too much anymore, but Wink is going to show us how with an old standard in 12-12 and 12-13 that we thought was Giga OP.
Yeah, no, to be honest, I don't really love IG's comp. I'm still never really a big fan of seeing Galio without ways to bring him in. Like, sure, you could always opt into like a cheeky Predator running yourself or play more for peel, right? Standing around on using that taunt defensively or even using the ult to be able to cover for him. But OMG have decent long-range damage coming through. They have the Ezreal poke that can be followed up on. The Equalizer, Shanji doesn't even really need to be anywhere near the Renata and her dropping her ultimate or Mole to be able to get that damage down. And Cream, we know, kind of wants to be weaving around a fight. So OMG having some solid tools, I think, to be able to find fights without putting themselves in range for IG to be able to do anything. But if IG can start finding some success early and really getting their jacks going, they're going to be able to play out through sides. He's going to be able to just win out that 1v1 and give them a consistent source of pressure that Mole and Shun can try and all in on.
Because that's the most exciting lane, isn't it? Shanji, in what could be the last game of their regular season, pulls out his Rumble. And his Rumble, having the chance to flip this game, take us to a game 3, is all I care about here, Lyric. Can Shanji do it? Or is Zika on this second time around Jack's going to be enough? Because for IG, they might be out, but they are a pain in OMG's side. Dornby's sitting somewhere co-streaming. I know it. I definitely know it. Sitting there thinking, hey, IG, come on. We were once brothers. When he was on FPX and when it was the Shine rookie on this Invictus Gaming lineup, they went to Worlds together. They faced off in semifinals. It was, I think, one of the best semifinals I've ever seen at Worlds, which could have gone to a game 5, but I digress. At the very least, IG are being a nuisance, and OMG just want to get to 8 wins, but now against match point, as you talk about, the top lane is going to be crucial for getting them across the line.
You know, I want to go back to digressing because I actually loved your point.
Yeah.
It's like Doinby, these guys used to be friends. Actually, wait, Doinby was on a different team. Oh, wait, actually, the people that Doinby might have been friends with also aren't on IG anymore.
That was no bond.
Yeah, just no connection whatsoever. But you know what? I like what you said earlier. Maybe offering some hot pot of like, hey, guys, try your best. Try your best and you get that patented Doinby hot pot coming your way. But
he'll take it. Doinby is apparently a very generous man. You know, I see his pictures on Twitter. He's always going out and doing something. Like he's
he'll
a very
do a
social
dance
guy.
for them.
Yeah, the IG dance. Because let's be real, LNG getting into playoffs. A lot of people are like, they don't think this team is worthy of playoffs, but still, that's the position they're in. And at the very least, it gives Doinby a chance to show up in BO5.
Speaking of, you know, playoffs and chance to show up, it's crazy to think that this might not only be OMG's last regular season game. This potentially will be the last time we see OMG until next year, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's a world where they lose and other teams win, they aren't able to get going. A lot of it going to rely on this man on our screen being able to get ahead, not wanting to opt into the queue and, you know, have that kind of pretty much constant push of the wave if he's going to go for these heavy trades. So goes for the E, able to get some of that poke down while still being able to keep the wave at a manageable pace and potentially set up an early gank for Maki.
Look at the Dota screen going on right now. Yeah, LPL, hey, we're flexing again. We're flexing again, you know. Last game, we're talking about Ziz. Now we've got 3 screens. 3 more and we get a 6-pack screen. I don't know how that works, but as we look at the top side, bullying out, now we look at mid. Shun is getting into position, and Lyric, this is going to be a flash burn, actually by Mole. Creams over the wall straight away, and that's the energy of IG's mid-jungle 2v2.
Yeah, held on to the taunt for quite a while, but I mean, even if he taunted right, and I think Shun able to connect in W, Cream would still be in a position where he would be able to flash away, so it seems like that's the maximum you'd be able to get, but this does set up for the repeat plays able to come through. And Mole, surprisingly enough, actually going back to the Aftershock. I feel like we've been seeing, you know, other things come out on the Gallia, whether it's the Unsealed Spellbook or things like the Predator that we've been hitting on before. But Mole realizing this composition really has no front line is I need to be quiet.
Yeah, Ignite down in top side, Flash Burn, Flame Spitter solo kill. How the tides have turned since we last looked top.
And Zika, like, he did all that himself. That's why I'm surprised it ended up going so far. This feels so rough when we hit on, I feel like for IG, the Jax really is going to be the encompassing thing for their composition. And for OMG, this Rumble, huge potential to take over with the equalizer in these 5v5s. IG, it's going to feel really rough.
Well, good news for OMG, though, because when we talk so heavily about the top side matchup, that's the kind of solo kill you look forward to as we watch the replay again at level 3. Oh,
right there.
God.
Takes a turret shot, trying to push the wave in. Shanji even doing a great job with the wave control, right? Because he started the E to make sure he isn't just constantly pushing that wave. And then flashes to be able to follow through and get the kill down.
Hello, Mole just burnt Flash before. Cream in trouble. Shun inevitably looking for the reset, but his Flash has also been burnt. Shanji coming in as well. IG! That's a 3-0 start you've given away, and it all comes crumbling down.
Well, it's coming from 4 minutes. We're going to 3 games, baby.
Yeah,
We're going to 3 games as OMG finding windows to capitalize. We said, hey, they could look for repeat gank on IG side on mid when that flash is down, but Mole burning his flash too gives the same opportunities to come for the side of OMG. Then the difference maker as well, OMG keeping up top side pressure, so Shanji even would be able to join in if he so needed. We'll get a full replay of what happened here. IG were the ones looking to repeat the play, not able to land the initial CC, and then not a whole lot of damage between them. They spot the Xin Zhao coming in, and then just not enough gas left in the tank to be able to finish this one off as Shun's trying his best.
Oh, he missed everything though, Lyric. Feels bad.
Yeah.
You know, Shun's the person we talk about, and when he missed three different abilities there in that fight, OMG take punish, and Aki now with a 2-0 lead. In comes Shanji as well. Lyric, gold lead at a 1k lead. I can say lead one more time if you'd like, but it's a big deal for OMG considering the last early game was a bit of a disaster. This is a nice turnaround.
I also feel like it's just one of the things of when you are a team on the lower end of the standings, right? Like, when they're able to get ahead is when you can see them win out games, close, and look dominant. But when they fall behind is simply when they collapse. IG now trying to find a way back in by punishing on the top side, but not going to find the avenue. Shanji playing very respectfully, and Aki already hovering. Heck, even Cold making his way up.
He's got a level lead as well, so as Aki hits Wind becomes Lightning, threatens Shun out of the jungle, and Shanji should be close to getting 6-2, so feels like right now Shun has to respect that. As Shanji's all-inning Zika yet again, Shun going to be spotted out in a ward, but Shanji's like, I don't care, there's not much you can do. Electro Harpoon doesn't need to connect, and that's because Cold is spotted out on a ward coming top lane. OMG bringing the cavalry.
OMG now going to be able to force Shun off these Krugs. I don't think they should be able to find anything because both Zika and Shun are already very far out of the play. Zika actually going to have to back up even further, but OMG doing a great job of capitalizing. They know they're fine down in bot side because they have an Ezreal. Sure, he's going to fall behind a bit in CS. We talked about it coming out of draft that, like, you kind of pick him to leave him on his lonesome, and you're indexing a lot into being able to find early advantages with mid and top, and he's going to be more of an insurance policy if the game does go late.
Yeah, because right now with an even part of the lane, like only 10 CS down, but feels relevant to mention that it's not burning in the 2v2. That's a plus for OMG, considering, again, what we saw in the first game. But I wanted to draw our attention towards this first Dragon and Herald Lyric spawning within the same minute of each other. We've had pretty delayed Dragons so far today, and it feels like, yet again, we are just going to be waiting a little bit as IG head towards bottom side, trying to make Mole move. They're trying to force this ulti Lyric, and right now, you talked about the opportunities for IG being limited, considering there's not like this hard jump in engage that is going to set them up for that.
No, I think it's pretty rough for them. It seems like they kind of want to pivot to playing and leaning down towards this bot side, considering that they have been the ones to find advantages, but I feel like the opportunities really just aren't there. I mean, they still have Summoners up. We still have E for Abel. IG's bot lane will be able to keep getting plates, and maybe they could just turn that Prio into a Dragon, but I can't see too much more.
Shun's coming in. No ward in the brushes. Maybe if he gets a counter engage from Cold here, who's been sending out the dredge lines, because Aki's not nearby. So Shun right now hovering just in case, as he's going to make that back complete, and IG get the shove and back off themselves. Aki, meanwhile, going for a bit of an invade in this top side. Well, Zika has the wave pushed out, Lyric, and he's going to try and help out.
Yeah, so just want to get some vision down on this Rift Herald, not actually guessing that this play is coming out on top side, but OMG just going to start this one up outright. I wonder if IG will even try to contest. I think it would be pretty rough. Equalizer is up and available for Shanji. But yeah, they're bringing all members over. They have ults available as well. On especially Moonlight Vigil maybe can make a bit of a difference, but we're going to find out what happens.
Lyric might be too late. Mole's going to go in first, of course, with the flash available. Shield of Terrain, he gets stretch lined in, knocked up. With the equalizer down, he flashes out. The bailout's going to come through. But Mole now with the ulti in the nick of time. No, not really. He's burnt down to a Sunder as Zika joins in with the counter-strike. But OMG is still healthy enough. They've got their engage. Invictus Gaming are brawling with a team that are absolutely shredded in this early game. Another double over to an OMG carry. And IG are just going to double down till they die.
This is why we were questioning if IG want to look for this, because realistically, it was always going to turn out this way. OMG having position, OMG having the vision, OMG having, these huge tools like the equalizer when you're walking in. IG just try to brute force their way in. They say, we don't care, screw it, go in, and look at that. I mean, True Shot Barrage, equalizer, all layered throughout so many members. Mo is going to go down, tries to hope he can find something with the fact that the bailout's on top of him. But then, once IG try to re-engage, I mean, you're just walking into 5 members with your 80 carry face taking. I don't get it.
Nicely done then, I guess. To send us to a game 3 a little bit quicker. It's a 4K gold lead at 9 minutes in. Abel probably just laughing at this point, considering he hasn't had to do much. But look at the whole top side of OMG, while IG are just barely struggling to do any damage. And Dragon's still there, Lyric. Dragon is still there, and OMG now hitting Mythics right before IG do.
And I mean, great for OMG, right? I think it would be very sad if after the highs that OMG have shown, if they weren't able to make playoffs. Now, I mean, in a great position, like you said, to be able to bring us to that game 3 at the very least. Now they can start leaning down towards their bot side. They know Shanji's in a great position and try and play for this first Drake. Shanji, though, actually clearing out his topside camps, maybe guessing, saying, hey, we know IG don't want to match us. They're falling behind. I'm going to pick up some of these camps in topside. In case Shun wanted to go for a cross map and try and steal away some of these, he now doesn't have the opportunity.
It's also going to help him to the Night Harvester, too. Like 83 CS, got a bounty on his head. Shanji's Rumble is going to come alive.
He's even leashing for his mid laner. What a homie.
What an absolute guy. I mean, Shanji pulled this pick out when Zika pulled out an early Jax, but this time punished so much heavier as First Dragon also goes to OMG. The early game, guys, is done. Now we're just looking to see if IG force any more, and onto Cream, the answer is yes. He has himself the Spirit Rush, but Mole isn't able to force that out as IG start moving as a 3-man unit, but what do? Maybe you die topside.
Just even look at the items, right? We have Mythics coming out on the side of OMG to where nowhere close.
Do it.
For IG on the opposing side. They're going to look to see if they can find a dive onto Jax. Actually, not even going to risk it maybe for the fact that Mole about to have his ultimate back up. Probably have a rough idea that should be up now. And just going to get some more plates.
Not going to Herald by the looks of it. Aki and Shanji just taking it with sheer force. I guess maybe setting up for another inner or something towards mid. That pressure enough gives them a couple of plates. So shared away without Herald, and that means Aki is going to wait, and Lyric, Pings are actually going down mid. He's going to try and get another lane.
I think it's smart, right? You don't need to use the top, so don't. Drop it in a place where you can actually get more value, and it will do more work and give you more, considering that Shanji will just be able to get that from him naturally bullying out and you leaning more resources over. So going to get some gold on Cream, and this even allows a really nice pivot to just start covering for your bot side, considering you haven't seen Shun show anywhere else.
Equalizer comes down, though. Hang on. Shanji, king of the top lane, trying for yet another solo kill as OMG are bringing down the cavalry bot side. In a 3v3, I think I would still take OMG here, Lyric, as IG end up backing off. So no trade whatsoever. Solo first turret blood up in the top side, and I'm just ready to go to the game 3, honestly. At this point, IG are now 5,000 gold behind at 12 minutes.
Honestly, it's fair, because even when I look at IG's comp, the only way...
Ooh, good handshake. Hostile takeover is available. Not going to be used out. The hero's entrance means a counter gank as Aki's going to get stunned up. Arn going to get the kill. Bailout works. Shun getting a reset. He's alive. Maybe not time to count out. IG as They look for Abel and Cold on the back end. Mole's here as Sean gets sniped by Abel, and it ends up being a 1-for-1 trade.
So this does not change the state of the game, right? IG finding 1 kill, and it ended up being traded back. And to me, that shows the point of IG being behind is even more rough in terms of, since they don't have a way to force fights, and they have things like the Renata, things like the Aphelios that need to come into them, like they need to lead. They need to be on objective first. And if they had that, they can maybe take fights like we see here, because then you're getting value out of things like the Renata ultimate. You're able to throw out a Moonlight Vigil onto numerous members. Problem is, they're able to find it here because OMG are trying to further their advantage by engaging into the enemy jungle, right? But once it comes time for Dragons, once it comes time for Herald or Baron, IG won't be able to get the same setup.
Wait, what? Abel ultied, flashed away, cool guys don't look at explosion kind of deal. That was, that's some technology for sure.
It is some technology, and he's actually the only member of the team that hasn't picked up his first completed item just yet. I guess it makes sense when all the kills, which are giving gold, right, are going towards the other side of the map. We finally see Shanji picking up his mythic now, so even more damage going to come out, right? Especially across a whole team. The more members it hits, the more that will do.
Here we go, Dredgeline flash, and guess who's dead? Wink. All right, first one, and this continues to be a wait for Game 3. Dragon coming up in a minute 10. And at this point, Lyric, I mean, honestly, I got spring rolls in the oven. You know, I'm ready for the next break. Like, I feel like for IG, look at all they're giving up. Look at how this game's progressing. Maybe
Honestly,
I get to eat earlier than expected.
I feel like IG might have spring rolls in the oven at this point, right? I mean, you look at the game, you're like, you walk away, put something in the oven, you know, maybe break open a couple of cold ones and be like, you know what? I'll be ready by the time next game comes through.
I would like to see. What would I like to see? I was going to say I'd like to see IG, but you know, as a caster, you kind of get to these points where you're like, dude, with everything you've told me about IG's comp, you know, I don't want to see this all-in perfect engage. I'm not going to pretend like IG having an insane chance here, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 6k gold lead, and guess who's back? Back again with a handshake is Wink. Aki comes through and forces that flash. So right in front of second Herald, that too is going to be OMG's.
I mean, OMG have whatever they want. Wherever OMG dedicate their resources, it is theirs. IG, we will see you later. And all IG can hope to do is cross map. But at the very best, right, maybe you're leaning down towards spot and you're able to find a pick on Cream. It buys you a bit of time. Maybe it turns into one turret, but the gold is so insurmountable. IG actually going to try and look for a bigger prize of the Dragon, but they might regret this very quickly.
Cream has Spirit Rushes. He gets locked down, uses the first part. IG's a 5-man group, but Abel starting to poke them down. Look at the rest of the members. Aki and Shanji not here, as it is actually an objective bounty over to Invictus Gaming. While Aki, what's his response? To set up the mid turret with second Herald, and Shanji just blasts away at the inner top side.
Shanji doesn't have TP, so he did just be like, okay, we'll just go for the gold trade, look towards top side. But look at the minimap. Members of IG are either still resetting or still making their way over.
Yeah.
OMG should be able to get this turret as well. Might get 2 turrets off of this trade.
If the inner turret's broken out before 20 minutes, I mean, just showcase the game. Objective bounty picked up by Zika Bot, but that inner turret top side, inner turret towards mid, both go down. And both make it so we're now at an 8k gold lead at 16 minutes into the game. So Lyric now only the inhibitor turrets standing mid and top. And bot side, we still have outers, but to be fair, Shanji now coming down, and that should change very quickly.
Look, last series, you said some team were like the masters of their own fate or something like that.
Yeah.
Which led me to thinking of Doctor Strange for some reason. Which, I don't know why in that moment I had something I wanted to ask you of, which I could ask now. OMG and IG, what heroes or teams from the MCU would they be in your mind?
Oh.
I don't know why I've actually thought about this before, but I've actually thought about this before.
Well, let's start at the top, right? I feel like V5 are Thanos. They're not unbeatable, but at a flip of a switch, they kill everyone. I think top esports are probably Thor, you know, that huge chat energy, lots of mojo.
I can see that.
Yeah. I think
especially when he goes from like the drunken beer belly Thor,
yeah.
Like top esports have those moments.
True. And then for OMG, What are OMG? Okay, let's start with WE are like Eternals. It was a horrible movie. You know, there's really no hope in it, but, you know, you watch it anyway because you're a big fan. That was WE. And so somewhere in between, Lyric, as we look for an IG dive, I might pause because I'm just ready for IG to try and make a play. Turret's still standing, but hey, objective bounty gold. Mole flashes, bailouts there, heroic entrance, and he's alive? He is alive. On to Cream, ulti dodged away. Mole now here with the winds of war. Shield of Duran. IG got a kill. Hostile takeover as that long-range missile from Shanji is almost like a nuke. He's chasing down his targets, but IG are looking to get out of this unscathed. However, Mole taking the turret shots now. It's going to be an execute. So, props to IG for living on.
Yeah, that was I mean, there's a world, right, where OMG keep just forcing these like very disconnected fights and giving small picks over. Leads to a world where potentially IG can just find one lucky or one big fight, the right Moonlight Vigil hits, and they take it if the game keeps going later, right? But not able to do that so far. OMG were the ones to start this off. I feel like the biggest and most important member on the side of OMG is their Rumble. Rumble doesn't have TP. Shanji has to walk all the way over here, which gives opportunities like this where Mole lucky to survive, but IG also able to turn and find a kill onto Cream. And then by the time Shanji joins, it's like, cool. I mean, it's already too late. They're able to back away. Mole, a little bit disrespectful with where he was going for that recall, does have to end up giving his life to Turret, but still, it just ended up being IG finding a kill, OMG finding none.
You know what? OMG or Hawkeye, right? You look at everyone else, they have powers, they're so hyped up. Like, dude, Spider-Man, we have Iron Man, right? Like, Tony Stark is, you know, let's be real, if you haven't seen Endgame, if you don't know what happens at the end of that, you know, rest in peace. Literally, for Iron Man. But OMG are the perfect reiteration. Who did I say, Lyric? I forgot. Who was I talking about? OMG or who? I said it before. Dude, it's Hawkeye. It's Hawkeye because everyone else has abilities and Hawkeye doesn't. It's like, cool.
You know,
they're unique.
I think the best one I came up with the other day was that TT is Ant-Man, which sounds so unimpressive, but then you see the movie and you're like, my God, it's actually a good movie. It's actually hilarious.
Sure.
I'm with it. That is current form TT to me. The one I struggled with was who is Guardians of the Galaxy, which is by far the best MCU title there is.
True. Great music, great cast, great all-round movie. Oh, as OMG did Baron, you might wonder, why are we talking about Marvel? This game was in the bin at 10 minutes in. IG are now at this point where, okay, can they contest? Can they get towards the Baron? Shun's going to be denied with the depth charge. The Baron relatively slow as even Zika won't jump over. So we're at an 8k gold lead. It is soon going to balloon even further out of control. And I think Guardians of the Galaxy...
You know, I was going to say, you said people might be wondering why we're talking about Marvel. That was a great example right there of how we ended up where we're at.
Probably RNG, right? I feel like RNG, a diverse team, you know, you get into the middle of the movie, you realize you're enjoying this so much. And it cleans out so well.
The sequel's better than the original.
Yes.
Guardians of the Galaxy 2 is actually better than 1, and 1 is so great.
2021 MSI champions are bested by 2022 MSI champs. So,
yep.
I think RNG are Guardians of the Galaxy for sure. And I'm trying to think. I need to actually like Google Marvel's movies.
Well, while you Google that, I'll look at this potential dive towards top side. Shanji looking to go down, does go golden, but Turret is going down so fast. Shanji, what are you going to do? He flashes away, gets locked down, but the cavalry is here to save him. Aki, you're going so deep, my dude. You're going to be by yourself as Shanji does go down in the end. Mole coming in with the play. It's all getting so messy, Hysterics. I don't know how you do it, but enough of OMG members are here to save the play as Zika trying to salvage something, but we see Abel manages to come through with the triple kill.
Dude, IG are actually close. You know, no Kappa. OMG almost got out Team Fort Lyric, and I know this game still feels over, but you got to give props to IG for not throwing in the towel.
It feels like we're at the point where we actually have to stop talking about marbles. We see here, IG able to punish. Looks like resets coming out from OMG. They get the turret as well. That gold going over. And again, just kind of indexing in one by one. Cream and Abel not here. You already see how low Shanji is. He pretty much goes down by the time the rest of the team's able to join the fight. And then Wink getting a lot of value out of that Renata ultimate is what, and I think essentially gives IG the edge in this fight. But still, once Abel gets involved, once Cream gets involved, look at Abel free hitting the whole time from the back end of the fight. Also, Cream, I think, landed a pretty significant charm. It looked like onto Zika right before the end there when the Counter-Strike did come through. But yeah, OMG still in the lead, but you're right. IG have been taking fights, have been finding kills.
Yep.
Still a tough road ahead, but not impossible.
Not impossible. It would be an insane feat to come back in this game when IG have been shut out now for at least, 15 minutes when topside solo kill, when bottom side ended up being a disaster. I was going to say maybe OMG are more like Incredible Hulk. They turn on exactly when they need to, but at this point, it is always touch and go. And we've waited in that first game for OMG to put forward impact, but now finally, in the second game, not all hope is lost. They're breaking into the base while you can see Zika in the top side is trying to get a turret response. Good ulti from Shanji with a hostile takeover underneath is actually a bit better. Arn getting out of there with a flash death charge on top of him. OMG now sieging yet again as minion wave gets cleared out, but they just don't care. Zika trying to break the base himself, Lyric, as Arn solo defends, and maybe, just maybe, IG will be able to open top side as well.
IG not having confidence going for the fight. We hit on coming out from draft that side lanes and that split push would be one of the areas they would index into. Never gotten a chance to get it going, but realizing now, hey, since we don't really feel comfortable looking for the fight, especially since OMG are finally grouping up together, right? For the past 10 minutes, we haven't seen OMG playing as this 5-man unit when, I mean, that's what their composition wants to do. IG knowing they can't look for the fight. So Zika able to find some gold back for IG, but I mean, now inhibitor broken for OMG. Yep. They're going to be able to start grouping up, reasserting their vision line because IG have taken some of the vision back, especially down towards that bottom side, and potentially looking towards that next dragon. Baron will follow shortly after, but I think especially starting to break open these last two inhibitors.
But you know what sucks is the fact that IG might still be down 8,000 gold, but they got the first dragon, Lyric. They're unable to get pulled and swayed by OMG. And just in case, right, just in case, I want to ask you a little bit about how IG could potentially scale into this game, even though it feels like it's 15 minutes away, unless OMG completely waft and throw.
I still feel like they're just relying on mistakes from OMG. I mean, we see, right? Once the 5-man core is there, and you have Cold going in with the dredge line, Aki able to get in with his ultimate, and then Equalizer dropped on top of it, the amount of damage that it does. So you're relying on OMG to keep making those disconnected mistakes, but they're not doing it.
Under turret, yeah, Arn's just dead. Here's the hero's entrance, but the hero always arriving late. That stands true here for Mole. 80 carries dead, and OMG have another wave coming in through mid, top side, and supers through bot. This looks like another easy pick as Cold sets up for the dredge line. Shanji burns him down a little bit, and even though they don't find the kill, the poke seems to be enough as Mole is just getting crushed.
Yeah, IG as a whole just getting crushed under the weight of OMG. They're going to be able to pick up another turret. They're going to be able to open up another inhibitor, and I'm going to assume they don't look for the end here, especially not having that equalizer available. Cold's ult down as well, no Spirit Rush. So just back off for the guaranteed play. Go get that dragon. You'll put yourself on 3 dragons, 2 infernals. Also pretty big since the buffs have come through. And then for OMG, you could just turn your attention towards that Baron, break down the last turret in topside, and then, I mean, it'll finally be all she wrote for IG.
We're just looking at the setup there. Wait, what? Did he just dredge line through a turret? What? What is Nautilus hook? Like, oh my god.
It looked like it skimmed right by the edge, but it was definitely very close. As OMG now knowing the play, right, heading towards that Baron. TP actually coming through for Abel so they can try and get this push in quite quickly. They already have supers pushing in both mid and bot, so they really don't have any trouble forcing Prio and reclaiming this vision from IG. IG are going to do their best to prevent it, but now a lot of these tools for OMG are back up, and it would be so rough for IG to try to walk into this.
Well, they might have had a pick first on Nicole. They're using everything. Shielded Duran. They've locked him down, but he still gets away. A reset for Shun's good, but with the TP in, Aki now full committing with the ulti from Arn, heals him up. Aki down the middle of the whole team. The bailout works. Zika will die, though, and OMG is still strong here in a 4 versus 3 as Cream jumps in, goes gold, gets the pick. Shanji doing the same. Mole missing the Justice Punch, and Shun now not given another reset. It doesn't matter. As good as IG look from the brink of this despair, OMG are just way too fed.
No, and you can see OMG now just pinging the base. They have 2 waves of supers. They're going for the end. Mole, you are going down for the 5th time in this game. And, yeah, OMG bring us to a game 3. They have that chance, as there. He said the chance to lock it in today.
They do. After what was an absolute domination in game number 1, now the tides are turned in reverse. OMG will take us to a game number 3, and honestly, I don't know what we get out of this one, but I do know that IG said never say die about 1 million times within that game.
I feel like OMG just presenting them those opportunities to where IG can find isolated members, right? But we saw any time that OMG were grouped up, or I guess even when they were giving those opportunities over to IG, by the time the rest of the team joins up, I mean, the gold lead was just too big from too early on, right? And OMG did a great job of constantly, like, punishing the IG over aggression. I think the one that stands out the most to me was that first Rift Herald, where it's like, okay, IG, you are losing top tremendously. You have no pressure in mid. You really have no damage. I wonder if they're going to look to fight this Herald. They probably shouldn't. They go for it. And that's when the game was really over, right? That first Herald fight was like, this game went from OMG should win this game from, like, the earlier shenanigans around top to OMG are guaranteed going to win this game.
Yeah.
Took a bit of a slow burn to get there. But I'll say the one positive takeaway for me is Cream gets his hands on the Ahri and, like, was able to perform. I don't know if this is the best game to, like, take that from, because, right, a lot of it was mistakes coming out from IG, but the fact that OMG were able to keep delivering on it, some good spirit rushes, some good charms, I think overall is a positive sign. And the combo, the equalizer, true shot barrage, whoosh, IG's health bars were just gone.
It was a sick rumble game from Shanji. You know, clean stuff from OMG all round. And when playoffs relies on this, at the very least, you can say that the game win changes so many perspectives as well. Because when OMG are fighting against teams like LNG, right? Teams like BLG, they need this so desperately, considering that they don't have all the head-to-heads. BLG have one against them. LNG, they've got the head-to-head against them, if only by a game. It's so messy in the middle of the pit that this win really mattered for OMG. They're going to close this series out, and it will be such a great way to end the split. But you're right, IG doubled down. IG were like, no, we fight anyway. And the game gifted on a silver platter. We have so far had what has been a 51-minute series in 2 games, both under 30-minute quick bangers. And now we get the final one. You know what? Because if IG2 won, no one gets in playoffs.
Exactly.
Absolutely no one.
We have a 50-50 chance of this series just... I guess it still matters, right? Because even if IG2 won, that's still a loss for OMG. Still makes it harder for them to be able to qualify. But just like today on paper, it was a day of stakes. It was a day of, cool, we could have up to 2 teams qualifying today and potential for not even 1. But hey, I mean, coming off of this game, right? I feel like going into a 3rd game, the momentum from game 2 definitely carries over. You could theoretically say the same thing from game 1 into game 2, but it was kind of one bad play from IG that really just snowballed out of control in OMG's favor. We'll see if OMG can carry the momentum over, though, and Cream, Shanji can put up good performances once again. We'll get more of these niche picks out. Zika now not going to have the same level of confidence, just blind picking this Jax once again. Yeah, the Jax pick punished hard this time around. We get to talk about Shanji this time around as well. Abel gets through the lane, not versing his OTP. So I'm curious about the drafts of this one, Lyric, as we go to the break for our final game of the night to see if OMG can make playoffs in summer.
Specifically as a result, I'm not sure if we'd see nearly as much bot pressure if it's still...
Whoa, Strife! Just gets deleted!
One-shot him!
Your heavy reliance on Clint, who is still flashless to get some of these great plays off.
Just look at top. I mean, it keeps happening. Grand Challenge close to getting through. I want to see that fight as he goes in under turret the shy. 4 members against Breed, who's trying to hit level 6. I'm kind of curious because Breed needs 6 ASAP. Now has the needlework, launches it out as anyone's legend, are making the dive, but in his little circle, ZDZ having to flash away. He's dead for first blood. It's a double under the turret. Chocho also almost next. All the
crown is gone from Rookie. Oh, there goes onto the back line. Bin onto Foden. They can't get the damage follow-up, though, because of that keeper's verdict on the Weiwei. The final chapter across, though. Rookie has the lightning crash. As the Ultra Shock laser comes out from Doggo. Doggo step it up here. Rookie can go over the wall as the lightning crash uses it. Tries to go back in on the Weiwei. Doggo has to get out. He's almost out of mana at this point. You've got to be really careful. That's already Weiwei down 2. Doggo, you
so
got to
low.
find a way to carry. Icon, somebody. Doggo's got 1. Can Doggo clean it up? Doggo's got 2. He's trying to find the miracle play. He's got him. No. Chris goes down, and a triple kill is not enough. And B5 slammed the door on BLG.
They just dive. Ansem is gone. See ya later, LGTers. Top Esports happy to tank this tower up. Jaculov just free firing, untouched the entire play as he finishes them all off. A quadra kill on top of a dominant game. And I think Top Esports is just gonna end.
2 quadra kills in a row in 2 different Sivir games. And Hai Chao having a tough job ahead of him of stopping this push.
There's no way they don't dive the fountain. Hai Chao gives it on over. The pentakill for Jaculov.
单机选手的话就对线，然后英雄池还有那个玩的也比较聪明，我就多跟队友沟通。下一赛的对自己的表现的话就比较可惜，然后后面会多练习一些版本的英雄，给队伍更多选择。
I mean, options for IG right now. Look, I don't think they've got lack of options, Luke. I think in any role, really, as they took OMG to a game 2 in a very confident way. OMG slapped right back, and we've now had under 30-minute games for each individual game of this series. We're now to the final one here between OMG and IG. I didn't hear MVP. Was it Shanji? It sounds like
Cream.
Shanji. Cream this time. Okay. That's fair on the Ari. That is back-to-back Ari MVP so far.
And honestly, just great to see from Cream, right? Because we were harping on about his champion pool and how unwilling he's been to go to meta champions. I mean, outside of Silas and Ari, those are kind of the two meta picks. Like, he likes Talia, he has a game on Talia as well, but showed up on this game. They found the early lead. He was one of the key aspects in making sure that they didn't throw it away, even though it did look like they tried a few times. But overall, this was like the beauty of a best of series, right? The fact that OMG came in and they got to adapt. The blind pick Jax comes out this time. They're ready to go with the Rumble. They ban out the Vi. They first pick the Wukong. There really aren't too many jungle options left open. And I feel like OMG kind of coming out with a bit of a better draft. They were able to execute on it, playing through that top side. Zika saying, Shanji, really good, like strong in laning phase, has some creative picks. We got to see both of those this game with Shanji not only bring out the Rumble, but also finding the solo kill up in that top side. True. And overall, right, this is a Cream MVP package, but I feel like overall, OMG kind of outclassing the counterparts. Abel being the one who didn't really need to do much. Like, he had some really good true shot barrages to combo in with the equalizers, but he played his role. Sit back under my turret, I can farm up, I'm an Ezreal, and allow my top side to win and win hard.
I mean, yeah, the Ezreal who, in the past have been really sus on Abel's Ezreal, but felt like him not throwing the ball away was really nice. We're just going through a whole highlight package of full-on fights from OMG and IG's second game. IG so far behind, but not really throwing in the towel is what we were saying. And going into game number 3, Lyric, I mean, there's a lot of picks we can start talking about, right? The draft you liked in game 2 from OMG. I feel like, we kind of abandoned this talk about Samira because then it was like, well, we've given Shanji an option this time rather than just giving Zeke free reign.
Yeah, and now, right, game 2, ball was in OMG's court to adapt. Now ball's back in IG's court. It feels like value of getting a priority jungler that can find influence, that has some hard CC, that can look to influence the map is probably what we're going to be gearing towards as a prio pick in game 3. If Wukong isn't banned, probably going to be a first pick. Wouldn't be surprised if this Xin Zhao pick once again is your prio pick if I's banned once again, right? So I'm kind of looking towards jungle. IG also going to have to adapt in terms of the blind Jax. I mean, that's not going to work if Shanji can so confidently bring out this Rumble and then be able to just eke out ahead in this matchup, especially with the support of his team. So we'll see where they do go. Ari being the other standout. As you hit, right? Both games, Ari got the MVP. We saw the impact that it's able to have, and it is one of the champions that Cream is confident in being able to pick up.
I think for Kareem, like, seeing this talk about Ari, is a good sign considering that, Cream has been someone we talked about the limited champion pool, but at the moment, you were saying at the start of broadcast, I think, it's falling into his wheelhouse. Silas, things like Akali, Ari. We talk about more volatility in lane, but we also talk about Cream's champion pool being in a good place right now.
He's played 7 champions this split, which is pretty insane. When you think about how many games you play in the LPL. Cream has only played 7 champions. But here we go. Pick and ban of game 3. IG back on blue side. And they're going to default to the same bans that they did in game 1. And even OMG. So changing one thing. Once again, leaving open the Draven and banning this Wukong. I really would like to see IG go with the jungler. They go with the Vi over the Xin Zhao. So once again, kind of seeing the value of something that can find influence and make an impact is one of IG's big takeaways from game 2.
It's just so funny when, the jungle bans keep coming through and Shun will always find a way to pull on a high priority champion. So with the triple jungle bans for OMG, look at what's left open. We've seen the Xin Zhao 3 games in a row if this gets locked in.
And now I assume the Ari, probably what you're looking at as well for the side of OMG. I mean, it works so well in game 2. I feel like it's something you should lean on could push you a little bit further down in terms of bot lanes you're able to pick up. But heck, we saw in game 2 that OMG were fine and confident leaving their bot lane to second rotation.
Okay, so Cream Ari yet again. You talked about bottom lane. And it's a mystery to me. Maybe Mole gets a priority champion here. Lyric, there's been a lot of prio on leaving bot in both games, right? To the second phase.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what IG goes here for mid, because we've seen a bunch of options, right? Vex, one of those traditional counters into the Ahri. LeBlanc can match her. Talia is fine, but we're going to see IG index into the Vex. So once again, IG wanting to be aggressive, wanting to go in. Last game, one of our complaints about the composition was like, how do you really start fights on your terms unless either OMG are leaving themselves to be picked out like we saw in last game, or if they're not running into you. So now they'll be able to have their own onus, and I guess they're not worried about that Rumble pick if they're just willing to go towards this once again.
It's so hilarious. Like we saw last game getting dumpstered with Zika, but he's going to pull it out again, say it wasn't my fault. And Lyric, I don't know. Do you just run Rumble again with the same comp?
Yeah, I definitely think you do. I don't see any reason why you shouldn't. You're going to do fine in the laning phase. We know the top side 3v3 is incredibly strong. The only thing they have to worry about now is IG at least have the proactive tools to answer. Like, Shun can look to cover that top side early on and feel fine. Mole will have the ability to move with this Vex, especially with the ultimate, and you could potentially try and find those avenues to take Shanji down. But going in a similar place we did last game of getting to that second phase of AD carries, and honestly, we might even just end up trading what we had last time around, right? Banning out things like the Draven. I guess you don't need to ban Zarya this time because IG did ban that in first phase, but Aphelios, I think, being the go-to and the high priority pick, kind of left up out of these options.
The Samira ban comes through yet again. Okay, IG paying the respect. Aphelios, you mentioned, for IG just to ban it away. I mean, Abel last time was happy playing the Ezreal here in the same composition, Lyric. I'm wondering after that. Please.
I wonder if they take away the Nautilus, considering that, like, for OMG, if you're like, okay, like, AD carries are a bit of a wash, you're going to prioritize the Nautilus, give yourself some more engage, and go towards that as a viable pick for Cold, and we don't want to give up such a valuable engaged champion, but no,
bans are overrated.
Actually banning nothing.
Nice. All right. Yeah, okay, we've got an error. It's not like what we saw a couple of weeks ago, missing a ban. No. We're just going to wait and see. Wait and see, Lyric. Hey, I'm glad, though. Let's be real. I don't know who it was last time. I think it was EDG. And they just forgot a ban about a week and a half ago, so...
I remember one series I did the other day, one team no banned, but didn't get changed, didn't get remade, just ended up being... Right, you assume a team didn't no ban on purpose, right? They probably missed a ban, but didn't come down to either like a mistake or an error on their side to where they could actually turn around and change it. But OMG will be looking to do that. Again, when thinking about that, what that last ban could be of what IG would want to look towards, something like the Nautilus would jump to my mind as what OMG would kind of be comfortable going with, especially when you look. Sure, Cold plays a lot of champions, but once again, Cold is one of these players really leaning on that Nautilus pick.
Cold, 11 games played so far. I think 12, actually, if we consider the game in this series. Outside of that, we already talked about the champion identities for a lot of these players. Cold on 14 uniques. Same as Shanji as well, by the way. We've had things like Seraphine, Ashe, the Rels come through from Cold. His Amumu games have numbered in the 2s. We've had Alistar as well. Like,
hey, Wink has 16 uniques if you count both roles.
Oh, true, actually, and you do count both roles because it is a competition. Like, he's played AD in support in the same split, so hell yeah, he did.
Yeah, so the only support in our league who's also played Draven, Kalista, and Aphelios. Woohoo!
Oh, hell yeah. Well, it won't be long until we get to see what Wink pulls out in this game. We're still waiting. Pick ban is obviously just being remade. We've had no announcement as far, but, we saw what happened. Pick ban's getting remade. You pulled out the Nautilus. I'll also say that maybe this time around, Lyric, because we got Mole's pick early, didn't we? It's just bot we're waiting for IG, right?
Yeah, both teams, right? Just waiting towards that bottom side. We have Jax, Vi, Vex for the side of IG, Rumble, Xinjiao, and Ahri for OMG. So I think both teams, a lot of scrappiness towards that top side. For IG, a lot around mid-jungle in my mind. Vex, of course, having things like the Fear to be able to set up. And even the lockdown that Vi brings, really great for Vex. because like you don't want to waste your ult, right? Typically wanting to use it on either like a target who's cornered or a target who's already locked down. So if the Vi can set up for the Vex, they're going to give IG a lot of windows to where for OMG, I mean, they're rinse and repeating what they did last game. So we already know the game plan. These kind of big AoE 5v5s that they're able to go towards. And now we get to see IG. What is it? Actually taking away the Sivir.
Okay, well, no Sivir. You picked out the Nautilus. This would be a nice little takeaway considering that for IG Lyric, we've talked about it a lot of all in, but no super hard engage from the support.
Yeah, so I mean, typical response by OMG there with the Sivir taken off the table. Now for IG, we're going to see the Aphelios once again, but the question is partnered with what? I guess you could go towards the Renata again if you feel comfortable going with it. We saw Wink, when OMG were making mistakes, actually did have some impactful ultimates in that last game. There is still the question of, like, Rumble doesn't need to get in range without that equalizer and actually, like, cause a lot of chaos for IG as a team, but I think not too many other picks left available. Some teams have been willing to lean back into the Leona, but we haven't seen all too many.
That's right. I mean, for Wink, getting him on something engage-wise, though, that feels like a good direction. As, you know, so far for IG, thematically, Lyric, we have a pretty solid draft. I just want to see Leona, Tarm, okay, safety for Arn. Seems like a good direction, too.
So now having, you know, the ability to devour when we have things like the Nautilus, the Ahri, and the Zinja on the opposing side doesn't really do anything up against the Rumble. The Equalizer's still going to be able to hurt out Wink if he does go for that devour and still cause a bit of an issue. And for OMG, it just seems like, hey, it worked so well in game 2. Let's just do it again, baby. As Abel locking in the Ezreal. We already know OMG going to be looking towards that top side to enable Shanji. Even ignoring the draft, that is how they've been playing for most of the split, is Aki kind of relying on the pressure that Shanji's able to put up towards that top side. IG, though, I think having more options in 5v5s, but especially when looking for picks, right? Vi, an incredible champion at being able to get in a team's face, lock one target down. Vex can follow up with her ultimate. You have the burst available to be able to find these kills.
So, dive ability to get off picks, feels like IG, you know, to bridge tempo in this game. It's a comp very IG-esque. What we've seen so far is they've been super bloodthirsty, even though they're the team that's already out of playoffs. They're 4-10. If you're just tuning in, IG are on the outskirts and they can no longer make it, even if they were able to 2-0 this and 2-0 their next series. IG can't bridge that gap, unfortunately. However, at this point, Lyric, they can set themselves up to be a nuisance to everyone in the league. They can deny OMG playoffs. They can deny LNG in the same vein, because OMG pulling up a game means that even with an IG win, LNG do not lock in the spot. We will have all 6 teams on our 3rd day of Week 10 still vying for playoffs. So, of course, people want OMG to win here. They want to see OMG lock in playoff spots and do what they should have done, you know, potentially weeks ago, right? OMG are a team that we've been pretty hyped up about this split, and this could be another one of those games where we see why this team is worthy of playoff picture.
I mean, it felt like they should have locked in last week when they played up against BLG. I mean, coming in as favorites to that series, sadly dropping the ball. But like you said, having the opportunity to do here once again. We're going to be keeping our eyes on Cream. He did pick up MVP last game. It really feels like when Cream is on and having good games is when OMG are looking their best. But having to go up against Mole in this counter matchup is going to be a little bit rough. Vex did get a buff last patch. She was one of the champions who was really hurt by the durability changes, just not being able to burst targets out. She's another champion that, like, once you're in, you are just in. If the damage wasn't enough, you are pretty much just screwed. But her Q, getting a cooldown and damage buff, so kind of increasing some ability to trade in lane, and then also bringing a bit more burst in team fights.
Electrocute there as well, so further on your point about the lane, Cream going to have a hard job getting through this at the very least, and especially when we look at those other runes. Lethal Tempo again taken here on Zika in this top side, and Lyric, remember, it was the level 3 solo kill from Shanji after Zika took a turret shot that really just ruined that top side.
And it could do the same thing again. Shanji once again opting into the Ignite over the TP. We saw that did cause some, I don't want to say issues since OMG were always in control of that game, but annoyances when OMG were trying to force fights and he'd always just have to run over. So if Shanji can find that same sort of kill pressure and make sure he's utilizing that Ignite effectively, that is what OMG need to do. Because if this game goes into mid-game even when you are having to worry about that Jax having the TP, being able to match plays or get to plays before you, winning out on side still, that is one of the things that can push the levers in IG's favor.
Yeah, it wasn't a factor last game. There's good dredge line from Cold in the bottom lane. Top side, we're watching because, as we said, the level 3 was disastrous. So Zeke is going to hit 2 first and have himself a good trade. Shanji last time around, it started in this exact same way, Lyric. Zika just constantly pushes him off the wave, and Shanji sitting at 1 CS to start the game off.
Yeah, Shanji accepting, though, right? He levels Z level 1, is going to let his wave get pushed in. He knows Aki's going to path towards the top side to try and find influence in this matchup regardless. So if that gank can come through, could mean the world of difference. Zika this time around hopefully won't take that turret shot to open up the solo kill potential to come through, but already dropping a bit of a ward. Could open up for a lane gank potentially if Zika does overcommit with a Q onto Shanji, though.
As we look back towards mid, I mean, Mole is doing an okay job at Cream with a good trade back. Aki's nearby, Lyric, and I'm wondering what Aki's angle is in this early game because lanes aren't pushed out in either way. There's an opportunity here if Mole oversteps.
I mean, that's like one of Vex's biggest counters, just ganks in general, because you are immobile. Like we said, you're kind of the champion that once you're in, you're in. That's not as true until you hit the level 6 mark. And that's even when this matchup becomes even more annoying, right? Because Ari getting the Spirit Rush has those dashes, which then Vex can proc her passive, get more damage off. And even if you ever try to get into a window to all in, having that fear available. So Mole finding it like a nice small advantage early on in the game, but Cream has been able to hold up because it isn't too bad yet. But here's that gank you were talking about.
He's so deep for this one. On the
This
Cream.
is so
He wants it.
disrespectful.
Cream flashes away, though. Even with Aki now on the wave, look at where Mole's going. Aki is going to channel and follow him. Level 4 mid versus level 4 jungle, but look over the wall. Cold's here. Is he going to burn the flash? Yes, he is. Dredge line at max range. Mole's going to die to first blood, and Cold showing us that Nautilus has that energy.
And I have no idea what Mole was doing. Like, that was the most we are eliminated, I don't care energy I've ever seen.
True.
Great by Aki to punish. You were highlighting that the gank can come through. They utilize it. But yeah, nice first kill going over. But feels like you should really never be in that position where you're between tier 1 and tier 2 turrets, with your jungler nowhere nearby, with your bot lane not really having the support lean pushing in. And we're going to see here, Mole wanting to find that kill like you were talking about. Does force Cream to flash, is denying some CS, but also ultimately giving a kill over. You did get 2 summoners for your trouble, but yeah, you also did blow on yourself.
The Nautilus again. I mean, that one less
Oh,
egregious. Yeah, he's back in the bottom lane. Wink should be going down here. And IG too deep as they look for the re-engage on top of Cold. Arndt is going to die as well. Dredge line again. My God, Lyric, we're doing it once more.
We're doing it again, IG.
Jeez
IG, I guess, had
Christ.
one in the tank, but OMG, great job. I love junglers that flash over walls to make ganks happen. Aki going right over. Looks like OMG were already winning out in that 2v2, considering Abel picking up that first kill. And we're going to see how it all started here as,
Again.
Dredge line coming in from Cold. Even gets the turret shot down. Like we highlight, Aki flashes over the wall. They're going to be able to guarantee this 1 kill anyway, but Aki joining the fray opens up for them to get on as well.
Apparently, it's not even lollipopping. I remember looking up recently. It's literally just got a massive hitbox. So, I don't know. I'm sure someone out there understands Dredge line better than I do, but at the very least, Lyric, that is so funny. I was saying, oh, the last one wasn't as egregious. That one definitely was. The minions helping out, obviously moving away. It's like Moses with a big staff, and Cole now sets up 0 and 3. He's got himself a perfect KDA so far, and what I mean is 100% kill participation is okay. That Dredge line maybe not as good, and IG move into mid to try and help out.
I mean, we're still almost already at a 2K gold lead for OMG, though. This is this could snowball out of control very quickly, especially considering we said Abel didn't really have to do much last game and was still putting up like pretty solid damage numbers. Already having a Sheen in pocket, already stacking up a tier, a longsword on top of it, halfway through his call. Like, Abel is living a good life.
As Mole will not. Charm lands at melee range, and Shadow Surge won't even come out. Mole's dead a second time round, and This is just looking so easy yet again. The 2K gold lead holds as Shun's going deep for a ward, but he can't be there. Aki's moving bot.
Maybe Mole found out that the hot pot place that LNG invited them to is actually like one of his least favorite.
Oh,
As-
true.
oh, Shun.
Flash Volt Breaker, Tongue Lash slows him down. Okay, Aki's gonna die here. IG getting some gold back, and with the jungler down, now we're cooking.
Now for IG, I wonder if they feel comfortable committing to a dragon. That timer's obviously not that long. They have had pressure in bot, and it looks like they are just going to go for it, considering bot lane, able to get back to lane. Mole, also considering he just died, is going to get back to lane compared to Cream, who needs to go for that reset.
All right, Lyric. I'm convinced, though. You know, now that OMG have handed that shutdown over, I'm convinced that IG aren't just giving up, but with the dredge line there, True Shot Barrage, Wing takes such a hefty chunk. Cold now takes on the last member in front of them, which is Arn, who's playing with range. At least they hold strong here in the river as Dragon goes down, and Mole now moving in for the Shadow Surge. Can he hit it onto Cold? Yes, he can. Fear's there, and the Spectral Bolt won't tag him on the outside. Able to just Arcane Shifts over. He too will live, and a worthy attempt, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, we see both teams trying to find kills, right? Able doing a surprising amount of damage to Wink when they were going for the pick onto him. And then now, IG not able to find those kills is going to open up this opportunity for OMG to look for Herald. Shanji is Equalizer. The fact that Mold doesn't have ultimate. Vex without ultimate is pretty much a useless champion because you need enemies then to run into you to do your damage or to be able to get your fear off. You're not able to proactively look for those opportunities. So OMG, I like that they're capitalizing. And we can already see in topside, Shanji's already been able to get a plate for himself. So
Yep.
I wouldn't be too surprised if we start seeing more pressure given over to topside. But with both jungles having pretty much every camp up, maybe we're going to get like a 30 seconds of solace.
Of lull, yeah. Lulling about a bit until the Herald goes down. I was going to also say to you, like, CS leading the top side on top of the plating means that Shanti right now is sitting pretty. We also have ourselves a pretty even CS bot, but 2 kills on Able, so it does feel like OMG's the team to talk about here in this early game, as Aki is going to be contesting over for the Scuttle. Shouldn't thinking about it, but Aki right now with the Iron Spike Whip seems a little bit stronger, so he backs out while Shun argues for an angle on the top side.
Not going to be able to find anything, though. Especially considering you know that Aki's still in the area, probably not wanting to look for that 2v2. You look at the minimap, Cream having complete control of mid lane, but Mole might just drop the wave in case something happens.
God, all right. That's a thick wall, Shun. A very thick wall. He needed to be further down, Lyric. That's rough.
I mean, we've seen a few of those plays throughout this game from both teams, right? So, yeah, there's some mistakes. This is a 4-10 team versus 7-8 team, though a team who arguably should probably have more than 7-8 on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
But now kind of, you know, taking stock of what items are coming through. Already item Spike Whip in pocket for Aki, who now is starting to set up for this play on top side with how much Shanji's getting done to this turret.
Well, good ward, though. Going to spot him out. At least now there can be a response. However, Shun is on the opposite side of the map. So, as I say that, maybe it's going to be Zika dying down. Remember, the ward is going to spot Aki. Zika should not die here. Otherwise, Lyric, I'm going to go eat the rest of my spring rolls, dude. I will not take any of it.
The only question is if OMG would be comfortable to opt for a dive, but doesn't look like that's what's going to come through. Aki ending up wasting a whole lot of time. And heck, 4IG on the opposing side, not even trying to set up a play bot. Shun just trying to find a bit of an advantage for himself in terms of clearing out his camps.
Nice ulti, yeah. Aki, Zika in the top side has to jump in on top of the red carpet. And so Shanji, with more plating, the CS lead here that's going to be massive, means that Zika on this Jax that he blind picked yet again is going to be suffering out, Lyric. And Shanji with the lead this time, not given through a solo kill, but just given through the good laning we saw last time too.
We might even see a similar scenario, right, where last time around OMG opted not to drop Herald top because of how well Shanji was just doing in the isolated 1v1. Could just keep leaning Aki up, letting that advantage kind of boil up on its own. Just with Aki hovering around, you don't have to be afraid of ganks coming through because you feel comfortable in winning that 2v2, especially when you look at items coming out across the board, right? Like, sure, Kempunk Chain Short on Shun, you have a full mythic on Aki, and then Zika having to get that Hex Drinker really going to be hurting his damage capability.
Okay, Bolt Breaker, Counter-Strike knocked in the air. Is he going to move? Flashes away, but burning down. Nice gank. Zika ignited down, though. The minions help. He's dead for a trade. But hey, at the very least, he has TP.
You're the team that dedicated resources up towards top side, and OMG are the ones who find a kill. I love it. Now they don't have to go cover. They're just going to commit fully to this mid lane, drop Herald. Cold's already here, and should in no position to answer.
True. You're right. Lyric, in retrospect now, OMG with the better gold trade. The fact you traded topside kill as well is just showing OMG's early game is right now feeling like so much better. We have a 2-0 Ezreal that we don't need to talk about. We have Shanji, who was able to get a kill and is 100 CS up in their top side. And plating given over to Cream on this pick yet again. Cream might be even in CS, but 001, he's be able to pick up plating. He's now got a stopwatch too. OMG in a good position, Lyric, to lock in playoffs today. That's all I'm going to say. You know, IG might have dropped the ball a little bit. Maybe they need to, you know, go and eat some food. As Everfrost for Everfrost on the flash on Cream. He gets out though. Space build. Shadow Search not even going to be used. Mol's flash is available. Like, what is happening? Here's the ulti from Shanji as well. Maybe IG have just decided that, hey, you know what? OMG deserve to be in playoffs, and IG just keep getting caught out left, right, and center.
IG, to me, plays like that, whatever. The most egregious one still being the between two turrets so early on with your
Also
team
true.
nowhere to be found. That one was crazy. I understand wanting to look for that solo kill, but we can see now after the pick, I mean, OMG have already had full control of the map, but just look at the wards littered. Top side, bot side, around Dragon, just everywhere. OMG know exactly what IG are looking for. Gonna be able to pick up their first Dragon of the game. And heck, Rift Herald coming up in less than a minute. That is all but guaranteed to be OMG's.
It's a 3k gold lead where Aki is able to stop the Dragon stacking of IG. We'll look at this again. As you said, Lyric, not as egregious, but we're looking at the top side gank, which ended up being a trade.
So IG utilizing their pick tools, but having to tank that turret. 2 shots going down, and then the Ignite ticking. Unfortunate for Zika, but does go down. And here, I mean, OMG set up the play right. Mole getting locked down. CC into CC once again brought down. Like, he had flash, but he has nowhere to flash. He would have gone down. The difference maker, OMG bringing Cold over to the play. You look at the minimap, Wink still nowhere nearby. And with that, OMG just slowly building up this gold lead. And IG looks like they're saying, hey, you know, we've already been opting into every fight and every pick we can find. What is another one at that for OMG? Take it a little bit slow. Let Shanji get over here. You can start trying to poke them out with this Ezreal. And for the side of IG, I feel like you're relying a lot on Mole to find like a huge ult that can maybe fear multiple members. But even then, a lot of IG's damage and lockdown is single target.
Yeah. Tom Kench, multi-man knockup, that's what you hope for, I guess, Shun, to get to that back line. Counter-Strike is a 2-man, though, as Cold takes the damage, goes golden to negate. Shanji's coming through. A good Shadow Surge, but watch this rumble. The Equalizer lines the river, and Zika's getting burned to a crisp as Cream now has to disengage. IG all-inning. Charm connects. Cream and Shanji live on, and that's just pure outplay as Invictus Gaming looks like they're going home dead.
Yeah, 4 for 1 in favor of OMG. That's going to be a Herald. That's going to be a mid lane turret. That's going to be a playoff spot. That's going to be OMG's favorite meal. I don't know. It's everything.
Well, Doombee's not buying it for them, that's for sure. IG probably going to get set lumps of coal by Doombee, if anything. Because at this point, OMG to take off playoffs. This game is looking mighty fine as we look at the all-in again. As you said, IG, just don't shy away from the fight.
No, they go in. They have a nice 2-man knockup, but Aki able to knock them back. Damage trying to come through, but once the other members get into the fight, Equalizer going to be able to come down. You've already wasted pretty much all your from first. That's what a lot of IG's comp is, coming out from the Vi and the Vex. Even the Moonlight Vigil blown very early on. Multiple members walking over that Equalizer in the end, and then Cream able to find the charm and clean up the 2 members on the back line for the side of IG.
They're so fed. 5,000 gold lead. Zika's about to get this turret, but maybe he's not because Shanji has an Equalizer again. And Zika has to pay respect to that. And what I was saying about being fed, Lyric, is that Shanji's now 3-1-2 as the Night Harvester. Aki is a big deal as well. I don't want to see this robot on the bottom of my screen. As they go for the all-in engage. I mean, Aki's here. Equalizer down. He goes golden. It's a TP burn. IG are about to be heavily outnumbered. And as Cream comes through, even though Mole's joining in, I know which mid laner I'd prefer. It starts off IG favored, but with the Orb of Deception, the reset for Cream, it's Reset City. As this Ari not going to miss either. Charm in. Abel's here. Zika running for his life, but Aki snipes him down. Invictus Gaming Lyric. I'll tell you what, I'm going to be changing their Marvel movie after this.
IG are trying to answer back in mid lane, but OMG are just getting so much. Looks like they're even going to try and push another turret up in the top side. They have the Rift Herald, so they should be able to do so. And, I mean, this will even get a charge on the inhibitor turret.
Yeah. Won't get the inhibitor by the looks of it with Shun and Mole alive, but as you said, the charge will be coming through. There's nothing Wink can do to stop it. Do not lick the eye. That's how you get conjunctivitis. It's going to do a lot of damage. And so the top lane turret in front of the inhibitor now brutalized as OMG move close to a 7,000 gold lead. It's 17 minutes into the game. It has been an absolute stomp. Cream getting Ari again, Lyric, feels like a big part of it. But I will just say, Aki prioritizing this pick for a reason is we're looking for an Arn solo kill, but he just doesn't have the damage at this point.
No, and I feel like that's a big problem looking across the board. Like, seriously, compare Zika's items to Shanji's. Might Harvester, Fiendus Codex, aren't even Sword Boots. Zika had to buy the Hex Shrinker, hasn't finished his Mythic yet. Sure, we can see here they have a decent amount of damage to come out. Initially, once OMG are able to bring their other members in, Abel and Cream both having TP, they have the numbers, the stopwatch was able to buy time, and then they're able to keep running them down with Cream's Spirit Rush.
How good would you feel as Abel in this game? In this series in general, when Arn had the audacity to pull out Samira in game 1, clapped you with it, and then banned it against you so you couldn't get revenge. Abel's sitting there being like, don't take my champion or talk to me ever again, you know? Keep Samira's name out of your mouth, honestly. Abel, Lyric, he deserves to be praised here on this Ezreal. It might be clean stuff, it might be a simple game, but let's be real. He's been playing so much better this split.
What if he's doing both? What if he's saying that to On, but he's also yelling at Samira? And, you know, what if he's done with her? What if he's like, hey, you know, you were supposed to be my champion. You were supposed to only work for me. That was your one job. And now that someone else found a win, he's like, I'm done.
True. Now he moves on to something else. Maybe Quinn comes up in playoffs, you know? Something even more obscure than Samira. I mean, to be fair, Samira's not too obscure. You know, they even made another champion that has the same Q&E. So I feel like right now there are people willing to play it in the league, but dude, when I see the Quinn 80 carry, that's when I'll know.
So what you're saying then is that he should be the first one in LPL to bring out the Neela, and that should be his new love.
True, yes. I'm waiting for it. It's enabled. People are wondering in LPL, it is enabled. Like, it's a shame we haven't had it as OMG found a pick. Backing on a ward here, Wink, as we look down towards bottom. Zika and Mole are trying to take out Charge, but a depth charge to help out. His equalizer comes out in the end, but it's a one-for-one trade as Cream runs in the middle of the fight. Shun jumping in. No stun available for IG as Abel now joins in, pokes him down, and this AD carry getting revenge. Arn's ulti would have been huge if the game was even, but with a quadra kill for Creme de la Creme, it is a quadra cream in the end.
Quadra Cream coming in clutch. I mean, what is this game? What is this series at this point? It looked like we were going to start off serious, and now here we are, 20 minutes, 24 kills in. Both teams just keep running in. For OMG, it makes sense. Like, they own the bank right now. IG are hoping to take out loans, but what could you do? OMG being the lone shark that's running them down. Shanji almost gets picked off to start the fight, but as long as he's able to drop that equalizer in the end, he's done his job.
Oh, here
and
we
IG gonna try and find a steal.
Mole's jumping in, Cream doesn't matter. Baron goes down at the 21-minute mark. IG here as Aki tries to back in the back of the pit. I mean, this is just insulting at this point. It's a 10k gold lead, and OMG is sitting there like it's a solo queue game where they're going to challenger promos after this.
You know, I wanted to dive deeper into the madness. Keep going, IG. Yeah. Keep running into them. OMG, like we said, they're over the moon whenever IG are looking to force these plays. And they're doing a nice job of staying together as a unit compared to last game where it felt like they were just kind of running in, let's say, like 3 would go in first, and then maybe Shanji would join up, and then Abel would get there. It was a little disconnected, but they were still strong enough to make it work. Now, they have that same strength, but typically they're going in, or at least hovering, with all 5 members. And now with IG not situated to make a cross-map play towards top, OMG can just funnel in down on this bottom side. They have the Baron available. Cream has TP, and they could look to start taking down this spot in mid tier 2 turret.
Because Lyric, what do you do at this point as IG? You watch the game slowly end. Like, Mole is 0-6. And it you know why I feel tilted after this game? It's not the last couple of plays from Mole. Like, they would have been fine. As you said, being between turrets at level 2, level 3, like, it just feels like that ruined this whole game beyond repair, or at least was one contributing factor.
Maybe didn't ruin the game beyond repair, but it definitely made me question a lot with where his team was on the map. As we see OMG now just gonna start brute forcing their way in. So you ask what IG want to do here, start figuring out what your favorite takeout is, maybe think about what movie you want to watch tonight. Is OMG gonna look for the engage.
And Arn is hitting the range. The question mark goes up from Arky. Shun was dealing with mid-wave. I like the equalizer on the back end to stop IG from a potential shadow surge. So Baron power play, it's not the gold in the top right that's so impactful. It's the fact that the inhibitor turret is now down 50 seconds before Dragon. And IG Lyric, who's got the damage to deal with this? I guess it's Arm.
It's only on. And we've seen, right? He's had some respectable damage come out, especially from his ultimate in that last play. But the thing I love is when you look at the player cams for the side of OMG, like how honed in and serious they still seem. Like, this is a game, realistically, if OMG were like smiling and laughing and like, ha ha ha, what is going on? It'd be totally understandable. But no, they have one goal in mind. They're like, we don't care. We need to get our playoff spurt. Then we could laugh. Then we could have fun. Then we could do whatever we want. But wanting to find a win in a clean, serious fashion.
God, OMG making playoffs again. It has been few and far between in the last 5 years. Like, we have seen this rise to fame, but as OMG TP through in the mid lane, this is an organization that has often struggled. We remember that OMG made 2021 summer playoffs, but before that, Lyric, it was 2017. Now bridging down mid is a great dredge line from Cold. I can say that again. Mole is going back to the death chamber. Something else for Vex to be depressed about as Cream runs on in. Again, this Ari having a great time. Wink will save his life, but OMG are hell-bent on locking in playoffs. They will not be stopped by this 4, soon-to-be 11-loss team. OMG heading towards the base. It ain't the go-going roster. It ain't the Loveling, Cool, Uzi, and San one. It's a roster filled with new talent. Cream, Shanji, Aki, and Abel brings in the mix. OMG are gonna be at playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. But how far can this team go? Hopefully we get to see it as they round out their split 8-8 and lock in that spot finally.
Great series from OMG. Great game 2 and game 3 coming out from them. It was a weird one. This one, I don't really have words for. But point is, right, we are going to get to see the creativity of OMG in playoffs. We called them creative, even Zika saying, hey, Shanji, very creative player. And it's kind of nice having that personality be brought into the LPL and be brought to playoffs. It's kind of funny that they still don't look like too overjoyed. There it is. There's the smiles we wanted. But part of that could come down to maybe the expectation they have for themselves, right? Maybe it's not all like frolicking and like, let's go, because they realize of like, hey, we think we should be in playoffs. We know we should have qualified for playoffs before. Today is just get the business done and then look locked and loaded towards the future.
OMG making it, that's the biggest thing, right? Like, if they lost this, their fate would be in someone else's hands. But OMG hitting 8 means they cannot be caught here by teams outside. Remember that BLG and FPX are teams that can only hit and hold 7. And what that means is 8 locks in a top 4, a bottom 4, guaranteed. So OMG find their place in, and I have to say, Lyric, like, what a, rough start to the series, but a dominant end, to say the least.
Yeah, and, we're going to end up talking about OMG as we get MVPs and get towards player interviews. So we can do our quick hit on IG of like, man, I don't know what happened. Especially that game 3. I mean, that that Mole performance, that was WE Mole, right? When Mole was on WE, like, he did not look good. It looked rough. It was like, is this really the same guy that was on V5? And then we have him come into IG. Everything's looking good. Everything's looking solid. But that game was just so horrendous. But game 2 and game 3 from IG across the board, right? Even things like their draft, you're kind of surprised they're willing to go back to this Jax pick. Like, surely Zika looks confident. And maybe he knows, like, okay, in the 1v1, I'm going to be down a little bit, but I'm going to scale, I'll be fine. But the problem is that IG as a team are so willing to go for these skirmishes, it feels like either they have to kind of change up how they're playing, or, again, change your priority in draft. So I'm pretty confused about IG. This series did kind of look like, especially this game 3, right? Game 2, some bad drafts, some, like, mistakes early, whatever. Game 3, it looked like, hey, we're out. Well, that's all I got.
That's it.
That's all I got. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, the mid. I think being between turrets was just, honestly, I think, I don't know, the golden Y4s, the golden Ricks. I think that might be in it. I don't know. I don't know.
Yep.
If it was just, like, you know, not ridiculous, but well, actually, yeah, it was. So maybe that'll get a top
You know what?
place.
That one will be revisited because we got
Yep.
the Golden Ricks on Sunday. We can go back to
True.
praising OMG, because one thing that's great about OMG, right, is that this OMG roster has so much personality. It has actually built up a lot of fans, like, with the Western audience. A lot of people like watching OMG play, find Shanji exciting, like the style they bring. This, like, very rugged, scrappy, again, typically, like, very short range, very brawly sort of style has been something that they've made their own and that people can identify with.
God, it's one of the most interesting teams to watch, but, you know, for OMG, like, how will it work against other teams in the bracket, right? We are currently looking at OMG holding, well, Lyric, I'm just looking across the board. Chances are OMG will either be 8th or 9th. That's the reality of it, I feel like, right now. Anyone's Legend do have the head-to-head against, oh, sorry, actually OMG do. So 8th or 9th is where they'll kind of sit. But that does mean they're either bottom or top of the bracket. So right now, I can't really make any guarantees. But for OMG, what I was going to say, Lyric, is against some other teams in the first round, maybe for OMG, it looks really promising. But I truly wonder how draft goes into BO5 against maybe like the Weibo Gamings, against like the, you know, the EDGs, right? Who are now locked in for 5th and 6th seed.
Even thinking about, like, BLG, who just 2-0'd them the other day, like, there's a realistic world where they have to face BLG in their first match of playoffs.
True.
Which, I mean, luckily, right, you can learn from going 0-2 down to them. You can look at what you could have done different in draft, especially considering that BLG kind of exposed some of these things, like the leaning on the Silas. But even TT are a team that I wouldn't be scared of, per se, from OMG. Like, you're definitely going in thinking you can beat them, but you have to watch cautiously with the run of form that they've had. So
True.
I think OMG have a lot to kind of reflect on, and they do have some time, right, to figure out some of these strategies they want to come up with or expand on going into playoffs. But it is going to be rough, especially, like you said, as you make your way up, and then you have to face the Weibos, the EDGs of the world.
Yeah.
Because right now it just feels like, I mean, there's a reason why 7 through 10 has been fighting for so long, but we've had 5th and 6th locked in for such a while, is that it really feels like there is a gap between, like, EDG, Weibo, and the rest.
Yeah, like there's a couple of bubbles, right? JDG, Top Esports, RNG, V5, then EDG, Weibo, then a big drop-off to OMG, LNG, Anyone's Legend, BLG, TT, FPX, depending on who comes through. So that drop-off, this split, that's what makes me truly wonder. I know we're still talking about OMG and looking into this win, but I truly wonder if it is just going to be so cut and dry, Lyric. Like, we're getting towards Worlds. We've got 4 seeds yet again. And outside of EDG Weibo, it's like, can that 7th to 10th hold a candle to the huge increase in power that even comes from 5th and 6th? Don't know. Maybe if Aki plays like this. Dude, give him Xin Zhao.
Yes.
He played really good in the early game, and this Xin Zhao, Lyric, was prioritized game after game.
I do want to say, kind of going off your question, that
Please.
OMG, at least in my mind, have the ability to go further than, like, a first round of playoffs. They have standout individuals and players who can step up to a high level, like Aki, like we're seeing on our screen right now. You know, how far they can go up against some of the star-studded lineups in the top 4, I don't know. But I don't think a dark horse run is necessarily out of the question
True.
But this team will have a lot to improve on in a very short amount of time. But the thing is, right, we've already seen them beat V5. We've already seen them step up and beat some of the top dogs.
We have. You know, we've seen so many games like this where OMG come out of the woodwork, right? It was it against JDG? Was it the OMG win versus... They took Top Esports to 3 games. They took JDG to 3 games.
They took RNG to 3 games.
Yeah.
They took Top Esports to 3 games.
It was 2-0. No, they beat V5. That's what it was. OMG beating V5. Even though V5 have looked rough, like apart from their last game against Top Esports, OMG have done what people have thought is the unthinkable. So you're right on that mark.
OMG have only gotten 2-0 3 times this split by BLG, Weibo, and Ultra Prime.
True. Wow. I didn't hear who her interview was for, but we know Wendy's standing by. Hey, there we go. We'll send it over to her right now.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview. And now we have Shanji from OMG with us. Congratulations on today's win. And after today's game, OMG has secured the seat of playoffs. So how do you feel at this moment? 那首先恭喜你们今天拿下了比赛的胜利，而且 OMG 现在也是拿下了通往季后赛的门票。所以说，在现在山鸡有什么样的感觉？
就现在肯定挺开心的，因为春季赛也差一把，然后今年这一把其实压力挺大的，然后也很庆幸能拿下吧。
So I feel definitely I'm very happy and excited at this moment because in the spring splits we are so close to the playoff, but we didn't manage to do this. So for this time we really have a huge pressure on our shoulder, and I'm super happy. Finally we did this. We were able to get into the playoffs, and definitely congratulations again. And let's move on to this game a bit, because in both game 2 and 3 you have chosen exactly the same comp, which can be quite aggressive from the early game, and definitely you guys were able to get a huge lead from the beginning. So what are the feedbacks made after the loss of game 1? And in both game 2 and 3 you have chosen this Rumble. So what makes you choose him again this time? 那其实说到今天的对局，感觉你们第2、3局是选出了一模一样的，都是可以从前期比较有进攻性的一个阵容体系。你们也是确实从前期就紧紧的握住优势，所以说可能在第1局失利之后，你没有进行哪些调整？特别是你也是再一次拿出了兰博上单，为什么会在这一场的对局中选出他呢？
因为可能打他们就是可能就打的进攻性比较很强，因为他们这场就是可能想把我们拖下水吧。然后我们第1局打完后发现我们就得上强度了，然后第2、3局就，因为我们班位也不够，搬不了武器，然后就说放武器出来，然后用兰博跟他们去对抗。然后这个对局的话，我也很有信心嘛，就。
So I think the change of our playstyle is really depends on the opponent's team. I really feel like maybe IG they really would like to take us down to drag us off into the playoff seat. So after game 1, we feels like it's time for us to be more aggressive in the actual game. So that's the reason for us to change our draft, and also in terms of the Rumble pick, because we don't have enough ban card, so we don't have a chance to ban out the Jax. And I told to my other teammates that maybe I can choose Rumble to handle with Jax, because I'm really confident with this matchup. And yeah, you have mentioned the Jax and Rumble matchup, and definitely in both games you were able to get the laning kills, or at least got some leads in the laning phase. So what's your strategy in facing Jax in the laning phase versus Rumble? 那就如你所说嘛，其实你的兰博面对贾克斯也是比较的有自信的。那确实在2、3局，你要么就是拿到线杀，然后至少也是建立了非常大的一个对线的优势。所以说，可能在面对贾克斯的时候，你的一些前期的一些战术或者说想法的关注重点是哪些呢？
就可能他们比较喜欢打上野吧，然后我们就想了个就是强度比较高的上野。然后兰博对线贾克斯的话，可能我兰博玩的比较好吧，就我兰博可能打很多英雄都不会劣势，然后我们就选了这个英雄。
For IG, I feels like this team they really focus a lot on the top and jungle. So we would like to have a very strong top jungle combo in both game 2 and 3. And for my Rumble, I just got enough confidence on this champion. In facing so many champions, I feel my Rumble can deal with different champions in the laning phase so well. So that's the reason for me to be able to play a Rumble so well in the laning phase. And definitely your Rumble really have shown so many highlights. And this is your first year of LPL. And besides Rumble, you have shown us so many interesting picks like Shyvana, Shin, Lilia, Top. So tell us more about how would you evaluate your growth through this year with this OMG? 那其实这也是山鸡哥第一年 LPL 的一个征程嘛。但其实到目前为止，不光是今天的兰博，还有你之前的上单慎啊、莉莉娅呀，还有龙女，有非常非常多给我们带来惊喜的一些上单英雄选择。所以说，你也是怎么样来评价可能自己和这个 OMG 在这一年当中的成长的？觉得自己成长了哪些方面？
我觉得我第一年上 LPL 的话，可能开始就是打得比较生涩，然后比较紧张吧。然后春季赛可能打得没那么稳健，然后夏季赛的话，就我跟队友磨合也好一点，然后我自己可能打得也比较自信一点，然后可能我排位会去玩什么骚套路啊，然后训练赛拿出来效果会发现还挺不错的。然后就我们教练组还有我们所有人就认为可以用的话，我们比赛就会直接拿出来用，就感觉就队友也挺信任我的，然后我也不能辜负大家的信任吧。
I feels like maybe from the spring split, I was a bit nervous while I played on stage, and in summer, I feels like I really grows a lot. I have built my, I have built my confidence, and also in terms of the team synergy, we were able to play better and better as a whole. And also for some interesting picks, sometimes maybe in the solo ranks, I would like to explore more interesting picks, and we would like to give them a try in the scrims, and sometimes in the scrims, if they were able to have a very good result, our team would like me to just give them a try on the stage of LPL. So I'm really thankful that all the teammates they just trust me, and I would like to use my better and better performance to pay them back. And definitely, we're all looking forward to your growth in your future. And congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们，希望你们季后赛能加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
拜拜。
Thank you to Wendy, thank you to Shanji, and a humble man who has been, waiting all year long to, I guess, get into playoffs. Lyric, the important part was that Shanji, in his debut year, feels like he's had a lot of growth and was nervous in spring. And I get that. He started off really strong, but the nerves must have kicked in.
I mean, OMG bringing two of the most exciting new players to the league, and Cream last year and Shanji this year. So, that's been cool. But if you didn't watch today, you missed out on a day that actually did impact the playoff picture. We'll bring up the results now in hysterics. That last game, it broke me. I'm elated for OMG, but that last game, I have no idea what that was. Today was weird.
It was weird. Oh, IG already out there, like, whatever. OMG get playoffs though, and there's that. And OMG do deserve to be in playoffs, let's be real, but we now have 5 teams fighting for 3 spots. OMG are safe, but I don't know. We're starting to shape up this picture, and there's only 4 days left of the LPL. And Lyric, well, that's our playoff standings at the moment. You know what? Tomorrow could actually decide potential of 2 more.
Yeah, I honestly think one of the teams with the best chance of making it is actually TT because of the teams they have left. And TT tomorrow will get to show that against Ultra Prime, who honestly have looked decent in their games in recent series since they've been eliminated as well. Kind of funny how a lot of our teams who get eliminated start performing much better. And then FPX, of course, also in that race. Tomorrow's games won't determine if they are in or not, but could definitely determine if they are out if either of these teams end up losing.
They're eliminated. If they lose that series, they are out. And it'd be so funny because WE is 0-14 and trying for the V5 dream. 0-16 has only been achieved twice, and it's by the same team, funnily enough. I think it was 2021
two completely different rosters, but yes. Both by V5. One was the Kepler, the other PCS mid laner, Uniboy, Uniboy, Kepler, like that roster. And the other one was 2020 V5, which again was bold 5 positions because they could never get their roster. But WE gonna hopefully not join those ranks.
The dream, dude. I mean, if WE do it, I think that's what more people are curious about. But tomorrow, we have the chance to eliminate FPX. If WE get that series win, their first series win, FPX are out. And this is a roster that a lot of people aren't expecting to fall short. However, let's be real. Against Weibo, against BLG even the other week, that hurt them quite a lot. Lyric, it's been a pleasure. It's been a real pleasure. It's been real. And everyone who said that you were, not real and you were some LPL like bias caster, well, they're also right because you are LPL biased.
I was gonna say, you know what? We got the Golden Ricks on Sunday. Close
Yeah,
the
we
show.
do. Yeah, we do. All right, guys. Thank you very much. It's been a long night, surprisingly, with a short period of time. It's bye for now, but not forever. More playoff implications tomorrow as LPL rounds out its final week. See you then.